Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and before we begin, I want to thank everyone who took the time to ask about my injured toe. Your comments, kind wishes, and thoughtful messages truly meant a lot to me. I was touched to see how many of you remembered and wanted to know whether I was recovering well. My toe is gradually getting better, so please don't worry too much. I'm continuing to rest it whenever possible, and fortunately, I can still sit here, write, and prepare more stories for our nights together. Now, I'd like to ask about you. How is your health today? Are you feeling well? Or has the day left you tired, uncomfortable, or low on energy? Have you been sleeping enough and giving yourself proper time to rest? Sometimes we become so occupied with work, family, and everyday responsibilities that we forget to check how our own bodies are feeling. So please take a moment tonight to listen to yourself and slow down when you need to. I'd also love to know where you're joining me from. Which country, city, or town are you listening in tonight? And what time is it there right now? Perhaps it's the middle of the night and everything around you has become completely still. Maybe you're beginning a new morning, finishing a late shift, traveling somewhere, or listening quietly during the afternoon. Please tell me in the comments where you are and what time this story has reached you. It always makes me happy to see how far these stories travel and to imagine listeners in so many different places gathering here at the same moment. Thank you again for caring about my recovery and for continuing to return to Chilly Midnight. Wherever you are, I hope you are safe, healthy, and surrounded by a little peace today. Now let's leave everything else behind for a while and begin tonight's story. Story 1. At the Somnus house, Dawn always arrived indoors first. Long before the pale Copenhagen sky began to loosen over the harbor, the hotel's ceiling panels shifted from amber to pearl, the curtains opened by themselves, and the lobby filled with a medicinal scent of chamomile and ozone. Guests came down from their rooms looking newly laundered. Their faces were soft, their shoulders unknotted, their eyes bright with the astonishment of people who had survived themselves. Milo Trent stood behind the night desk and asked the same question he asked every morning. How did you sleep? Most answered with one word. Perfectly. The woman from Suite 16 said it while fastening a silver watch around her wrist. She was perhaps 50 tired, the kind money could disguise but not cure. When she had checked in, she had listed recurring dreams of drowning beneath ice. Now she touched the hollow of her throat and smiled. I can't remember dreaming at all. That is usually the desired result, Milo said. His voice had become part of the hotel's machinery, low, polite, without surprise. Behind the woman, 2 housekeepers crossed the lobby toward the staff exit. One was Nadia, who had begun 3 weeks earlier and still apologized whenever her Danish failed her. The other was an older man named Goran. Both wore gray coats over their uniforms. Both kept their hands hidden in the pockets. Goran stumbled near the revolving door. His coat opened. Milo saw that the knees of his trousers were soaked black with mud. A thin line of water ran from one cuff and gathered on the marble floor. Not rainwater. The night had been dry. Nadia caught his elbow. Goran coughed once into his shoulder, and the sound was thick, submerged. He looked at Milo with the embarrassment of someone who had broken a glass at work. Then, the staff door closed behind them. The guest from Suite 16 followed Milo's gaze. "Is something wrong?" "No," he said. "Housekeeping has an early shoreline rotation." The lie came easily because the hotel supplied its employees with phrases for every irregularity. Shoreline rotation. Sleep residue. Somatic discharge. Transitional confusion. There was always language ready before there was an explanation. The woman signed her bill and left. Her room rate would have paid Milo's rent for 4 months. He looked down at the marble. The water Goran had left behind was already drying, but a crescent of sand remained near the desk. Milo crouched and touched it. Cold grains clung to his fingertip. Mixed among them was something pale and curved. A fingernail. He wrapped it in a receipt and put it beneath the register. At 6:15, the day manager arrived smelling of coffee and wet wool. Astrid Voss was 38, composed and incapable of appearing hurried. She removed her gloves slowly while Milo gave the handover report. 3 late check-ins, 1 medical wake intervention, no complaints, no security events. He did not mention Goran. Astrid glanced toward the ceiling camera. "Anything else?" Milo felt the receipt beneath the register as if it were warm. "No." She studied him for a second longer than necessary. "You should use your staff sleep allowance." "I sleep." "You rest horizontally. That is not the same thing." He smiled because she expected him to. The hotel had offered him treatment since his first week. 1 complimentary extraction per quarter, administered in a private room with linen restraints disguised as comfort straps. Milo had always declined. He told colleagues that he disliked sedation. The truth was simpler. He was afraid that if the dream was taken away, his son would be taken with it. At 7, Milo carried the night ledger to the basement records office. The service elevator descended past the spa, laundry, kitchens, and staff dormitory. Beneath the lowest marked floor, the panel showed only a blank strip of brass. The elevator continued downward. Milo watched the floor numbers disappear one by one, reflected in the polished doors. Then came a soft chime. The doors opened onto a corridor that was not on the hotel plan. White carpet. White walls. 12 identical doors. No handles. From somewhere beyond them came the slow crackle of fire. Milo did not move. At the far end of the corridor, black smoke curled along the ceiling. A child's voice, hoarse with sleep, called from behind the last door. "Dad?" The elevator doors began to close. The elevator doors touched the child's voice and cut it in half. Milo struck the open button with his fist. Nothing happened. The brass panel had gone blank, every floor number extinguished. For 1 suspended second, he saw his reflection in the doors. Pale face, loosened tie, eyes rimmed red from another sleepless week. Then the elevator rose. By the time it opened onto the basement records office, the ledger was still beneath his arm, and the corridor behind him had become impossible. Exhaustion, he told himself. The word was clean, medical, temporary. He'd been awake for 31 hours. If the minutes he sometimes lost at his kitchen table did not count as sleep. The brain misfired under prolonged strain. It produced voices from ventilation shafts, movement in polished surfaces, rooms assembled from memory. He had read enough of the hotel's literature to know that much. What he had seen below the basement had not been a place. It had been a symptom. Milo placed the night ledger on the records clerk's desk and returned upstairs by the service stairs. He did not use the elevator again. Outside, Copenhagen had become a sheet of gray glass. Cyclists passed in dark coats, heads lowered against a wind that smelled faintly of the harbor. Milo walked home through streets he had known for 4 years, without ever feeling he belonged to them. His apartment was 1 room above a bakery in Vesterbro. By 8 o'clock, warmth from the ovens had entered through the floorboards, bringing the smell of yeast and scorched sugar. He removed his shoes, washed his hands twice, and checked the smoke alarm. Then he checked it again. The curtains remained open. He never slept in darkness. On the shelf beside his bed stood a photograph turned face down. Milo did not need to lift it to know the image. A boy in a yellow raincoat, holding a paper boat, 1 front tooth missing, his hair flattened by rain. Evan had been 7. Milo lay on top of the duvet, fully dressed, and closed his eyes. Immediately, heat pressed against his face. Not flames. Not yet. First came the apartment corridor, ordinary and narrow. The wallpaper had been cream, though in memory it was always darkened by smoke. He remembered the alarm. He remembered shouting Evan's name. He remembered reaching the stairwell. What followed never arrived in order. A door slamming. Someone pulling his arm. Glass breaking above him. His bare feet on wet pavement. He never remembered choosing to leave. That absence was the only mercy he had kept. Milo opened his eyes before the smoke could gather. 9 minutes had passed. He showered, changed, drank coffee, and returned to Somna's house before sunset. Astrid was reviewing arrivals at the front desk. Milo waited until the receptionist stepped away. "The housekeeper who left this morning," he said. "Goran." Astrid continued reading. "What about him?" He seemed unwell. "We have no housekeeper named Goran." Milo thought she had misunderstood. "Older man, Serbian perhaps. He works with Nadia." Astrid looked up. "Nadia works alone on the night rotation. I saw them together." "You saw Nadia assisting a contractor, possibly laundry transport." "He was wearing our uniform." Astrid's expression softened into professional concern. "You need sleep, Milo." The phrase irritated him more than denial would have. He went to housekeeping. Nadia was folding pillowcases beneath fluorescent lights. Her hands were covered by blue gloves. "Who was the man with you this morning?" Milo asked. She stopped folding. For a moment, only the dryers answered, turning with a slow, wet rhythm. "I don't know what you mean." "Goran." Nadia's eyes moved toward the camera above the shelves. "There is no Goran here," she said quietly. When she reached for another pillowcase, one glove pulled back. The skin beneath it was scored with red crescents, as though she had spent hours clawing at something harder than stone. Near midnight, Milo went to the staff changing room. His locker stood at the end of the row, numberless, because the brass plate had fallen off months earlier. The door was locked, but seawater had begun to gather beneath it. Milo opened it. A gray housekeeping uniform hung inside, soaked through and dripping onto his shoes. Mud packed the knees. 3 fingernails clung to one cuff. Above the breast pocket, stitched in dark thread, was the name Goran. Beneath it, written in fresh black ink, was Milo's employee number. Milo stood with the locker door open until the water reached the heel of his left shoe. The uniform did not merely smell damp. It carried the dense, mineral odor of deep water, salt, old rope, and something vegetal beginning to decay. He touched the stitched name with one finger. The cloth beneath Goran was warm. Someone entered the changing room. Milo shut the locker so quickly that the latch caught the skin of his thumb. A porter named Emil crossed to the sinks without looking at him. His right wrist was wrapped in gauze. Above the bandage, purple marks circled the flesh at even intervals. "Lift injury?" Milo asked. Emil ran the tap. "Guest assistance." "What kind?" The porter watched water strike the porcelain. "The kind we do not report." He dried his hands and left. Milo waited, then opened his locker again. The uniform was gone. Only mud remained, smeared across the metal back panel in 5 narrow streaks, like the marks of a hand dragged downward. During the next 2 hours, Milo searched the overnight wellness reports. Guests consented to extensive monitoring at Somnus House, and the hotel converted their dreams into clinical language. Recurring immersion event, pursuit sequence, confinement, distress, traumatic falling sensation. The descriptions were supposed to be anonymous. Milo knew the room numbers. Suite 16, drowning beneath lake ice. Goran had left seawater on the lobby floor. Room 9, restrained by unseen figures while trying to reach a door. Emil's wrist bore the shape of bindings. Room 23, falling through a stairwell that never ended. The employee assigned to minibar service on that floor had called in with 2 broken ribs and a fractured ankle. The incident report claimed she had slipped at home, although it had been submitted before her shift ended. Milo printed the page. The printer produced a blank sheet. On the monitor, every injury report disappeared. A green notice replaced them. Residual symptoms successfully transferred. He stared until the sentence became unreadable. At a little after 2 a.m, Nadia appeared at the desk and asked for the master key to room 31. Her face was gray with fatigue. Soil darkened the seam of her collar. "That room is vacant," Milo said. "It is not room 31. "Then what room?" She looked toward the elevators. "The number is only what the key says." Milo kept his hand over the drawer. "Where is Goran?" Nadia's expression tightened. "Do not use names after they have been removed." "Removed from what?" "Payroll, records, photographs. It happens in that order." She leaned closer. Beneath the lobby's chamomile scent, Milo smelled damp earth. "You put his uniform in my locker." "No. It had my employee number on it." "Then they are preparing you." The nearest elevator chimed, though no one had called it. Neither of them turned. Milo lowered his voice. "Preparing me for what?" Nadia removed her gloves. Every fingernail was split. Black soil filled the wounds around them and packed the creases of her palms. Fine white roots clung to the blood at one knuckle. The woman in the royal suite dreamed she was buried alive beside her mother, Nadia said. She woke laughing this morning, said she had not felt so rested in years. Milo could not stop looking at her hands. What happened to you? I woke underground. She described it without emotion. Wood pressed against her face, her knees folded beneath a lid, the smell of wet wool and funeral flowers. She had screamed until dirt entered her mouth. Each time she clawed upward, the coffin became deeper. How did you get out? I did not. The answer seemed to quiet the hotel. Even the ventilation softened. Nadia flexed her ruined fingers. A grain of soil fell onto the desk. They woke me when the guest woke. The room ended. My body did not understand that it was allowed to be alive again. Milo reached for the grain. It was cold enough to burn. Where are these rooms? They are not on plans because plans are for spaces that stay in one place. The elevator chimed again. This time the doors opened. Beyond them was not the polished brass interior, but a narrow chamber lined in dark wood. Soil sifted steadily from its ceiling. Somewhere inside, a woman began pounding against a lid. Nadia stepped back. On the elevator panel, where the floor numbers should have been, a single word glowed in green. Milo. The word Milo remained lit until Astrid arrived. She crossed the lobby without a coat, though rain glazed the windows. Nadia had already pulled her gloves back on. The dark wooden chamber waited beyond the open elevator doors, breathing out the smell of soil and funeral flowers. Astrid pressed her key card to the panel. The word vanished. The doors closed on the pounding woman. For several seconds, no one spoke. Then Astrid turned to Nadia. Medical review. Now. Nadia lowered her eyes and walked toward the staff corridor. Milo blocked her path. She is bleeding. She is experiencing residual somatic effects. She says she was buried alive. Astrid's gaze moved to the ceiling camera. Not here. She led Milo into the consultation lounge, a room designed to make bad news feel expensive. Pale wood, wool chairs, silent windows overlooking the canal. On the table stood a glass carafe and 3 cups, though Astrid poured water only for herself. What you saw, she said, was part of a controlled therapeutic process. Milo placed Nadia's grain of soil on the table between them. It left a wet mark on the wood. Astrid did not touch it. Sumner's house does more than suppress dreams. We remove traumatic dream content and discharge it through trained personnel. Housekeepers, recovery associates, undocumented workers. Her face altered by less than a smile. People whose legal circumstances make ordinary employment difficult. And you send them into nightmares. We do not send anyone anywhere. The experience is induced neurologically and monitored throughout. Milo remembered Nadia saying, "I did not get out." The injuries are real. Temporary physiological imitation. The body reproduces the dream's logic. Bruising, hypothermia, respiratory distress, occasionally fractures. Occasionally fingernails come off. Astrid folded her hands. All participants consent. They receive compensation far above industry rates, private medical care, protected housing, and legal assistance. Several support families in countries where a single month's payment here is life-changing. Do they know they can be erased? No one is erased. Then show me Goran's file. The rain thickened against the windows. Astrid said, "Sleep deprivation creates pattern completion. The brain invents connections because uncertainty is intolerable. That is the explanation you use for everything. It is the explanation that fits you." She opened a cabinet and removed a tablet. The screen displayed forms signed with names Milo recognized from housekeeping, laundry, maintenance, and kitchens. Beside each name was a consent statement authorizing somatic discharge, one-eric exposure, and post-event identity protection. Nadia's signature appeared at the bottom of the newest page. Milo leaned closer. The date was tomorrow. Astrid locked the screen before he could take the tablet. "They volunteer because fear has value," she said. "Our guests pay to lose it. Our associates are paid to carry it. That is not cruelty. It is an exchange." A wet cough sounded from the corridor. Astrid stopped breathing. The door opened. Goran stood there barefoot. His gray uniform clung to his body. Water streamed from his sleeves and pooled around his feet. His lips were blue, and something translucent, like lakeweed, hung from one ear. Milo rose so quickly that his chair struck the wall. Goran bent forward and coughed seawater onto the pale carpet. A small silver fish landed among the foam and twisted once before becoming still. Astrid reached for the telephone. Goran caught her wrist. "You said it was mine," he whispered. His voice bubbled deep in his chest. Astrid tried to pull away. "You consented to aquatic exposure." "No." "You signed." "I signed for the dark room, the locked room, the one from when I was a boy." He turned toward Milo. His eyes were bloodshot, the whites veined pink from pressure. "I never feared water," he said. "I worked on ferries for 19 years. I slept through storms." Another cough folded him nearly in half. More water spilled from his mouth. The lake came after she arrived. "Who?" Milo asked, though he already knew. "The woman in Suite 16. The consultation room lights dimmed. Behind the walls came a long groan, as if the hotel had settled beneath ice. Goran pointed toward Astrid with a trembling hand. "They do not put us inside our nightmares," he said. "They put their nightmares inside us." Then he looked at Milo's reflection in the black window. In the glass, smoke was rising from Milo's shoulders. "And yours," Goran whispered, "has been waiting longer than all the others." Smoke lifted from Milo's shoulders in the window, although the consultation room remained cold. He turned. Nothing burned behind him. No alarm sounded. Yet the smell had entered the room. Scorched paint, melted plastic, wet wool. The odor of the apartment corridor he refused to remember. Goran released Astrid and collapsed. The hotel responded before anyone touched a button. The nearest elevator chimed. Its doors opened onto a brass interior, empty except for black water running down the back wall. Astrid said, "Do not enter it." It was the first honest fear Milo had seen on her face. Two medical attendants hurried in and lifted Goran beneath the arms. He continued coughing as they dragged him away, leaving wet footprints that ended halfway across the carpet. Beyond that point, his heels still moved, but no more water appeared. Astrid reached for Milo. He stepped into the elevator. The doors closed between them. There was no movement. Only the pressure change that made his ears click. When the doors opened again, Milo faced the sixth-floor corridor. At least, the carpet was the same muted blue, and the wall lamps gave off the same pearl-colored glow. But the corridor was longer than it should have been. The nearest fire exit sat far beyond where Suite 16 ought to end. Milo walked toward it. Behind him, the elevator doors closed. A moment later, another elevator chimed ahead. He had not called it. As he passed the guest rooms, thin smoke leaked from beneath their doors. It followed his shoes in pale threads, never thickening enough to trigger the sensors. He stopped outside Suite 16. The brass number had changed. It now read No Shore. Milo blinked. The number returned. From inside came the faint crack of ice. He kept walking. Every turn should have taken him closer to the staff stairwell. Yet the hallway continued unfolding in repeating sections. 2 doors, a painting of winter reeds, a linen cupboard, another pair of doors. Each section was a little narrower than the last. By the 4th repetition, Milo's shoulders nearly brushed the walls. By the 5th, smoke had gathered at knee height. He tried a guest room door. It opened onto the same corridor, viewed from farther away. At the distant end, a man in Milo's uniform stood with his back turned. Milo shut the door. The elevator chimed beside him. There had been no elevator there before. Inside, a brass key lay on the floor. Its tag read Wreckers, recovery level. Milo picked it up. The doors carried him downward without displaying a floor. They opened into a room lined with black filing cabinets. Paper ledgers filled shelves from floor to ceiling. No computers. No windows. The air smelled of dust and damp linen. A desk lamp switched on by itself. Beneath it lay an open ledger. Each page contained a guest name, room assignment, dream category, transfer subject, physical consequence, and recovery outcome. Milo turned the pages. A financier from London had transferred an execution dream to a kitchen porter who later developed a rope burn around his neck. A shipping heiress had surrendered nightmares of being crushed inside a container. The assigned laundry worker had died from internal injuries without any broken bones. A retired minister had lost all memory of a burning church. 3 maintenance workers had been treated for smoke inhalation that same night. The entries went back decades. Different hotels appeared in the margins. Zurich, Singapore, Boston, Dubai, Stockholm. Beside each location was the same emblem used by Somnus House, a closed eye above a doorway. Milo found Nadia's name. Then Emil's. Goran appeared on 6 pages, assigned to different guests. On the final entry, someone had crossed out his surname and written asset, unstable. The smoke around Milo's ankles thickened. He turned another page. The date was 4 years earlier, the month Milo had arrived in Copenhagen. Under Dream Kankakee, the handwriting read, Shield Trap in Residential Fire. Under Recovery Client, there was no name. Under Transfer Exec, it said, Network Stabilization Pool. The physical consequence column had been left blank. At the bottom of the page, beneath a declaration that the memory had been surrendered voluntarily, was Milo Trent's signature. It matched his handwriting exactly. Below it, in smaller letters, someone had added, "Absept continues to believe the child died before extraction." The sentence beneath Milo's signature did not look handwritten anymore. As he watched, the ink darkened and spread through the paper, like heat moving under skin. The words remained legible only long enough for him to understand that someone had expected him to find them. Then the desk lamp went out. Every filing cabinet in the room unlocked at once. The sound passed around him in a hard metallic sequence, drawer after drawer releasing from the walls. Smoke pushed through their narrow seams. It did not rise. It flowed across the floor toward the only door. Milo had not entered through. There had been no door there when he arrived. Its surface was unpainted steel without a handle. Above it, stamped into the frame, were the words Origin Sakine. The brass records key turned in the lock. Beyond it lay a concrete landing and a staircase descending farther than the hotel could physically contain. No emergency lighting marked the walls. Illumination came instead from the narrow windows set into doors along each level, each window glowing with a different, impossible weather. Milo stepped down. Behind the first pane, a frozen lake stretched beneath a black sky. A man in a housekeeping uniform crawled across the ice while something moved beneath him, matching his speed. Each time he reached the shore receded. Frost had formed on the corridor side of the glass. The nameplate beside the door listed a guest from Geneva. Recovery Stappy, restorative. 2 floors lower, a hotel bedroom stood submerged to its ceiling. A woman in laundry gray floated above the bed, her hair spread around her face. She was awake. Her palm struck the glass without sound, while a dry, sleeping guest lay beneath the blankets beside her. Milo reached for the latch. There was none. On the next level, the corridor trembled with distant collapse. Through one window, he saw workers crawling through a tunnel no wider than their shoulders. Dust filled their mouths. Every time the ceiling fell behind them, the passage ahead became longer. Another room contained a nursery with yellow walls and no doors. 3 recovery associates stood inside, each holding a crying infant whose face could not be seen. The walls moved inward whenever the crying paused. The hotel had not recreated dreams symbolically. It had built them with bodies. Milo called Nadia's name, then Goran's. The doors answered in coughs, scraping fingernails, and the muffled rhythm of people trying to wake themselves. At the bottom of the stairs, the architecture changed. The concrete became the cream wallpaper of Milo's old apartment building. He stopped. Smoke lay along the ceiling in a perfectly level sheet. It had the same oily color he remembered, but it never descended. Below it, the air remained clear enough to breathe. A child's paper boat rested on the carpet. Milo picked it up. The fold along the bow was wrong, in the same way Evan always folded it wrong, one corner tucked beneath instead of over. Milo had corrected him dozens of times. He had not remembered that until now. The corridor narrowed toward a single chamber. Its steel door was blackened around the edges, though the handle felt cold. A label had been fixed at eye level. MT. Primary Origin Asset. Active since intake. Milo pressed his palm against the door. On the other side, a child breathed slowly. The lock released. The room beyond was larger than the entire lower level. Black smoke filled it from wall to wall, suspended several feet above the floor like a second ceiling. Beneath it stood a small bed with white sheets. A boy slept on his side, one hand beneath his cheek. His hair was the color of Evan's. A pale gap showed where a front tooth was missing. On the floor beside the bed lay a yellow raincoat, folded with care. Milo could not cross the threshold. He waited for the smoke to descend. It did not. He waited for the child to cough. The boy's breathing remained peaceful. Then the child opened his eyes. They were not frightened. They were patient. "You took a long time," he said. Milo's throat closed around the name he had not spoken in 4 years. The boy sat up and looked past him toward the corridor. Behind Milo, every locked nightmare room opened at once. The child smiled. "They know you're here now." The doors opened without sound. Along the corridor, frozen lakes, flooded rooms, tunnels, and sealed nurseries became visible at once. Workers stood inside them, blinking into the ordinary air, as though the nightmares had briefly forgotten how to hold them. Milo turned back toward the bed. The child had lain down again. "Are you Evan?" Milo asked. The boy closed his eyes. "That is the first question you always ask." Before Milo could speak, red emergency lights came on beneath the suspended smoke. A panel slid open in the wall beside the bed, revealing a narrow passage lined with glass cabinets. The child pointed toward it. "They kept the part you signed." Milo entered. The passage ended in an archive larger than the records room above. Steel shelves extended into darkness, filled with paper files, magnetic tapes, sealed drives, passports, employment cards, and photographs of workers standing against plain walls. Many held numbered boards. Most did not look directly at the camera. On the nearest shelf, folders were arranged by city. Copenhagen, Zurich, Singapore, Boston, Dubai, Stockholm, Geneva, London. Dozens more followed. Milo opened a Copenhagen file. Inside were recruitment forms written in several languages. Applicants had been promised private rooms, medical care, immigration assistance, and wages sent directly to their families. The actual consent agreements appeared only after employment began. Buried beneath terminology no ordinary worker could have understood. One-iric transfer. Somatic acceptance. Identity. Containment. A handwritten note beside Nadia's name read, "Dependence Abrode. High compliance probability." Goran's file contained copies of ferry permits, an expired residency card, and a photograph of 2 teenage girls beside a river. Beneath it, a supervisor had written, "Subject believes participation will secure daughter's visas." There was no record that any application had been submitted. No. Milo moved deeper into the archive. The oldest files were yellowed and brittle. One dated from 1958. Another described a Paris hotel where nightmares of war had been transferred into colonial laborers brought through Marseille. A London clinic had used domestic servants. A New York facility had used patients from debt wards. The language changed over the decades, becoming gentler as the system became larger. Burdened subjects became associates. Forced exposure became recovery work. Disappearance became identity protection. At the end of each report, the same conclusion appeared. Client rest cord without residual distress. Milo found a directory marked Origin Assets. His name was first. Inside were medical charts from 4 years earlier, hotel intake forms, sleep studies, and photographs of him lying beneath white linen with electrodes attached to his scalp. He had no memory of the room. One form stated that Milo had arrived at Somnu's house seeking treatment 6 weeks after the fire. He had always believed he had come to Copenhagen for work. Beneath the form was a recording cartridge labeled Residential Fire, Chimnery Memory Capture. A monitor on the desk switched on when he touched it. The footage began inside a treatment room. Milo appeared on the screen, thinner, unshaven, strapped loosely to a reclining bed. Astrid stood beside him, younger but unmistakable. "Return to the corridor," she said on the recording. Milo's eyes moved rapidly beneath closed lids. Smoke filled the image. Then the footage changed. It was no longer the treatment room. It showed the apartment stairwell from Milo's memory, reconstructed with terrible clarity. Firelight shook across the walls. Milo ran toward the exit. Behind him, a child screamed. "Dad!" The Milo on the screen stopped. His hand gripped the stairwell door. For years, that had been where the memory ended. Now the footage continued. He turned his head. Through the smoke, the apartment door stood open several inches. And Evan's hand appeared in the gap. Milo took one step toward him. The ceiling cracked. He stepped back. "Dad, please." Milo reached for the apartment door, then withdrew his hand. "No," the Milo on the recording whispered. Not in panic. In decision. He pulled the stairwell door closed and held it shut while Evan struck the other side. Once. Twice. A third time. Then Milo ran down the stairs. The monitor froze on his hand, leaving the handle. Behind him, the child's voice came softly from the archive entrance. "You did hear me." Milo turned. The boy stood beneath the red emergency light, holding the yellow raincoat. "And every time they showed you," he said, "you asked them to take that part away again." The boy's accusation remained in the archive after his voice stopped. Milo looked again at the frozen image on the monitor, his own hand leaving the stairwell door, fingers spread as though releasing something hot. He wanted to say that fear had made the decision for him. That smoke had narrowed the world until survival became instinct. But the recording had preserved the pause. Instinct did not pause. Footsteps approached through the archive. Astrid appeared between the shelves, followed by 2 medical attendants in white uniforms. Neither attendant looked toward the boy. "Milo," Astrid said, "step away from the Origin asset." The boy stood beside him in the yellow raincoat. "What is he?" Milo asked. Astrid's eyes remained fixed on Milo. "A stable representation. Of Evan. Of the memory. That is not an answer. It is the only answer the system permits." She removed a small black device from her pocket. Every monitor in the archive awakened. Maps appeared across the screens, connected by green lines. Hotel names flickered in cities around the world. Beside each location, a percentage climbed and fell. You came to us because you had not slept for 43 days, Astrid said. Every time sedation began, you returned to the fire. The same corridor, the same door, the same choice. You took the memory. We attempted to. On the screens, the green lines pulsed. Most nightmares weaken after extraction. Yours regenerated. Each time we removed the guilt, your mind recreated it from the absence. The missing piece became more powerful than the memory itself. Milo understood why his recollections had never settled into sequence. They had not been damaged by trauma alone. They had been repeatedly cut apart. Astrid touched the device. One screen displayed his employment record. Night manager. Restricted sleep access. Permanent overnight schedule. You did not hire me to manage the hotel, Milo said. We hired you to remain near the network. Another screen showed hundreds of dream chambers. Their lights pulsed in rhythm with Milo's heartbeat. Your nightmare stabilizes transfers, Astrid said. Fear must have somewhere to go. Without an origin sequence, the rooms overlap. Guests begin entering one another's dreams. Associates fail to wake. Architecture becomes unpredictable. You built all of this around me. We built it around what you refused to remember. The child moved closer to Milo. Ask her who slept here first, he said. Astrid's composure broke. Do not speak to it. Milo looked at the boy's bare feet. The skin was unburned. His hair smelled not of smoke, but of hotel shampoo. Was he a worker? Astrid said nothing. A child transferred into my room? The earliest records are incomplete. Was he Evan? We recovered no body suitable for verification. The words entered Milo slowly. No body. Not no remains. No body suitable for verification. The boy slipped one hand into the pocket of the raincoat and removed a folded paper boat. There are 3 explanations, Astrid said. He may be a reconstruction produced by your memory. He may be an associate whose identity collapsed after repeated exposure, or some consciousness may have remained attached to the original dream. Which do you believe? I believe the distinction no longer matters. The medical attendants advanced. Behind them, the archive shelves began to shake. From the open nightmare rooms came the sounds of ice breaking, water rising, wood splintering, and hundreds of people striking locked doors. The child placed the paper boat in Milo's hand. Its paper was warm. They are dreaming because you keep sleeping for them, the boy said. I do not sleep. You stand with your eyes open. That is not the same as being awake. Astrid raised the black device. If the origin asset destabilizes, every connected facility will enter emergency containment. What does that mean? The network will seal. With the workers inside? With everyone inside. The boy looked up at Milo. For the first time, fear entered his face. Not fear of the smoke. Fear that Milo would leave again. You closed one door, he said. Now open all of them. He reached toward the black device in Astrid's hand. Every screen changed at once. Across the maps, thousands of room numbers appeared, each belonging to a guest who slept peacefully while another person carried the terror meant for them. At the center of the network, Milo's name began flashing. The child tightened his fingers around Milo's sleeve. Wake them, he whispered. before the hotel decides none of us were ever here. Milo moved before Astrid could activate the device. He caught her wrist with both hands and forced it downward. The medical attendant seized his shoulders, but the archive floor convulsed beneath them. Shelves tipped. Files burst open in the air, releasing photographs, consent forms, and pages covered with names that had already been removed from payroll. The child struck the black device against the edge of a cabinet. Its casing cracked. A voice issued from every monitor at once. Origin instability detected. Sedation protocol beginning. The words were calm enough to belong in an elevator. White vapor poured from vents along the ceiling. Astrid tore free of Milo. You do not understand what waking means here. I understand who has been kept asleep. He took the broken device from the child. Beneath its casing was a small glass panel marked with 3 commands. Stabilize. Contain. Release. The final command required 2 signatures. One line already held Astrid Voss's name. The other held Milo's. Again, his handwriting. Again, dated 4 years earlier. The attendants dragged him backward. Milo pressed his thumb against the second line. The panel turned red. Authorization incomplete, the system said. Confirm acceptance of residual consequences. Astrid stopped struggling. Milo, listen to me. Once released, the nightmares will return to their owners, but they will not return separately. The network has been blending them for decades. What happens to the workers? They wake. And the guests? They remember. The child looked at Milo. That was enough. Milo pressed to sip it. The archive lights went out. For a moment, nothing happened. Then every locked door in Somnus House opened. The sound traveled through the building like a single, enormous breath. Above them, guests woke in white beds. Below them, workers opened their eyes inside coffins, tunnels, flooded rooms, frozen lakes, burning churches, and nurseries whose walls had nearly closed. The nightmares did not vanish. They broke containment. Water rushed through the archive, carrying ice, soil, ash, and hospital sheets. A tunnel wall burst through one row of cabinets. Behind another, a nursery appeared where no room had been, its wallpaper bubbling with heat. Milo lost sight of Astrid. He held the child's hand. The hotel folded around them. The archive ceiling became the lobby ceiling. Filing cabinets stood between reception sofas. The canal windows looked out onto a frozen lake beneath which pale shapes moved. Smoke filled the upper half of the room, black and level, exactly as it had in the child's chamber. People emerged from doors that should have opened in other countries. A man in silk pajamas stumbled from a Zurich suite, clutching his throat beneath a rope burn. A woman from Singapore crawled across the marble with soil packed between her teeth. A Boston surgeon appeared drenched in seawater, screaming that there was something beneath the ice. More followed. Hundreds. Then thousands. They wore hotel robes bearing different emblems, spoke different languages, and stared upward at the same smoke-darkened ceiling. Each had awakened inside Somnus House. The building expanded to contain them. Corridors split and rejoined. Staircases rose into flooded bedrooms. Elevators opened onto burning forests, operating theaters, collapsed mines, childhood kitchens, and railway platforms where no trains ever arrived. Guests began shouting for staff. Workers stood among them in torn uniforms, holding the injuries they had carried on strangers' behalf. Nadia appeared near the reception desk. Her hands were bloody, but the soil beneath her nails was gone. Behind her stood the woman from the royal suite, clawing desperately at her own throat as invisible earth filled her lungs. Goran emerged from an elevator, coughing air. For the first time, he looked dry. Astrid found Milo beneath the lobby chandelier. "You have not freed them," she said. Blood ran from one ear. "You have removed the walls between them." The fire alarm began to ring. No sprinklers activated. Along the reception desk, thousands of room keys appeared, each attached to a tag bearing a name. Guests seized them, searching for numbers that no longer existed. Milo looked for an exit. The revolving doors opened onto the apartment corridor from the night of the fire. Cream wallpaper. Wet pavement beyond the stairwell. A child's hand striking the other side of a closed door. Milo tightened his grip. The boy beside him was gone. In his place stood an empty yellow raincoat, still holding Milo's hand. Then, from every corridor in the impossible hotel, children began calling for their fathers. The first person to demand a refund was the woman from Suite 16. She stood barefoot on the reception desk, her silver watch still fastened around one wrist, shouting above the alarms that she had paid for uninterrupted rest. Water streamed from her mouth between sentences. Each time she inhaled, something cracked beneath the marble floor like ice under pressure. Others joined her. They held key cards, invoices, treatment plans, and complimentary sleep masks. They shouted hotel names from cities that should have been thousands of miles apart. Some threatened lawsuits. Some demanded managers. Some insisted the smoke was an unacceptable service failure. The workers watched them. At first, Milo thought their silence came from exhaustion. Then Nadia crossed the lobby toward a man in a white robe and touched the bruises around his throat. "I carried this for you," she said. The man recoiled. Across the room, Emil recognized the guest whose restraint dream had marked his wrists. Goran saw the woman from Suite 16 and pressed both hands to his chest, as if expecting water to return. Names began passing through the crowd. Not introductions. Accusations. Workers remembered bedrooms they had never entered, childhood punishments they had never endured, graves prepared for other families, roads where other people had died. The guests remembered only fragments, but their bodies recognized the people who had suffered in their place. The hotel shook under the weight of recognition. Milo climbed onto the reception platform. "There has to be an exterior level," he shouted. "Stay together. Follow the emergency signs." The nearest sign illuminated. "Exit." He led the crowd through a set of white doors. They returned to the lobby from the opposite side. He tried the revolving entrance. It opened onto a nursery without windows. The staff stairwell descended into a mine tunnel where the beams groaned beneath invisible earth. Another staircase ended at the frozen lake. A fire escape opened into a hotel bedroom, filling slowly with seawater. Every route returned them to reception. The lobby grew larger each time. more people appeared beneath the chandelier. More smoke gathered overhead. Thousands of room doors lined balconies that had not existed moments earlier, stacked upward until they disappeared into darkness. Astrid stood beside the elevators, staring at the impossible architecture. The network was never connected by buildings, she said. Milo looked at her. It was connected by avoidance, she continued. Every guest paid not to look. Every worker was forced to look instead. You removed the separation. Then where is the exit? Astrid's face had lost all professional calm. There may never have been one. A child coughed somewhere behind Milo. He turned. The yellow raincoat stood near the revolving doors. Someone was inside it now. The child's face remained hidden by smoke. One small hand extended from the sleeve. Milo did not ask whether it belonged to Evan. He had asked that question every time because the answer might have excused him. If the child was only a reconstruction, he could abandon it. If it was a worker, someone else had already been responsible. If it was Evan, then perhaps taking his hand now could undo the hand Milo had released before. None of those possibilities changed what stood before him. The child was afraid. Milo stepped down from the desk and took the offered hand. It was warm. Behind them, guests pounded on doors and demanded to be released. Workers began reading names from the ledgers scattered across the marble. Each name spoken aloud caused another light to ignite high in the endless hotel. The child led Milo toward the apartment corridor. Cream wallpaper appeared beneath the smoke. At its far end stood the closed stairwell door. From the other side came the familiar knocking. Once. Twice. Milo stopped. The child squeezed his hand. This time, Milo opened the door. There was no stairwell beyond it. Only another lobby. Another chandelier. Another crowd waking beneath black smoke. At the reception desk stood a man in Milo's uniform, asking each arriving guest the same question in a low, courteous voice. How did you sleep? The child pulled Milo across the threshold. Behind them, the door closed. Above the desk, a brass sign lit itself letter by letter. Your nightmares are included in the room rate. And beneath it, in smaller print, no check-out required. Perhaps the most frightening service Somnus House offered was not dream removal, but moral distance. Its guests remained healthy because someone invisible carried what they refused to feel, while Milo survived by calling a choice a missing memory. When the walls finally vanished, no one escaped the suffering they had purchased, transferred, or denied. Yet the child's identity remains uncertain because certainty would make Milo's final act too simple. Sometimes redemption begins not when we know whom we are saving, but when we stop asking whether their pain is truly ours to answer for. Story 2. The first child appeared beside a healthy heart. Dr. Rebecca Sloan noticed the shape while reviewing a chest MRI in Reading Room 4, where the ceiling vents breathed a steady cold draft over the back of her neck. The patient was a 6-year-old boy named Owen Price, admitted with a congenital cardiomyopathy that should have made the left ventricle look thick, strained, and tired. Instead, the heart was improving. Rebecca moved through the sequence frame by frame, watching the muscle contract with an efficiency it had not shown 3 days earlier. The improvement was too rapid, but not impossible. Children occasionally embarrassed medicine by recovering ahead of schedule. Then she saw the empty space. It stood just outside the pericardium, between the boy's heart and the inner wall of his chest. Not a mass. Not fluid. Not artifact. An absence shaped like a small human figure, shoulders narrow, head slightly bowed, one arm hanging longer than the other. Rebecca leaned closer to the monitor. The room smelled of dust warmed by electronics and the burnt coffee someone had abandoned near the dictation station. Beyond the door, carts rattled along the corridor. A technologist laughed at something too softly to understand. Everything remained ordinary, enough to make the image worse. She adjusted the contrast. The figure did not brighten. She changed planes. It remained beside the heart. She pulled up Owen's scan from the previous week. Nothing stood there. "Motion artifact?" asked Dr. Elias Chen from the next workstation. Rebecca had not realized he was looking over. Not with that geometry. Elias rolled his chair closer. He was younger than she was by nearly a decade, and still had the cautious enthusiasm of someone who believed every anomaly could become a paper. He stared at the image, then at the patient data. Could be a segmentation error. This is raw. He stopped smiling. Rebecca opened the clinical notes. Owen had slept through the night. His oxygen requirement had decreased. His mother had described him as more himself. The attending cardiologist had written that the child's recovery was unexpected, but encouraging. Rebecca read the sentence twice. More himself. She glanced again at the shape beside his heart. For a moment, she thought its head had turned. Her hand tightened around the mouse. She advanced one frame, then another. The figure returned to its original posture. "Do you see that?" she asked. "See what?" "The head." Elias studied the screen. "It's not moving." Rebecca sat back. The movement had probably been persistence of vision, the brain imposing life on an ambiguous border. She knew how easily human beings found bodies where none existed. Faces in smoke, hands in branches, children in shadows. Especially children. She closed the study and dictated a cautious report, describing significant interval improvement, no new mass, no structural abnormality. She did not mention the empty figure. At midday, she crossed the glass bridge connecting radiology to the main pediatric tower. Boston rain blurred the city beyond the windows, turning ambulances and traffic lights into soft red stains. Below her, families moved through the lobby under bright banners, promising courage, innovation, and second chances. Rebecca disliked the phrase second chances. It appeared on donation walls, fundraising letters, experimental protocols. It was the phrase Dr. Malcolm Voss had used when he asked for her signature 8 months earlier. A second chance for Lila. Rebecca pressed her thumb against the inside of her palm until the nail hurt. Her daughter's room was on the 7th floor, though Lila was not technically a patient anymore. She lived at home with Rebecca's former husband and attended rehabilitation 4 days a week. She could breathe on her own, swallow soft food, and sometimes follow a voice with her eyes. The treatment had stopped the seizures. it had also destroyed nearly everything those seizures had belonged to. Rebecca had approved it. By late afternoon, Owen Price's cardiologist called. "You were right about the improvement," he said. "His ejection fraction is nearly normal. That quickly. I've never seen anything like it." Rebecca looked toward the dark monitor, where Owen's images had been. The cardiologist continued, lowering his voice. "There is something else. He says a little girl has been standing beside his bed." Rebecca's throat tightened. "Does he know her?" "No. He says she doesn't have a face." The fluorescent lights above Rebecca flickered once. From somewhere inside the sealed ventilation shaft came the sound of a child coughing. Then a second child answered. And a third. The coughing stopped before Rebecca could reach the ventilation grill. She stood beneath it with one hand raised, listening to the fan push cold air through the slats. The sound had been unmistakable. 3 children coughing in sequence, each cough thinner than the last. Yet when Elias joined her, the only noise was the low mechanical hum of the hospital. "You heard it?" she asked. "Heard what?" Rebecca lowered her hand. "Nothing." By the next morning, Owen Price had been transferred out of intensive care. His recovery dominated the cardiology conference. Physicians who normally distrusted miracles used phrases such as spontaneous remodeling and atypical treatment response. Owen's mother cried in the hallway while administrators photographed her beside a donation plaque. Rebecca watched from behind the radiology desk. At Ainsley, improvement was treated as its own explanation. She returned to work because work required no forgiveness. Images either contained abnormalities or they did not. Measurements could be repeated. Reports could be amended. The body, unlike memory, left evidence. She reviewed fractures, tumors, bowel obstructions, and one swallowed coin. She answered messages without mentioning faceless children or sounds in the walls. By noon, the shape beside Owen's heart had disappeared from the hospital archive. The images remained, but the absence was gone. Rebecca checked the series number twice. The raw sequence now showed only lung, rib, muscle, and the clean black margin around the heart. She called Elias. "Did you save a copy of Owen Price's study?" "No." "Why?" "The artifact isn't there. Maybe reconstruction updated overnight. It was in the raw data." There was a pause. Then Elias said, "You've been back 3 days." The gentleness in his voice irritated her more than suspicion would have. "I know how long I've been here. I only mean you should take it slowly." Rebecca ended the call. That afternoon, she reviewed the spinal imaging of an 8-year-old boy named Gabriel Holt. He had been admitted with severe inflammatory nerve pain that left him unable to stand without screaming. His latest scan showed the swelling retreating with impossible speed. Near the base of his spine stood another empty shape. This one was smaller. Its head reached only to Gabriel's lowest ribs. Its hands appeared pressed against the vertebrae. Although there were no fingers, only narrow gaps where tissue should have been. Rebecca did not call Elias. She went upstairs. Gabriel sat upright in bed, eating crackers, while his father slept in a chair beside the window. The boy's feet moved beneath the blanket. Yesterday, according to his chart, Even the pressure of cloth against his legs had caused agony. Rebecca introduced herself. "You took the pictures," Gabriel said. "I helped read them. Did you see where it went?" Rebecca kept her voice neutral. "Where what went?" "The hurting." His father stirred, but did not wake. Gabriel pointed toward the floor. "It went downstairs." Rebecca looked at him carefully. "Why do you think that?" "I heard it leave." "What did it sound like?" The boy considered this. "Like someone learning my voice." A chill moved beneath Rebecca's collar. Gabriel lowered his eyes to his crackers. "The nurse said I shouldn't talk about downstairs because there isn't a downstairs for children." Ainsley had 3 basement levels. Pharmacy storage occupied the first. Mechanical systems and laundry used the second. The third was listed on internal maps as restricted infrastructure. Rebecca had never seen an elevator button for it. She left without questioning the nurse. That evening, she visited Lelah. Her former husband, Thomas, had brought her to Ainsley's rehabilitation clinic for an assessment. Rebecca found them in a consultation room where painted whales floated across pale blue walls. Lelah sat in her wheelchair, her head supported by a padded brace. At 10, she had Rebecca's dark hair and Thomas's long eyelashes. Before the treatment, she had hated being mistaken for younger than she was. Now people called her sweetheart because they did not know what else to say. Thomas stood near the window with his arms folded. "You missed the motor evaluation," he said. "I was reading an emergency study." "It's always an emergency study." Rebecca moved beside Lelah and touched her wrist. The skin was warm. Her pulse remained steady. "The therapist thinks she tracked a light today," Thomas said. "That's good." "Is it?" Rebecca looked at him. He nodded toward their daughter. "Ma'am, you tell me. You're the doctor." The sentence landed exactly where he intended. Rebecca adjusted the blanket over Lilah's knees. She remembered the consent form lying beneath her hand 8 months earlier, dense with language about neural interruption, secondary biological response, and irreversible outcomes. Malcolm Voss had stood beside her, speaking softly. Without treatment, Lelah would continue to deteriorate. With it, there was a chance. Rebecca had signed before Thomas arrived. She had told herself there had been no time. As she moved the wheelchair toward the door, one wheel caught on something beneath the seat. Rebecca bent down. A hospital wristband lay on the floor, colorless except for a black line of text. There was no patient name, no date of birth, and no medical record number. Only 2 words had been printed across the blank plastic. Ward C. Lilah's fingers closed around Rebecca's wrist. It was the first deliberate movement she had made in 8 months. Lilah's grip lasted less than 3 seconds. Her fingers tightened around Rebecca's wrist, then loosened one by one. By the time Thomas called the therapist back into the room, Lilah's hand had fallen against the blanket as if it had never moved. "She grabbed me," Rebecca said. Thomas looked at the red marks on her skin. "I saw." The therapist tested Lilah's reflexes, asked her to squeeze 2 fingers, follow a pen light, and lift her thumb. Nothing happened. The movement was entered into the chart as an unconfirmed purposeful response, Rebecca kept the blank wristband. She placed it in her coat pocket and returned to radiology before Thomas could ask why a band marked Ward C had been beneath their daughter's chair. Over the next 4 days, the shapes multiplied. A girl with acute liver failure showed a narrow, child-shaped void bent beside the right lobe. Hours later, her enzyme levels began falling. A toddler with a malignant mass near his kidney had a smaller figure curled along the tumor. By morning, the mass had lost almost a third of its volume. In a 12-year-old with necrotizing pneumonia, the absence stood inside the left lung. That patient was breathing without support before Rebecca finished dictating the report. Each figure differed in height and posture, but all shared the same unfinished anatomy. No face, no internal detail, no boundary that behaved like tissue. They were visible in every imaging plane and absent from earlier studies. Rebecca created a private list. 9 patients. 9 impossible recoveries. 9 shapes appearing beside the part of the body that had been failing. She stopped using the word artifact. Elias found her late that night comparing the scans on an offline workstation. "You made a hidden teaching folder," he said. "The archive is changing." His expression settled into guarded patience. "Rebecca, I saw something on Owen Price's scan. You saw it too. Then it disappeared. I saw an imaging defect. You said it wasn't moving. That isn't the same as saying it was a child." Rebecca stared at him. Elias lowered his voice. "People here know what happened to Lila. You need to be careful about what you give them." "Give whom?" "Anyone waiting to say you came back too soon." He left before she could answer. The fluorescent strip above her desk began to flicker in a slow rhythm that matched the pulse visible on the scan before her. From the vent came a whisper. "My chest is heavy." Rebecca froze. A second voice answered from deeper inside the duct. "It hurts when I breathe in." Then another, younger voice said, "The light makes the sickness louder." Rebecca stood so quickly that her chair struck the wall. She crossed the room and placed her ear near the grill. The voices continued in the calm, descriptive cadence children used when adults ask them to explain pain. "My legs burn under the blanket. My stomach feels full of glass. There is a hard place behind my eye." The symptoms matched the cases on Rebecca's list. She started recording on her phone. "Who are you?" she asked. The ventilation fan shuddered. Then a child said, "We are getting better." Rebecca's mouth went dry. "That's what they say upstairs," another voice added. The first child began to cough. The cough was wet and deep, identical to the sound documented in the pneumonia patient's intake video. Rebecca followed the ductwork out of the reading room. The voices moved with her, passing from grill to grill along the darkened corridor. Their descriptions overlapped: burning nerves, pressure behind ribs, needles in joints, blood tasting like pennies. At the end of the hall, one voice separated from the others. A girl's voice. "The room goes yellow first," she said. Rebecca stopped. "Then everything sounds far away." Before Lila's seizures, she had always described the same aura. Yellow light. Distant voices. A metallic taste. Rebecca had written those words into her daughter's first neurological history herself. The voice continued. Mama puts her hand over my eyes, but the yellow is inside. Rebecca reached for the grill. Leela? The metal was so cold it burned her fingertips. Something small moved behind it. A face pressed briefly against the darkness beyond the slats. Not Lila's face, but close enough that Rebecca recognized her own mouth. Then the child whispered, "She kept the part of me that didn't hurt." The face withdrew before Rebecca could touch it. A dull scrape moved through the ventilation shaft, followed by the soft patter of hands, or something small enough to use hands, retreating into the walls. Rebecca remained beneath the grill until the metal warmed against her fingertips. When she played back the recording, there were no voices. Only the fan. At 7 the next morning, Dr. Malcolm Voss requested that she report to his office. His message contained no greeting and no explanation. Malcolm directed Ainsley's Center for Translational Neurology, though his influence extended far beyond that department. He had approved Rebecca's return to work. He had also designed the treatment that had stopped Lila's seizures. His office overlooked the Charles River through windows that never seemed to collect rain. Behind his desk stood framed photographs of children holding certificates, ringing treatment bells, and smiling beside wealthy donors. One photograph showed Malcolm shaking hands with Rebecca at a research gala. Lila's treatment had been announced 2 weeks later. Malcolm gestured to the chair opposite him. "You've been adding unusual observations to preliminary reports." Rebecca remained standing. "I've documented repeatable findings. You described pediatric silhouettes adjacent to diseased anatomy. That is what the images show. They show reconstruction errors. They appear in raw sequences. Then they are acquisition errors. In different scanners, different modalities, different departments." Malcolm folded his hands. He was a narrow man in his late 50s, immaculate without looking vain. Even now, his expression suggested concern rather than anger. "You have been through something no parent should endure," he said. Rebecca felt the familiar pressure build behind her ribs. "Do not use Lila to explain this. I am trying to protect you." "From what?" "From creating a record that could damage your credibility." He turned his monitor toward her. One of her unsigned reports filled the screen. The sentence describing a child-shaped region of signal absence had been highlighted. "Remove that language." "No." Malcolm studied her with the patience he reserved for frightened families. "These systems generate false structures constantly. Your mind is assigning meaning to them because you have returned under significant emotional strain. The patients recover after the figures appear. Children recover. Not like this. That is an impression, not evidence." Rebecca placed her phone on his desk. "I heard children inside the ventilation system describing the symptoms." Malcolm did not look at the phone. For one brief moment, the concern left his face. What replaced it was recognition. Then he leaned back. "Have you discussed these perceptions with anyone else?" The word perceptions told Rebecca more than his answer could have. She picked up the phone. "Remove the references," he said. "Effective immediately. All anomalous imaging findings related to this matter require my review before inclusion in a clinical report." You don't supervise radiology. Today, I do. Rebecca left without agreeing. By midday, her access to Owen Price's original study had been restricted. The other 8 scans remained available, but their child-shaped voids had vanished. Every report she had left unsigned had been returned with the relevant sentences deleted. Her private teaching folder was empty. Rebecca stopped trusting the digital archive. She went to record storage. Ainsley had converted most imaging studies decades earlier, but an underground reading library still contained films, microfiche, and optical discs from obsolete systems. The archivist, Colleen Marr, recognized Rebecca and allowed her inside after she claimed to be researching historical imaging artifacts. The room smelled of plastic sleeves and damp paper. Metal shelves extended beneath humming fluorescent lights. Unlike the polished hospital above, the archive had not been renovated for donors. Rebecca searched by diagnosis first. Congenital cardiomyopathy, pediatric lymphoma, autoimmune neuropathy, treatment-resistant epilepsy. The earliest relevant study came from 1998. She clipped the chest film onto a light box. Beside the patient's enlarged heart stood a child-shaped absence. Rebecca's breathing slowed. The scan had been made years before Ainsley installed digital reconstruction software. She found another from 1987, a figure curled beneath a diseased liver. Another from 1974, narrow shoulders beside a spinal tumor. In each case, the next films showed dramatic improvement. Rebecca copied the patient names into her notebook. Then she searched them. All belonged to families whose names appeared somewhere inside Ainsley. The Price Cardiac Pavilion, the Bellamy Surgical Wing, the Holt Foundation Library. One patient had become a state senator. Another now chaired the hospital's governing board. Each family had donated millions after the child recovered. Rebecca returned to the oldest film. A strip of adhesive had been placed across the lower corner, hiding part of the handwritten label. She peeled it back carefully. Beneath the patient's name was a second notation, faded but legible. Transfersept, Ward C. Behind Rebecca, the archive lights went out. In the darkness, a child whispered from between the shelves. Your daughter was not the first one he saved. Rebecca turned toward the whisper. The archive aisles were completely dark, but the light box still held a dying blue glow. On it, the old chest film showed the black outline of ribs and the pale, enlarged heart. The child-shaped absence beside it seemed deeper now, as though the darkness behind the film had opened into another room. Who are you? Rebecca asked. A small breath moved between the shelves. You know? The emergency lights came on. Red lamps illuminated the archive in broken sections. No child stood nearby. Only rows of films, boxes, and metal shelving stretched toward the locked door. Rebecca gathered the records she had found and left. The corridor outside should have led directly to the service elevator. She remembered passing one fire door and a drinking fountain on the way in. Now there were 4 fire doors. The hallway continued far beyond the elevator, narrowing beneath fluorescent tubes that failed one after another as she approached. Each extinguished light left a dark section behind her. Rebecca walked faster. The folders beneath her arm felt damp. When she looked down, She saw condensation gathering across the plastic sleeves, though the corridor was warm. A vent above her clicked. "Dr. Sloan," a child said. Rebecca stopped. The voice came from directly overhead. "Which part belongs to me?" She continued walking. Another grill carried another voice. "My lungs hurt when he runs." Then another. "She eats, and I feel sick. Please tell my mother I am still using her blood." Rebecca reached the elevator and pressed the button repeatedly. The doors did not open. The lights behind her failed in sequence. 1, 2, 3. In the final pool of fluorescent light, a small figure stood at the far end of the corridor. Its hospital gown hung below its knees. Its face seemed unfinished, features shifting whenever Rebecca tried to focus on them. For an instant, it had Owen Price's eyes. Then Gabriel Holt's mouth. Then Lila's dark hair. The elevator opened. Rebecca stepped inside and struck the button for radiology. As the doors closed, the child lifted one hand. A blank wristband circled its arm. Back in reading room 4, Rebecca locked the door and spread the archived records across her desk. She needed proof that could not be erased by altered images or dismissed as grief. She searched the clinical database for Lila's original neurological scans. The first study had been performed when Lila was 7, after she collapsed during breakfast and woke with blood on her tongue. Rebecca remembered the images perfectly. Abnormal electrical injury concentrated near the left temporal lobe, subtle enough that another radiologist might have missed it. Lila's record opened normally. Rebecca selected the earliest scan. The child-shaped void was not present. She moved through each series until she reached the final study performed before the experimental procedure. There, beside the diseased tissue, was a narrow absence Rebecca had never seen before. It stood within the skull. Not outside the body, but pressed behind Lila's left eye, its spine curved along the temporal lobe. One tiny hand appeared to rest against the region responsible for memory and language. Rebecca magnified the image. The figure was facing outward. A warning appeared across the screen. "Do studi identifate." Rebecca opened the linked record. The same scan appeared under a different patient number. She compared both files. Every slice was identical. Same anatomy. Same lesion. Same acquisition date. Same faint movement artifact caused when Lila had begun crying inside the machine. But the second record did not belong to Lila Sloan. The patient field contained no name. The date of birth was blank. Sex, age, address, guardian, insurance provider, and emergency contact had all been left empty. The chart contained no admission note and no discharge summary. Only a sequence of neurological observations beginning the night of Lila's procedure. Rebecca opened the most recent entry. Patient remains responsive to transferred pain. Facial stabilization incomplete. Language development accelerating. Maternal resemblance increasing. Below it was an anatomical diagram showing the progression of Lila's former disease through another child's brain. Rebecca scrolled to the patient location field. The screen flickered. The fluorescent lights went out. From the vent above her desk came the girl's voice again, clearer than before. Dr. Sloan, I found the memory you left inside me. The monitor refreshed. Where the second patient's name should have been, 3 words appeared. Daughter, Ward C. Rebecca copied the unnamed patient's record onto an encrypted drive before the screen went black. When the lights returned, the second chart had disappeared. She searched again, using the patient number, then the location field, then fragments of the phrase maternal resemblance increasing. The system returned no results. Lila's scan remained in her own file, clean and singular, as if it had never belonged to another body. The words daughter, Ward C were gone. Rebecca left radiology, carrying the drive, the blank wristband, and a folded copy of the oldest transfer record. She did not call Thomas. She knew what he would ask her to do: leave the hospital, contact an attorney, protect Lila. Protection was the word she had used 8 months earlier. It had hidden too much already. The public elevators ended at the first basement. The service elevators reached the second. None displayed a button for the restricted infrastructure level marked on Ainsley's internal plans. Rebecca spent an hour comparing fire maps, renovation permits, and maintenance schematics. Every drawing showed the same thing. Beneath the laundry level lay a shallow mechanical void filled with pipes and foundation supports. Yet the ventilation diagrams descended farther. The ducts carrying the children's voices converged beneath the eastern surgical wing, where no occupied room was supposed to exist. Near the loading dock, Rebecca found an older service elevator behind 2 linen carts. Its steel doors were scratched at the height of a child's hands. Inside, the panel showed buttons for the lobby and 2 basement levels. Below them was a circular metal plate where another button had been removed. Rebecca pressed her thumb against it. Nothing happened. She took out the blank wristband. When she held it near the panel, something clicked behind the wall. The circular plate sank beneath her thumb and glowed a weak amber. The doors closed. The elevator descended past the second basement. Then it continued. The floor indicator remained blank. The fluorescent tube above Rebecca flickered, and the car filled with a smell she knew from childhood wards. Antiseptic, overheated plastic, and the faint sweetness of liquid nutritional formula. The doors opened onto a corridor painted the green of old operating rooms. No signs identified the level. The ceiling was low. Pipes ran exposed along the walls, wrapped in insulation stained by condensation. Every few feet, a ventilation grill released the sound of uneven breathing. At the first doorway, Rebecca found 3 empty beds. At the second, a child sat upright beneath a white sheet. He appeared to be about 9 until he turned his head. Then his face changed. His cheeks narrowed, his eyes darkened, and for an instant Rebecca saw the features of the senator whose childhood scans she had found in the archive. A blank wristband circled the child's arm. "Does he still have headaches?" the boy asked. Rebecca could not answer. The child pressed both hands against his temples. One pupil widened while the other contracted. From the next room came a wet, laboring cough. Rebecca moved down the corridor. Children occupied every ward bay. Some lay beneath oxygen masks. Some sat silently in chairs too large for them. One girl's abdomen was swollen with fluid, while a television mounted above her bed showed a news report about a donor's daughter completing a charity marathon. A toddler twisted beneath a blanket as burns appeared and faded across his skin. A thin adolescent held his chest each time a monitor upstairs chimed through the intercom. Their faces would not remain stable. Features passed across them like reflections disturbed by water, borrowed eyes, inherited mouths, noses belonging to children whose photographs Rebecca had seen on Ainsley's walls. No face lasted long enough to become a person. The children watched her without surprise. "Dr. Sloan," several whispered. Rebecca followed the voices to the end of the ward. A glass isolation room stood behind a door marked only with the letter C. Inside sat the girl from the ventilation shaft. She looked older than Lila, but younger than Rebecca had imagined. Her dark hair had been cut unevenly at the shoulders. Her hospital gown exposed adhesive marks where electrodes had repeatedly been attached. Her face was still forming, but the mouth was Rebecca's. So were the hands. The girl stood and approached the glass. "You held her before they cleaned her," she said. Rebecca stopped breathing. Leela was born during a snowstorm. The generator failed in the West Wing. You counted her fingers twice because the left hand stayed closed. No report contained those details. The girl placed her palm against the glass. "You sang the wrong words to a song your mother used to sing. She opened her eyes when you said her name." Rebecca's knees weakened. "What are you?" The child's expression shifted, briefly becoming Lila's face at 7 years old. Then it became Rebecca's again. "I am where the treatment put everything you asked them to remove." Behind the girl, a monitor awakened. On its screen appeared a live image of Lila's brain. A child-shaped space stood inside it. This time, the figure was emptying. The image of Lila's brain remained on the monitor for 11 seconds. Rebecca watched the child-shaped space inside it contract as though something were being drawn through a narrow opening. The outline thinned at the shoulders, then at the head. Static crossed the screen. The girl behind the glass gasped and folded forward, both hands pressed to her left temple. At the same moment, the live image of Lila convulsed. Rebecca struck the intercom button. "Stop the feed." No one answered. The girl lifted her face. For one instant, it belonged entirely to Lila. Then the features slipped apart. "Archive," she whispered. "Before they know you came." A door opened behind Rebecca. She turned, expecting Malcolm or security, but the corridor was empty. At its far end, beneath a flickering red exit light, a narrow service door stood ajar. Cold air moved through it, carrying the smell of paper, iodine, and damp concrete. The room beyond had no place on any hospital plan. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling, packed with binders, film canisters, tapes, and boxes stamped with dates reaching back more than 50 years. Unlike the digital archive above, nothing here had been converted or anonymized. Every shelf was labeled with a family name. Price, Bellamy Holt, Redmond, Voss. Sloan. A gray binder bearing her surname sat at eye level. When Rebecca pulled it free, a second binder slid forward behind it. The spine was blank except for a code matching the nameless patient number from Lila's duplicate scan. Inside the Sloan binder were Lila's admission notes, seizure recordings, and the final consent form. Rebecca's signature appeared on the last page, sharp and hurried. Thomas's line remained empty. She turned backward through the document. The language was familiar. Experimental neural partition, pathological burden redistribution, high probability of catastrophic decline without intervention. Then she found the phrase Malcolm had spoken too quickly while pointing to the next signature tab. Secondary biological recipient. The paragraph beneath it stated that the recipient would assume all transferred pathological expression, including pain, progressive tissue damage, neurological burden, and hereditary markers. The recipient would not be identified to the primary patient's guardians. No custodial claim or post-procedural contact would be recognized. Rebecca remembered seeing the phrase. She also remembered sliding her eyes past it. What does secondary mean? Thomas had asked over the phone while driving to the hospital. A support culture, Rebecca had said. Probably cellular. She had not known that. She had not asked Malcolm because Lila had been seizing every hour and because he had said the treatment could begin as soon as she signed. But beneath the fear had been another thought, colder and more precise. If she asked, he might answer. If he answered, she might have to refuse. Rebecca opened the blank binder. The first page was a birth ledger. Most entries contained no names. Only dates, sex, gestational age, donor compatibility, and acquisition source. Some infants had been surrendered through private agencies. Others were listed as non-viable deliveries, despite recorded heart rates. Under legal step, each entry carried the same word. uninterrupted. The next section described substitute patients. Bodies maintained outside civil identity for the reception of diseases removed from approved beneficiaries. The program had begun with blood disorders. Then, tumors, organ failure, degenerative conditions, neurological disease. Children upstairs recovered. Children below inherited the consequences. Ainsley called it therapeutic separation. Rebecca could not yet make her mouth call it anything. Transfer summaries showed wealthy families donating new wings after successful procedures. Trustees authorized deeper excavation. Deaths in Ward C were recorded as tissue loss, never as children. Some recipients survived multiple transfers. Their faces changed as borrowed hereditary markers accumulated. Their speech developed from memories carried with the illnesses. At the back of Lila's recipient file, Rebecca found weekly photographs. The first showed an infant-sized body inside a warming unit. Later images showed accelerated growth, toddler, then 5, then 7. With each photograph, the face became more like Rebecca's. The most recent image had been taken that morning. A girl stood beside Lila's wheelchair in the rehabilitation clinic. Beneath the chair lay a blank wristband marked Ward C. Someone had written below the image, "Maternal recognition Akayavit. Return phase may begin." Behind Rebecca, Malcolm said, "You were never supposed to remember choosing her." Malcolm closed the archive door behind him. For several seconds, neither of them moved. The room seemed smaller with him inside it. Shelves pressed close on both sides, their labels repeating the names carved into hospital walls. Above them, an old fluorescent tube buzzed without fully lighting. "You knew I saw the phrase," Rebecca said. Malcolm's eyes settled on the open consent form. "I knew you were capable of understanding it." "That is not the same thing." "No," he said. "It is." Worse. The answer startled her more than denial would have. He stepped toward the binder, but did not try to take it. Leela's disease was unusually aggressive. The seizures were spreading into structures we could not preserve. Without intervention, she would have lost language, memory, motor control, then breathing. She lost those things anyway. Not from the disease. Rebecca felt the archive tilt. Malcolm spoke with the precision of a physician, explaining an adverse outcome. The transfer succeeded. Every pathological process was removed from Lila's brain and received below. The damage occurred during extraction. Neural tissue collapsed along the transfer boundary. You told me the disease caused it. I let you believe the treatment had saved something. Rebecca looked down at the photographs in the blank binder. The substitute child had grown in unnatural increments, her face gradually borrowing the architecture of Rebecca's family. What is she? A biological recipient. She is a child. She was built to become one. The words seemed to leave a taste in the air. Malcolm explained that the earliest substitutes had been ordinary infants, hidden through falsified death certificates and private surrender networks. Too many died during transfer. Later, Ainsley learned to cultivate recipients from compatible tissue and accelerate their development around the disease they were meant to carry. They began without faces because identity interfered with acceptance. But illness carried more than damaged cells. It carried hormonal patterns, sensory associations, reflexes, fragments of language, and the inherited shape of the body that produced it. The longer a substitute survived, the more closely it resembled the child whose suffering it held. In Lila's case, Malcolm said, the neurological burden contained unusually dense autobiographical material. Her memories? Not complete memories. Recognition. Attachment. My attachment? Both of yours. Rebecca thought of the girl describing the snowstorm, the closed hand, the song sung incorrectly after birth. Those moments had belonged only to Rebecca and Lila. Yet illness had been there too, invisible and waiting. How conscious is she? Malcolm's expression changed by less than a breath. Rebecca understood. She has always been conscious. The recipient required wakeful monitoring. She felt every seizure. She expressed every seizure. For 8 months. Time is difficult to measure under continuous neurological distress. Rebecca closed her eyes. She imagined Lila's first aura, yellow light, distant voices, the metallic taste. She had once held her daughter through 12 seizures in a single night and believed nothing could be worse than watching. Below them, another child had opened her eyes inside the same pain and never been allowed to close them. The intercom crackled. A girl's voice filled the archive. He says I was asleep. Malcolm looked toward the ceiling. For the first time, Rebecca saw fear in him. I learned sleeping from Lila, the voice continued. She did it between the hurting. Rebecca moved toward the door. Malcolm caught her arm. If you enter the isolation room, recognition will stabilize. Once she understands herself as Lila's counterpart, the transfer may reverse. Then reverse it. Leela's disease will return to its original body. Rebecca pulled free. In Ward C, alarms had begun sounding one after another. She reached the glass room. The child stood on the other side, trembling, her face shifting between Lila at 7, Rebecca at 43, and something pale and unfinished between them. Rebecca unlocked the door. The girl collapsed into her arms. Her body was burning, but her hands were cold. Against Rebecca's shoulder, she smelled of antiseptic, sweat, and the strawberry shampoo Lila had used before the procedure. "I kept it all," she whispered. "I didn't let any of it die." Rebecca held her tighter. The child drew back and looked at her with Lila's eyes. "Which one of us did you come to save?" Behind them, every monitor in Ward C changed at once. On each screen, one word appeared. Returning. The word remained on every monitor. Returning. Then Ward C erupted. Children screamed from behind locked doors as alarms layered over one another. Cardiac warnings, oxygen failures, seizure alerts. Tones Rebecca had spent her career learning to separate. Now they merged into a single mechanical cry. The girl in her arms convulsed. Rebecca lowered her to the floor and turned her onto her side. Her face changed with each breath. Lila, Rebecca, an unknown infant, then Lila again. Malcolm reached for the wall controls. "Keep the rooms sealed," he said. "Recognition is spreading through the ward." Rebecca blocked him. "You mean they are becoming people? They are destabilizing the transfer network." They were never the unstable part. Across the corridor, a boy struck the glass of his isolation room. His features settled into those of the senator whose childhood migraines he carried. For the first time, they did not shift away. "My name is Andrew," he said. Malcolm stared at him. The boy pressed both hands against the glass. "My mother called me Drew when it rained." The senator's file had listed the same childhood nickname. Rebecca understood what was happening. As the diseases returned to their original bodies, the substitutes were losing the borrowed anatomy that had kept them unfinished. But the memories carried inside those illnesses remained behind. Enough fragments had accumulated to form identities. She took the encrypted drive from her pocket. The archive terminal stood inside the records room, connected to Ainsley's internal network. Rebecca pushed past Malcolm, inserted the drive, and opened every folder she had copied. Transfer ledgers, recipient photographs, donor agreements, falsified death records, and Lila's consent form. Malcolm followed her. "If you release those records, families will panic." "They should. Children upstairs will die." Rebecca looked at him. "Children downstairs already did." She sent the archive to every address she could reach: state regulators, federal investigators, hospital trustees, medical journals, local reporters, Thomas. The upload began. Malcolm pulled the drive free, but the files continued moving across the network. "You do not understand the scale," he said. "Hundreds of transfers are active. Some recipients are housed in other institutions. Then they will know where to look." A heavy lock disengaged somewhere in the ward. Rebecca opened the central control panel and selected every isolation room. Malcolm seized her wrist. "Once those doors open, the system will interpret it as consent for reintegration." "Whose consent?" "The original guardians." "No," Rebecca said. "Ours." She pressed the release. Every door in Ward C opened. The reversal passed through the hospital like an electrical failure. Lights dimmed. Ventilation fans stopped. Somewhere above them, children began crying out as cancers reappeared, lungs filled, nerves burned, and damaged hearts remembered their weakness. The substitute children stepped from their rooms. One girl touched her flattened abdomen and whispered the name of a beach she had never visited. A toddler whose burns had vanished stared at his unmarked hands and said he remembered the smell of his father's coat. Two boys embraced because each carried half of the same dying child's memories. Their faces stabilized. Not into the faces of the patients upstairs, but into new arrangements made from everything they had endured. The girl beside Rebecca opened her eyes. Her face was no longer Lila's. She still had Rebecca's mouth and Lila's dark eyes, but the rest belonged only to herself. "What is my name?" she asked. Rebecca knelt beside her. "I don't know." The girl considered this without fear. "Then I'll choose one." Before she could speak, Rebecca's phone rang. "Thomas," she answered. His breathing was ragged. Behind him, nurses shouted and equipment struck the floor. "Rebecca," he said. "Leela is seizing." The old helplessness opened inside her. She pictured Lila's body rigid in the wheelchair, yellow light filling her vision, every sound receding. Rebecca could still stop the reversal. The emergency terminal offered one command: restore the transfers and send the diseases back below. Malcolm saw her looking at it. "Save your daughter," he said. The unnamed girl reached for Rebecca's hand. Her fingers were cold, but the grip was deliberate. Rebecca closed the control panel. "Stay with her," she told Thomas. "Do not let her wake up alone." Then she turned away from the terminal. Above them, the hospital filled with returning pain. The children of Ward C began walking toward the elevator, each carrying a name they had chosen or remembered. Rebecca followed them until the girl beside her stopped beneath a dark ventilation grill. Something small was moving inside the shaft. Not retreating. Climbing upward. The thing inside the ventilation shaft reached the grill and stopped. Rebecca saw only a small hand curled around the metal slats. Then the hospital's emergency generator started. The fans roared back to life, and the hand vanished into the dark. By morning, Ward C was no longer secret. Reporters filled the pavement outside Ainsley. State police sealed the administrative floors. Federal investigators carried archive boxes past the donor wall while parents demanded to know which recoveries had been purchased and which children had paid for them. The files Rebecca released named 417 original patients. 109 were still alive when the transfers reversed. 32 died within the first day. Others returned to intensive care with diseases absent for years. Some families called Rebecca a murderer. Others asked whether the reversal could be stopped. It could not. The children from Ward C survived in smaller numbers than the records suggested. Many had died without names and been listed as failed biological material. 58 were found beneath Ainsley. More were recovered from linked hospitals overseas and across North America. The law did not know what to do with them. They had no birth certificates, legal parents, or recognized ages. Genetic testing connected some to the families whose illnesses they had carried but none were accepted as relatives. Their memories belonged to strangers. Their faces belonged partly to no one. The girl who had carried Lila's disease chose the name Grace. She said it was the first word Rebecca had spoken after Lila was born, though Rebecca could not remember saying it. Grace entered protective custody. She learned to read with unnatural speed and slept with the lights on. Whenever Rebecca visited, Grace asked no questions about joining the Sloan family. She understood that resemblance was not the same as belonging. Lila survived the first week. Her seizures returned with the same yellow aura and distant sounds, but disease no longer behaved as before. Years of expression inside Grace had changed it. Lila sometimes woke speaking words Grace remembered. Once, she called Rebecca Mama, in a voice belonging to neither of them. Rebecca stopped working at Ainsley. She testified before medical boards, criminal investigators, and families who watched her, as if deciding whether grief made her innocent. She never said Malcolm had deceived her, without adding that she had allowed him to. He was charged with fraud, unlawful human experimentation, and falsification of death records. Rebecca was charged later. She pleaded guilty to authorizing the procedure and concealing the consent language from Thomas. Her sentence allowed supervised release, while Lila remained medically dependent. Some called that mercy. Rebecca did not. She moved into Thomas's spare room and slept beside Lila's bed. Through seizures, she held her daughter's hand and described the room so Lila would have something to return to. Blue curtains, the clicking radiator, rain against the glass, morning beginning over Boston. At first, Rebecca refused to sleep. Each time she drifted off, she dreamed of Ward C extending beneath every hospital in the city. Children stood inside the walls, waiting for someone upstairs to become healthy. After 3 sleepless nights, she collapsed beside Lila's bed. The next morning, an emergency brain scan showed Lila's disease had progressed. That was not why the radiologist called Rebecca into the reading room. A child-shaped void stood beside Lila's temporal lobe. It was larger than before. Over the following months, the figure appeared in Lila's scans, in Grace's chest films, and finally in Rebecca's imaging. It never touched an organ. It simply stood nearby, watching. Its growth followed no medical pattern. After Rebecca slept, it aged. A night of rest added a year to its height, its bones, the unfinished suggestion of its face. If she remained awake, it did not change. Rebecca learned to live in short intervals of exhaustion. She slept only when Lila slept, accepting that each surrender brought the figure closer to adulthood. One winter evening, Lila opened her eyes after a seizure and looked directly at her. "There is a girl behind you," she said. Rebecca did not turn. "What does she look like?" Lila listened to something Rebecca could not hear. "She says she looks like the part of you that kept sleeping." That night, Rebecca lay beside her daughter and closed her eyes deliberately. In the morning, the new scan showed the figure fully grown. It had Rebecca's face. And in its arms, it was holding a sleeping child. Some institutions survive not because their secrets are invisible, but because the people closest to them decide that knowing less is safer than asking one more question. Rebecca's love for Lila was real, yet love did not make her choice innocent. Ward C existed in the space between what she was told and what she refused to understand. Perhaps that is why the final figure continues to grow whenever she sleeps. Guilt does not disappear when the truth is exposed. Sometimes it simply becomes old enough to resemble the person who carried it. Story 3. The first body to lose its clothes was Mr. Alden Price, who had been dead for 9 hours and had never been known, in life, to remove so much as his jacket in company. Agnes Weller discovered him just before dawn in the preparation room of Weller and Sons funeral home. The brass plaque kept the old name because Savannah respected continuity more than accuracy, and because Agnes's Uncle Everett said grief preferred a lie that had aged well. Mr. Price lay beneath the fluorescent lights with his arms arranged neatly at his sides. His gray hair had been combed. His face still wore the mild, disappointed expression Agnes had worked half an hour to soften. But the dark blue suit she had dressed him in was gone. At first, she assumed Everett had changed his mind about the family's selection. It happened. Sons who had ignored their fathers for a decade became particular about lapel width once the casket was open. Daughters who had not visited the hospital suddenly remembered what color tie their father hated. The dead inspired a precision in the living that love had often failed to produce. Agnes checked the garment rack. Empty. She looked beneath the preparation table, then inside the linen cabinet, though there was no sensible reason for a 3-piece suit to be in either place. The room smelled of starch, antiseptic, and lilies. Beyond the narrow windows, the city was blue with early morning, its iron balconies wet from the night rain. "Everett," she called. No answer came from the hallway. She covered Mr. Price with a sheet and went looking. Weller and Sons occupied a narrow stucco building on Abercorn Street, pale as old bone and deep enough that visitors underestimated how many rooms it held. The public rooms faced the street. Chapel, arrangement office, viewing parlor. Behind them ran the private anatomy of the business: preparation room, cold room, laundry, sewing room, records office, and the long back corridor where every sound traveled farther than it should. Agnes had worked there since she was 17. At 46, she knew every warped floorboard, every door that swelled in damp weather, every air vent that whispered after the compressors stopped. That morning, the corridor made a sound she did not know. It was not footsteps. It was softer, a measured brushing, like trouser cuffs passing over carpet. Agnes stood still. The sound stopped. She told herself a garment bag had slipped from a hook. She told herself the vents were shifting dust. Then she saw the suit. It stood at the far end of the corridor outside the chapel doors. Not hung. Not draped. Stewed. The shoulders held their shape as if resting on a man. The sleeves bent slightly at the elbows. The trousers descended in 2 clean lines to the floor. Agnes could not see a hanger. There was no mannequin beneath it. The jacket was buttoned over in absence. For a long moment, neither she nor the suit moved. Then one trouser leg slid forward. The fabric whispered against the carpet. Agnes stepped backward until her shoulders struck the wall. The suit advanced again, not toward her, but sideways, with a dragging motion in the right leg. Mr. Price had walked that way. A childhood injury, his daughter had said. He had hated people noticing. The suit crossed the corridor with his limp. It stopped before the closed door of the arrangement office. Inside, someone shifted in a chair. Agnes remembered that Mr. Price's eldest son had arrived early to sign the cremation authorization. He had spent the previous evening arguing about the expense of the casket while his father lay 10 yards away. The office door opened. Thomas Price looked out, irritated, holding a paper cup. Someone there? The empty suit turned toward him. Its collar rose slowly, as though an invisible throat had filled it. Thomas dropped the cup. Coffee spread across the carpet. The suit took one careful step forward, dragging its right leg. From inside the jacket came the faint pull of thread tightening through cloth. Agnes saw a white label emerge beneath the collar, pushing itself outward stitch by stitch. It did not bear a tailor's name. In small black letters it read, "Unpaid debt, 1 father." Thomas Price did not read the label. Agnes moved before he could. She caught the empty jacket by both shoulders and felt nothing inside it but cold air and the faint vibration of thread drawing tight. The trousers collapsed first. Then, the sleeves folded against her wrists, suddenly ordinary, suddenly heavy. "What in God's name?" Thomas whispered. "A display form," Agnes said. Her voice sounded practiced enough to convince a stranger. She had spent 29 years telling families that bruising was natural, swelling could be softened, and their loved one looked peaceful. Because peace was sometimes a service purchased by the hour. The stand must have broken. Thomas stared at the suit in her arms. Coffee soaked his shoes. "My father hated that suit." "You selected it." My sister selected it." Agnes folded the jacket across itself, hiding the white label beneath one lapel. "Then perhaps you should speak to her." She called Everett before Thomas could ask another question. Her uncle arrived wearing his reading glasses and the expression he reserved for crises that might become public. He listened, then told Thomas a junior employee had mishandled the garment during steaming. There was no junior employee on duty. By 7 o'clock, Mr. Price was dressed again. Agnes cut out the label before replacing the jacket. The stitches resisted her scissors. They squealed as the blades closed, like mice behind plaster. She wrapped the strip of cloth in gauze and locked it inside the bottom drawer of her sewing table. The rest of the morning proceeded with the indecent normality of all bad days. A widow chose rosewood instead of mahogany because her husband had disliked red tones. 2 brothers argued over whether their mother should wear pearls. A young couple brought in a white dress for their infant daughter and apologized because they had forgotten to remove the price tag. Agnes dressed the child alone. She worked gently, easing each small arm through the sleeves while rain began again against the high windows. The dress smelled faintly of department store perfume. The mother had asked Agnes to tie the sash in a proper bow because the baby had never worn one while alive. This was the part of the work Agnes still believed in. Not the cosmetics, not the contracts, not Everett's soft assurances about closure. Clothing mattered because it was the final decision the living made for someone who could no longer object. Near noon, the receptionist brought her a cream envelope. The return address belonged to Halpern, Vale, and Crowley, the firm that had handled her mother's estate. Agnes knew what it contained before opening it. Clara had filed another petition. Her sister's name appeared 3 times in the first paragraph and once in Agnes's thoughts before she forced it out. Clara had been absent during the months of bed linens, morphine spoons, and midnight calls. Clara had arrived for the funeral in dark glasses, accused Agnes of isolating their mother, then demanded half of everything. The house. The savings. The silver tea service their mother had promised both daughters and later signed solely to Agnes. You left, Agnes thought, folding the letter. She did not think about the final week, when their mother had repeatedly asked for Clara, and Agnes had said she did not know the number. Everett found her in the sewing room. You should let the attorneys answer it. She wants what she didn't earn. Families don't inherit according to effort. They should. Everett glanced toward the locked drawer. That thinking is how people choose badly. Before Agnes could ask what he meant, the cold room bell rang. It was a brass pull bell installed before electric alarms, kept because Everett said old families trusted old sounds. It rang once when the inner door opened. Then again. Then a third time. Agnes and Everett reached the cold room together. Inside, Mrs. Delavos lay beneath a sheet. Agnes had dressed her that morning in a lavender church suit with pearl buttons selected by a niece who had not visited in 6 years. The sheet preserved the shape of the body, but beneath it, Mrs. Voss was naked. From the corridor came the delicate tap of hard-soled women's shoes. Agnes turned. The far end of the hall, the lavender suit was walking toward the front parlor. Pinned inside its empty collar was a fresh white label. This one bore only 2 words. The unspoken apology. The lavender suit reached the front parlor before Agnes did. Its empty shoes tapped across the polished floor, each step small and careful, as though Mrs. Voss were once again approaching a room where she expected to be unwelcome. In life, she had walked with her chin lifted and her left hand closed around the handle of her handbag. Now the left sleeve remained bent at the elbow, its cuff clenched around nothing. Her niece, Celia, stood beside the guest book. When she saw the suit, she made a sound too thin to be called a scream. "Stop it," she whispered. The suit halted 3 feet away. The white label inside the collar turned outward by itself. The unspoken apology. Celia covered her mouth. I was coming to see her. Agnes gripped the parlor doorframe. When? Celia looked at the empty lavender shoulders. Before she got worse. The right sleeve lifted. Not accusingly, pleadingly. Celia began to cry before the cuff reached her. Everett stepped between them and threw a burial cloth over the suit. It collapsed at once, shoes tipping sideways beneath the fabric. He told Celia that grief could produce vivid impressions, that lack of sleep distorted ordinary things, that the funeral home would postpone the viewing at no additional cost. He said it all with such practiced calm that Agnes understood he had used the words before. They returned Mrs. Voss's clothes to the cold room. Agnes cut out the label and placed it beside Mr. Price's in her locked drawer. By evening, there were 3. The third came from Walter Baines, a retired dock worker whose family had brought a brown Sunday coat polished shiny at the elbows. His body was being prepared for transport when the coat vanished from the dressing table. They found it near the back entrance, advancing toward a woman who had arrived carrying a sleeping boy of perhaps 9 years old. The coat did not move with Walter's familiar dockside limp. Agnes had seen him walk only once, when he came to arrange his wife's burial. He had leaned heavily to the left then. Now the empty coat moved slowly, almost shyly, with both arms held close to its sides. The woman backed against the wall. The boy woke and stared at the hollow collar. "Is that him?" he asked. The label read, "Abandoned Shield." The woman fled before Agnes could ask her name. That night, Agnes began keeping notes. She listed the dead, the garments, the labels, and the people before whom the clothes appeared. She wrote down every motion: the drag of Mr. Price's leg, Mrs. Voss's lifted cuff, the careful steps of Walter Baines's coat. At first, she assumed the clothes copied the dead, as they had been remembered. By the fourth incident, she knew that was wrong. Reverend Hollis Crane had been laid out in white vestments with a narrow gold stole. Shortly before his viewing, the stole and cassock left the chapel and crossed the corridor toward Everett's office. The garments did not move with the Reverend's public stride, measured and dignified. They moved hunched forward, the hands of the sleeves pressed together as though begging someone in private. The label inside the stole read, "Promise deliberately broken." Everett locked his office door before the garments reached it. Agnes heard him slide a cabinet against the wood. "Who did he promise?" she called. No answer. The cassock stopped outside. One sleeve rose and knocked 3 times. Everett remained silent. The garments knocked again, but now the rhythm changed. 2 quick taps, 1 slow. Agnes had heard that pattern earlier in the day from Reverend Crane's widow, when she described the way he used to announce himself at the kitchen door. Then Agnes understood. The clothes were not imitating how the dead moved through life. They were repeating how each dead person had last approached the living person who failed them. Behind Everett's door, something scraped across the floor. The cassock leaned close to the wood. From inside the office came the faint sound of Everett whispering, "I told you I would burn it." A second label began stitching itself beneath the first. This one did not name an obligation. It named Agnes. The second label completed itself 1 stitch at a time. Agnes Weller, beneficiary. Agnes read it twice before Everett opened his office door. He moved quickly. One hand seized the cassock, while the other tore the label from the stole hard enough to split the fabric. The garments collapsed around his shoes. "What does that mean?" Agnes asked. "It means someone has access to our supplies." "You heard it knocking." "I heard fabric against a door." "You spoke to it." Everett gathered the vestments into his arms. His face had gone the grayish color of old newspaper, but his voice remained level. Exhausted people create patterns. Families misremember things. Employees play cruel jokes. Old locks fail. Garments slide from hangers. They do not walk. No respectable person will believe that they do. He carried the vestments to the preparation room and placed them beside Reverend Crane's body. The dead man's hands remained folded over his chest, though Agnes was certain she had left them at his sides. Everett insisted on calling a staff meeting. There were only 4 employees besides them. Leanh at reception, Mr. Caskey, the embalmer, 2 part-time attendants who collected bodies after hours. Everett questioned each person separately. He searched lockers, checked door keys, and examined the garment racks for hidden wire. He found nothing. By afternoon, his explanation had acquired polish. A faulty cold room latch had allowed access. A grieving visitor had moved Mrs. Voss's suit in confusion. Thomas Price had exaggerated what he saw after dropping hot coffee. Someone had attached labels as part of an elaborate practical joke. "We have served this city for 73 years, Everett told Agnes in the arrangement office. Reputation is not vanity, it is survival. And if another one walks, then we discover who is carrying it." They reviewed the security recordings that evening. Everett sat at the computer while Agnes stood behind him. The camera system had been installed after a jewelry theft and recorded the private corridor, preparation room entrance, rear door, and cold room threshold. The first two incidents appeared useless. At the time Mr. Price's suit had moved, the corridor camera showed only rolling static. During Mrs. Voss's appearance, the image froze on an empty hallway while the clock continued advancing in words along the bottom of the screen. "Faulty wiring," Everett said. Agnes watched his hand tighten around the mouse. The recording from that afternoon was clear. The cold room door opened. No one stood behind it. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, the white funeral gown belonging to Miss Elspeth Garrow emerged through the doorway. Agnes had dressed Miss Garrow less than an hour earlier. The gown was old-fashioned, with lace cuffs and a row of cloth-covered buttons. In the recording, it stepped into the corridor while retaining the precise shape of a narrow-waisted woman. There was no body inside it. The empty sleeves hung naturally. The skirt lifted slightly with each step. Even the lace at the throat curved around the absence of a neck. Everett stopped the recording. Neither of them spoke. "Play it again," Agnes said. He did not move. "Play it again." Everett rewound the footage, but instead of restarting it, he opened the archive menu. Rows of dated recordings appeared. Agnes saw several files marked for manual retention. Most carried ordinary descriptions: jewelry complaint, loading door, family dispute. One entry bore her mother's name: Evelyn Weller, private preparation. Agnes leaned closer. The file had been saved on the night of her mother's funeral. "What is that?" Everett's hand jerked. He clicked the entry, then immediately selected delete. Agnes caught his wrist before he could confirm. "Open it." "It is nothing." "Then let me see it." For a moment, they struggled silently over the mouse. Everett was stronger than she expected. He pulled free and struck the confirmation key. The file vanished. Agnes stared at the empty line where her mother's name had been. "You said the cameras failed." "They did." "You saved that recording." Everett stood so abruptly that the chair rolled into the wall. On the monitor, the paused image of Miss Garrow's gown remained in the corridor. Behind it, barely visible through the cold room doorway, stood a headless mannequin Agnes had never seen before. It wore her mother's pale green funeral dress, and one silk-covered arm was raised, pointing directly at Everett. Everett shut off the monitor. The image disappeared, but Agnes continued to see the raised silk arm in the dark screen. Her mother had been buried in that dress. Agnes had chosen the fabric herself, a pale green silk with a dull sheen that changed under different light. Evelyn Weller had once worn green to every spring luncheon, claiming black-made mourners look as though they expected applause. Agnes had altered the dress after her mother's body lost weight, taking in the waist and shortening the sleeves by hand. There had been no mannequin in the cold room that night. "There is no dress," Everett said. Agnes looked at him. "I saw it. You saw a corrupted image. You deleted the recording. Because it showed nothing useful. It showed my mother." Everett's face tightened. "Your mother is buried at Bonaventure." The certainty in his voice did not comfort her. It sounded rehearsed. Before Agnes could press him further, something touched the office door from the other side. Not a knock. A soft settling of cloth against wood. Everett did not turn around. Agnes opened the door. 3 empty garments stood in the corridor. Miss Garrow's white gown occupied the center, lace hands folded at its waist. Reverend Crane's cassock leaned near the wall. Beside it hung Mr. Price's blue suit, its right trouser leg drawn slightly behind the left. They had not approached while Agnes and Everett argued. They had gathered silently. Every collar faced the office. Everett pushed past her and pulled the door shut. "No one leaves this room until they are gone. They know you're here. They know nothing." The garments remained outside for nearly an hour. Through the frosted glass, Agnes watched their shadows shift. Now and then, one sleeve lifted. The sound of thread passing through fabric came faintly through the door, patient and repetitive. When Leanh telephoned from reception to report that the Crane family had arrived, Everett ordered her to keep them in the front parlor. He called the part-time attendants and told them not to come in. Then he stood beside the window, refusing to look toward the hall. Agnes noticed sweat darkening the back of his collar. "What did Reverend Crane promise you?" she asked. Everett stared through the rain-streaked glass. "What did my mother sign?" He said nothing. The office became colder. Not the mechanical cold of the preparation rooms, but the damp cold of a house left empty through winter. The framed photographs on the walls clouded from within. In one, Evelyn Weller stood between Agnes and Clara at the funeral home's anniversary dinner. Agnes had always remembered her mother's hand resting on her shoulder. Now, through the mist beneath the glass, the hand appeared to be reaching toward Clara. A rapid knock sounded from the viewing room. Leanh called again. Her voice shook. "There are clothes outside every door." Agnes opened the office despite Everett's protest. The corridor was crowded. Empty suits, dresses, robes, and church coats stood before the locked rooms of Weller and Sons. Some were garments Agnes had dressed bodies in only days earlier. Others were older, their fabrics yellowed, their cuts decades out of fashion. None moved. They simply waited. The funeral home seemed to contract around them. The ceiling felt lower. The corridor stretched farther than its walls allowed, ending in darkness beyond the preparation room. The scent of lilies had turned sweet and rotten. Agnes walked between the garments. Their sleeves brushed her shoulders without wind. Each carried a white label. A name removed from a will. A shield sent away. A deathbed request neck-gored. Money kept after forgiveness was promised. She reached the sewing room and locked herself inside. Her hands had begun to ache. When she looked down, pale green strands protruded from beneath her fingernails. Agnes tried to pull one free. It tightened. Pain traveled through her fingers into her wrists as more threads surfaced beneath the nails, fine as hair and glossy with moisture. She recognized the color immediately. It was the silk thread she had used to alter her mother's funeral dress. On the table, the locked bottom drawer began to tremble. Inside lay the labels Agnes had removed. The key turned by itself. The drawer slid open. Mr. Price's label and Mrs. Voss's label were gone. In their place rested a single strip of pale green silk. Black letters appeared across it as Agnes watched. One sister disinherit. From inside the closet behind her came the slow, unmistakable sound of someone breathing through fabric. Agnes did not open the closet. The breathing continued behind the door, slow and shallow with the faint rasp of silk drawn across teeth. She backed away until the sewing table pressed against her hips. The green threads beneath her fingernails pulled toward the floor. Not toward the closet. Toward the old cutting cabinet in the rear wall. The cabinet had stood there since Agnes was a child. A tall mahogany piece filled with rusted shears, pattern weights, and bolts of mourning crepe, too brittle to use. Evelyn had forbidden her daughters from moving it. Everett later claimed it concealed damaged plaster. Now a narrow line of cold air passed around its edges. Agnes dragged the cabinet aside. Behind it was a door painted the same yellowed white as the wall. No handle showed, only a keyhole surrounded by scratches. Several pale green threads emerged from beneath Agnes's nails, stretched across the room, and entered the lock. Something clicked. The door opened inward. Stone steps descended beneath the funeral home. Agnes took the lamp from her sewing table and went down. The staircase was older than the building above it. Moisture shone on the brick walls, and the air smelled of camphor, dust, and the closed sweetness of clothes stored beside bodies. With every step, the sounds of the funeral home faded until she could no longer hear the compressors or the rain. At the bottom stood another door. This one bore a brass plaque. Garment, Archive. Below it, engraved in smaller letters, were the words, "What the dead cannot carry, the living may assume." Agnes pushed the door open. The room beyond was larger than the entire ground floor should have allowed. Rows of clothing racks disappeared into darkness. Dresses, suits, uniforms, children's coats, wedding gowns, military jackets, and church robes hung beneath linen covers. Each was tagged with a surname and a burial date. Some dates went back more than a century. Between the racks stood headless mannequins. Dozens of them. They wore garments too carefully fitted to be displays. A nurse's uniform strained over a rounded chest that rose and fell. A boy's sailor suit trembled at the knees. An old-fashioned mourning dress turned slightly as Agnes passed, following her with the smooth, blank oval where its head should have been. She kept the lamp raised. At the center of the archive sat a long accounting desk. Leather ledgers filled its shelves, their spines labeled by year. Agnes opened the nearest volume. The columns did not record caskets or embalming fees. They listed the dead, the obligation extracted, and the recipient selected to receive it. Beatrice Lowell, concealment of illegitimate daughter, assumed by household maid. Judge Alton Reeve, wrongful conviction, assumed by surviving clerk. Henry Mercer Bell, unpaid wages and resulting deaths, divided among 4 laborers' widows. Beside each entry appeared a payment amount. The wealthy had paid well. Agnes turned pages faster. Some obligations had been transferred into relatives who volunteered. Others had been placed into servants, employees, debtors, or strangers who believed they were wearing keepsakes from the deceased. A drawer beneath the desk contained printed contracts on thick cream paper. At the top of each was the Weller crest, the Weller Peaceful Departure Service. The language was restrained and elegant. It promised that the deceased could be released from burdensome earthly attachments through the ceremonial preparation of selected attire. A living recipient would assume the unresolved obligation upon wearing the garment. The service guaranteed privacy. It did not guarantee consent. Agnes read the signature lines. Savannah names she recognized appeared throughout the contracts. Old families whose houses faced the squares, whose portraits hung in banks, whose donations had built hospital wings. The funeral home had not merely dressed their dead. It had laundered their guilt. A sound moved through the archive. One by one, the covered garments turned toward Agnes. She searched the desk for records bearing Evelyn Weller's name. In the lowest cabinet, behind a locked iron panel, she found a slim green ledger. Her mother's initials were stamped into the cover. Inside lay a contract marked rejected in Everett's handwriting. Evelyn had refused the transfer. Beneath it was a second authorization, approved after her death. The recipient line had been left blank. The witness signature belonged to Everett. The authorization signature belonged to Agnes. She stared at her own handwriting. She had never signed it. Behind her, bare wooden feet touched the stone floor. Agnes turned. At the end of the aisle stood the headless mannequin wearing her mother's pale green dress. Pinned over its heart was a fresh label. Recipient already selected. The mannequin did not move while Agnes approached it. That made it worse. Her mother's pale green dress held the shape of a breathing body, the silk tightening across an invisible rib cage before loosening again. The hem hovered a finger's width above the stone floor. Agnes could see the stitches she had made years earlier along the waist, each one small and exact. Her own work had become evidence against her. She reached for the label pinned over the mannequin's heart. Recipient already selected. The fabric beneath it was warm. Agnes pulled her hand away. Behind her, pages began turning across the accounting desk. The green ledger had opened by itself to a section titled Transfer Compulsion. The entries described the process plainly. The unfinished responsibility of the deceased was fixed into the burial garment during preparation. The garment was then removed before interment and placed upon a living recipient. Once worn, the obligation passed completely from the dead. Not the memory of it. Not merely the guilt. The obligation itself. A debt became collectible from the new wearer. An abandoned person began dreaming of the substitute parent. A lie followed the recipient's name into official records. Promises, injuries, betrayals, and concealed crimes attached themselves to the living body until acknowledgement, restitution, or death completed the transfer. Agnes thought of the old clothes hanging throughout the archive. How many? she whispered. A voice answered from the stairwell. Enough to keep this family comfortable. Everett stood in the doorway, holding a lantern and a revolver. The weapon looked absurd in his hand. The archive had no fear of bullets. Its garments rustled softly around him, sleeves brushing one another like an audience, settling before a performance. "You forged my signature," Agnes said. Everett descended the final step. "I preserved the business. You used my mother. Your mother tried to destroy everything." He placed the lantern on the desk, but kept the revolver pointed downward. "She discovered the service after your father died. She had benefited from it for years without knowing. Most of Savannah has." Agnes looked at the ledgers. "What did father transfer?" Everett's mouth hardened. "That is not relevant. It is to me. He left debts, financial and otherwise. And someone else wore them. Someone was compensated." The mannequins shifted. A child's coat turned its blank collar toward Everett. He lowered his voice. "Your mother wanted to contact the families. She wanted to publish the ledgers. She believed responsibility could be returned as though it were misaddressed mail. She was right. She would have ruined us." Agnes picked up the rejected contract. Evelyn's signature appeared beneath a handwritten statement. "No peace purchased through another person's suffering can belong to the dead." Below, it was the second authorization in Agnes's handwriting. Every curve was correct. Even the slight hook she made in the letter A. How? Everett looked at her hands. The green thread beneath her fingernails tightened. "You signed dozens of forms during the funeral arrangements. Release papers, cemetery authorizations, insurance notices. You were hardly sleeping. You traced it. I transferred it." The word entered the room like a draft. Everett explained that handwriting carried intent when sewn into a garment by a family preparer. Agnes had altered her mother's dress. Agnes had dressed her body. Agnes had signed the ordinary paperwork. Those pieces were enough to construct consent. But the recipient line is blank. It was meant to remain blank until the estate dispute was settled. Agnes understood before he said Clara's name. Everett had planned to give the dress to her sister. Clara would wear it as a keepsake, perhaps at a memorial anniversary or in the privacy of their mother's bedroom. Once she did, Evelyn's unfinished obligations would pass into her. "What obligation?" Agnes asked. Everett glanced toward the mannequin. The silk chest expanded. "Your mother believed she had failed Clara." Agnes felt the archive narrow around her. She left. She was driven out. By whom? Everett did not answer. Agnes searched the desk until she found a folder tied with green ribbon. Inside were copies of letters addressed to Clara, letters Evelyn had written during the final months of her illness. Every envelope had been returned unopened. Across each one, in Agnes's handwriting, were the words, "Address, non." She remembered intercepting them. She remembered telling herself their mother was confused, that Clara would only upset her, that peace required boundaries. At the bottom of the folder lay Evelyn's final will. The estate had not been left solely to Agnes. It had been divided equally. The version filed after the funeral was a replacement. Agnes looked at Everett. "You changed it." "No," he said quietly. "You did." The green thread pulled from beneath her nails and stitched itself through the will. As the pages drew together, Agnes remembered sitting at Everett's desk the night after the burial, signing where he pointed without reading. The mannequin stepped forward. Its blank face leaned toward her. Agnes understood then that the forged authorization was not the only line she had crossed. She had signed the theft willingly. The mannequin wore Clara's shoulders first. Agnes saw the change begin beneath the green silk. A narrowing at the neck, a familiar slope through the left side, the posture of someone accustomed to entering rooms where she expected resistance. The blank oval of the head remained smooth, but dark fibers pushed through its seam in the color of Clara's hair. "No," Agnes said. The mannequin took another step. Everett raised the revolver. "Do not damage the garment." Agnes turned on him. "You're afraid of the dress. I'm afraid of what happens when a transfer reverses." Around them, the archive awakened. Labels lifted beneath linen covers. Hangers clicked against their rails. Across the accounting desk, ink moved through old ledgers without a pen, drawing lines through recipient names and rewriting them beside the people from whom money, recognition, or responsibility had been withheld. Agnes watched a century of respectable arrangements undo themselves. Property deeds shifted. Family names reappeared in margins. Payments listed as charitable gifts became restitution. The garments had not come upstairs merely to accuse the living. They had come to correct the destination. "What the dead cannot carry," Agnes murmured, remembering the plaque. Everett's face tightened. "Was meant to be assumed." "No, that is what you made it mean." The green ledger opened to Evelyn's account. Beneath her name, 3 columns had appeared. House. Money. Memory. Each had been marked for equal division between Agnes and Clara. A 4th line formed beneath them. Daughterhood. Agnes stared at the word. The mannequin's face began to swell beneath the cloth covering its head. A forehead pressed outward. Cheekbones rose. A mouth formed without opening, outlined only by tension in the fabric. Clara's mouth. Agnes remembered it at 17, trembling with fury in the kitchen, while Evelyn stood between them. Clara had accused Agnes of reading her letters, telling their mother lies, and turning every disagreement into proof that Clara was unstable. Agnes had denied it. Then she had taken Clara's room after she left. She packed away her photographs, removed her name from the family Bible after their mother's stroke made correction impossible. When neighbors asked after the younger Weller daughter, Agnes said Clara had chosen another life. She had not only kept Clara from the house, she had edited her out of it. The mannequin inhaled. When it exhaled, the archive filled with Clara's voice. "You made leaving the only thing I was allowed to choose." The sentence came from every garment in the room. Everett aimed the revolver at the mannequin's chest. "Once it finishes her shape, it will seek her. Because she is the recipient? Because she is the rightful inheritor." Everett fired. The shot shattered a lamp behind the mannequin. Glass rained across the floor. The green dress did not tear. Instead, a hole opened in Everett's waistcoat, though the bullet had not touched him. A white label stitched itself across his chest. Effort taken from another burden. Old garments turned toward him. Everett fled for the staircase. The clothes parted, then followed, with the measured gaits of people he had never expected to meet again. Agnes remained before her mother's dress. The Clara-shaped figure lifted one hand. In its palm lay a silver thimble engraved with magnolia leaves. Agnes had told Clara it was lost after the funeral. In truth, she had hidden it with the revised will. She took it. Memory entered her like a needle. She saw Evelyn at the kitchen table, pressing the thimble into Clara's palm and saying, "One for each of you, when I am gone." She saw herself remove it from Clara's suitcase before sending the suitcase to a false address. She heard herself tell their mother that Clara had refused every keepsake. The horror had not been waiting to give Clara Evelyn's guilt. It was returning Clara's stolen place. The mannequin's cloth face opened its eyes. They were Evelyn's. "Where's my other daughter?" it asked. Far above, the funeral home's front bell rang. Agnes heard Leanh answer the door, followed by a woman's voice she had not heard in 6 years. Clara had arrived. The mannequin turned toward the stairs, and Agnes realized the dress had already begun walking in her sister's body. Clara stood in the front hall beneath the chandelier, rain shining on the shoulders of her black coat. She looked older than Agnes remembered, and more familiar than Agnes wanted. The same narrow face, the same guarded mouth. But there was something else in the way she held herself, a stillness that belonged to Evelyn during the last months of her illness. Behind Clara, the funeral home doors had opened onto Abercorn Street. The garments were leaving. They descended the front steps in silence, suits without men, dresses without women, children's coats shaped around missing bodies. Some turned toward the squares. Others crossed into the rain and disappeared beneath the live oaks. Savannah received them without understanding. A white dinner jacket followed a banker toward his waiting car. A mourning veil drifted behind an elderly woman whose family name appeared throughout the archive ledgers. A small wool coat stood outside a townhouse gate, while someone inside repeatedly locked the deadbolt. The city's old comfort had begun attracting what paid for it. Clara watched the procession pass. "What have you done?" she asked. Agnes came down the corridor holding the silver thimble. "I kept what was yours." Clara's expression did not change. "The house?" "The house, the money, Mother." At that, Clara looked toward her. Agnes had imagined this confession many times without admitting it. "In those private rehearsals," Clara shouted. She accused. She offered Agnes the relief of resistance. Instead, she said, "You don't get to return a person." Behind Agnes, wooden feet touched the floor. The mannequin wearing Evelyn's dress emerged from the basement passage. Its Clara-shaped body moved beneath the pale green silk, but Evelyn's eyes watched from its unfinished face. Clara stepped backward. The dress followed. "Everett selected you as the recipient," Agnes said. "But it is not bringing you her burden. It is bringing back everything I took. And what happens to you?" Agnes looked down at the threads beneath her nails. "They have already chosen." A scream sounded outside. Through the open doors, Agnes saw the banker fall beside his car as the white dinner jacket folded itself around him. Across the street, a woman wearing a red church hat staggered beneath an invisible weight while a black stole settled over her shoulders. The garments were no longer waiting to be worn willingly. The archive was correcting its accounts. Clara turned toward the street. "Can you stop them?" Agnes thought of the contracts, the blank recipient line, the instructions describing how obligation passed through ceremonial preparation. "A transfer can be completed," she said. The mannequin stopped before Clara and lifted both silk arms. Agnes stepped between them. "Take it off," she told the shape. The head tilted. Agnes reached for the pearl buttons. They opened beneath her fingers one by one. The dress loosened, though there was no body inside it. Clara's outline collapsed from the fabric. Evelyn's eyes sank back into smooth cloth. When Agnes lifted the dress from the mannequin, it was warm and impossibly heavy. Clara understood first. No. It needs a recipient. It already has one. Not anymore. Agnes removed her gray work dress in the preparation room, while Clara stood at the door, rigid with disbelief. The pale green silk slid over Agnes's arms like skin returning to a body. The waist tightened before she fastened it. The sleeves shortened themselves to fit. With every button, something entered her. Her mother's loneliness. Clara's years of unanswered letters. The quiet satisfaction Agnes had felt while signing the revised papers. The house during holidays with one bedroom kept locked. By the final button, the dress was breathing for her. Everett was gone. Leanh had fled. Agnes prepared the chapel alone. She closed the curtains, lit no candles, and placed an empty casket before the altar. Clara followed her inside, but would not cross the threshold. "This is not restitution," Clara said. "It is another way to avoid living with what you did." Agnes looked at the casket. "I know." She lay inside it. The silk tightened around her ribs. Green thread emerged from the cuffs and passed through the satin lining, stitching her wrists gently to her sides. Clara approached at last. Agnes held out the silver thimble. "This was always yours." Clara took it, but her fingers closed around Agnes's hand. For one moment, they were sisters again. Not reconciled, not forgiven, only connected by something neither could revise. Then the chapel doors shut by themselves. The funeral bell rang once. Outside, every walking garment in Savannah stopped. The casket lid began to descend. As darkness narrowed above her, Agnes heard Clara say in Evelyn's voice, "You still haven't told me where you buried the first will." The darkness inside the casket did not remain dark. It became green. Not the green of leaves or river water, but the muted color of her mother's funeral dress seen from within. The fabric pressed against Agnes's mouth. Each breath drew it tighter. "Where?" Clara asked again. "Huh?" Her voice came through the lid as both herself and Evelyn. Agnes tried to answer. Thread filled the spaces between her teeth. The dress answered for her. One sleeve struck the lining 3 times, then twice, then once. Clara understood. Their mother had used that pattern when teaching them where to hide Christmas gifts. 3rd floorboard, 2nd wall panel, 1st bedroom. The old house received Clara before sunrise. She entered alone, carrying the silver thimble and the green dress folded over one arm. Agnes did not remember leaving the funeral home. She remembered only being carried without weight, her bones softening whenever the silk creased. The house smelled of dust, wax, and the lavender water Evelyn had worn. Clara paused in the hall as memories not her own moved across her face. She knew which stair groaned under their father's weight. She knew where Evelyn had hidden morphine tablets when Agnes began counting them. She knew Clara's childhood drawings had not been discarded, as Agnes claimed, but sealed in the attic. And she knew where the first will was hidden. In Evelyn's bedroom, Clara lifted the third floorboard, opened the second wall panel, and reached behind the first cabinet. The document waited inside a cedar box with 2 engraved thimbles. 1 silver, 1 brass. Agnes had kept the brass one. Clara read the will while the green dress hung from the closet door. By afternoon, the corrections had begun. The probate firm found an archived copy of Evelyn's original instructions. The county registry restored Clara's name to the deed. Bank ledgers showed equal distributions, no employee remembered processing. Photographs changed more quietly. Clara returned to the spaces Agnes had removed her from: Easter dinners, summer picnics, the funeral home anniversary. Agnes remained, but each day she stood farther toward the edge. Within a week, no legal document named Agnes sole beneficiary. Within 2, the funeral home payroll listed her occupation not as owner or seamstress, but as garment inventory. Clara did not celebrate. Evelyn's memories opened inside her without warning. She remembered nursing Agnes through scarlet fever. She remembered the sound Clara made when born. She remembered loving both daughters and failing each in ways no ledger could divide. The dress tightened whenever Clara said, "Mother." Agnes felt it from inside the closet. She no longer hung within the garment as a woman. Her arms had lengthened into sleeves. Her legs had thinned along the skirt seams. The skin of her back had flattened into a smooth inner panel. Where her ribs had been, tiny stitches reinforced the waist. She could still see through the gaps between pearl buttons. Clara opened the closet each evening. At first she spoke to Agnes. She offered no forgiveness. She described the restored records and the garments found collapsed throughout Savannah after the private funeral. Some families confessed. Others burned the clothes, only to wake with labels sewn beneath their skin. Then Clara began speaking to Evelyn instead. She asked why she had waited so long, why she had allowed love to become a competition, why memory had been returned when it could no longer repair the years. Each time Clara said their mother's name, Agnes's silk flesh drew tighter around the empty shape of the dress. One evening, Clara removed the garment from its hanger. Agnes believed her sister meant to destroy it. Instead, Clara held it against herself before the mirror. The dress opened eagerly. Inside its lining, Agnes tried to scream. Clara studied their reflection, then shook her head. "No," she said. "Some inheritances should end where they were chosen." She returned the dress to the closet and shut the door. In the darkness, Agnes felt a white label stitching itself over what remained of her heart. It bore no debt, apology, or stolen name. Only a final instruction: to be worn by no one. The clothes in this story do not punish people merely for possessing what was never theirs. They expose the quieter violence required to keep it. Letters hidden, memories altered, names removed, and love converted into proof of ownership. Agnes believed care entitled her to inheritance, but devotion becomes another form of theft when it denies another person's place in the family. Clara receives the truth, though truth cannot return the lost years without carrying their pain. Perhaps some debts cannot be paid forward or passed away. They can only end when someone refuses to wear them. Story 4. The first bad wait came through just before 2 in the morning, on a windless Tuesday, when the desert had gone so quiet I could hear the fluorescent tubes cooling above my desk. I had been alone at the Black Basin inspection station for 3 hours. The day crew had left behind a pot of coffee, scorched down to black varnish, 2 unsigned violation forms, and a note from maintenance saying the west platform sensor was drifting again. That was not unusual. Everything drifted at Black Basin. The calibration, the sand, the paint on the lane markers, sometimes the men who worked there. The station sat beside Interstate 80, 40 miles from the nearest town and farther from anything a person might call company. Trucks approached as pairs of white lights slowed under the sodium lamps and rolled onto the scale with their brakes whispering. I weighed them, checked their manifests, tapped their tires with a mallet, and sent them east or west. Most drivers barely looked at me. I preferred it that way. At 1:58 in the morning, a refrigerated tractor trailer eased into lane 2. The driver was a woman in her 50s with cropped gray hair and a yellow sweatshirt. Her name, according to the license she pressed against the glass, was Marlene Pike. She was hauling empty produce crates from Reno to Salt Lake City. "Light load," she said. The monitor agreed. Her declared cargo was less than 3,000 pounds. The axle readings climbed in neat green rows, exactly where I expected them. Then, the gross weight jumped. Not by a few hundred pounds. Not by the sort of error caused by wind, uneven suspension, or a tire resting badly against the platform seam. It jumped by 11,460 pounds. I watched the number settle. Marlene watched me watching it. "Problem?" she asked through the intercom. I told her to pull forward and circle back. She sighed, but obeyed. The truck rolled off the platform, made the slow loop through the inspection yard, and returned. I reset the system. The scale zeroed cleanly. All 4 corners of the platform showed normal pressure. When her front axle touched the steel again, the monitor began adding weight before the trailer had even reached the scale. 11,460 pounds. The same impossible excess. I stepped outside with my flashlight. The cold surprised me. Nevada desert nights can do that, emptying the heat so quickly the ground feels hollow beneath your boots. The trailer doors were sealed, but Marlene broke the seal without arguing. Inside were stacks of collapsed plastic crates strapped to the walls. Nothing else. No hidden pallets. No water tanks. No person crouched behind the cargo. The refrigerated air smelled faintly of lettuce and wet cardboard. I walked the length of the trailer, striking the floor with my heel. Solid. Empty. Marlene stood at the doors, rubbing her hands together. "You people weigh ghosts now," she said. The joke should have annoyed me. Instead, I felt something tighten under my ribs. 6 people had once been described to me as an accounting problem. I had spent 11 years refusing to remember the exact words. I closed the doors harder than necessary and told Marlene to wait in the cab. Back inside, I checked the maintenance log. The west platform had recorded a minor fluctuation during daylight testing, less than 40 pounds. Lane 2 had no reported faults. I ran a diagnostic anyway. Every sensor passed. On the monitor, the excess weight remained. 11,460 pounds. Beneath it, the printer began to chatter. I had not pressed print. A narrow strip of paper slid into the tray. At first, I thought it was a duplicate ticket, but there was no truck number, no company name, no axle sequence. Only a list of 6 place names, each followed by a weight. Carson Sink, Halleck, Oasis, Death, Rendon, and a 6th town I had not seen written in 11 years. Mercy Flats. The printer stopped. Outside, Marlene sounded her horn once. Then, the scale added another 183 pounds, and from the empty trailer came the unmistakable scrape of someone shifting their feet. The sound inside the trailer stopped before I reached the door. That was the first thing I wrote in my incident log. I wrote everything down at Black Basin. Temperature, wind direction, lane assignment, seal numbers, tire condition, the exact language a driver used when disputing a citation. My handwriting was small and upright, each letter separated from the next as if contact might contaminate it. After the Mercy Flats crash, I had learned the value of records. More accurately, I had learned the value of controlling them. Marlene Pike climbed down from her cab when I approached. She had zipped her yellow sweatshirt to her throat, and the sodium lights made the creases around. Her eyes looked deeper than they had through the inspection window. "You hear that?" she asked. "Hear what?" She stared at me for a moment. Then she looked toward the trailer. Sounded like someone moving around. Plastic crates settling. The refrigeration unit isn't running. Materials still contract in the cold. I spoke with the confidence of a man who had explained the same truth 1,000 times, although I had never before claimed that empty plastic shifted like human feet. I inspected the trailer again. My routine took 26 minutes under normal conditions. I began at the left door hinge, checked the seal groove, examined the locking rods, photographed the cargo arrangement, tested the floor at measured intervals, then inspected the underside for false compartments. I never skipped a step, not even when I already knew what I would find. Especially then. Marlene followed me with her arms folded. "You planning to keep me here all night?" "Until I determine the source of the discrepancy." "What discrepancy?" "You saw the trailer. The scale has recorded an excess gross weight. The scale is wrong. Scales do not become wrong without a reason." The sentence came out harsher than I intended. I had once said almost the opposite. It was only a variance, I had told the state investigator 11 years earlier. A routine calibration error. Well within acceptable tolerance. That phrase had followed me through every annual review, every inspection seminar, every morning when I woke before the alarm and lay staring at the ceiling. Acceptable tolerance. the distance between what happened and what could still be excused. I returned to the office and called the overnight maintenance contractor. No answer. I left a message, then ran another diagnostic. I tested the platform with the station's certified calibration blocks, moving them one by one with the hydraulic cart. Each block weighed exactly what its metal plate promised. I placed them at the front, center, and rear of lane 2. No drift. No delay. No unexplained pressure. Yet when Marlene's truck returned to the platform, the excess appeared again. 11,460 pounds. The printer produced another strip of paper. This time, there were no town names. Only 6 blank lines. Marlene came into the office shortly before 3 in the morning. She asked to use the restroom, then stood beside my desk while I entered the new readings into the log. "You always write this much?" she asked. "If something is not documented, it did not happen." She gave a tired laugh. "That must make life easier." I looked up. Her face seemed paler, though I blamed the fluorescent light. I asked about her route, her employer, the last load she had carried. She answered patiently at first. Empty produce crates from Reno. Delivery scheduled after sunrise. No unscheduled stops. No passengers. No one had access to the trailer after it was sealed. Then I asked whether she knew Mercy Flats. Her patience vanished. "No." "You ever driven through that area?" "There is no through. Highway skips it." The printer behind me clicked once. Neither of us touched it. From the tray emerged another narrow strip. Marlene reached it before I did. The paper showed her name, followed by a number that was not weight. 57 years. She frowned. "That's wrong." I checked her license. It listed her age as 51. I took the paper from her and tore it in half. Computer error. "You just told me. Machines aren't wrong without a reason." I ordered her back to the cab. For the next 3 hours, I repeated every procedure I knew. I checked electrical grounding, platform seams, drainage channels, camera feeds, and traffic sensors. I measured tire pressure twice. I compared fuel levels against the manifest. I even searched the cab while Marlene waited beside the vending machines, growing quieter each time I passed her. By the eastern horizon's first gray light, the scale still showed the excess. Then, without warning, it returned to normal. The green figures fell by 11,460 pounds. The trailer groaned once, like a bed relieved of a sleeping body. I stepped outside to tell Marlene she could leave. She was standing beside the driver's door with one hand gripping the mirror support. Her hair, gray only at the temples when she arrived, had turned almost entirely white. The skin along her jaw hung looser. Brown spots covered the backs of her hands, and the knuckles had swollen beneath the skin. She looked at least 10 years older. Marlene studied my face as though searching for the same damage. Then she whispered, "Why did it take mine?" Behind us, the printer began listing 6 new ages. The printer produced 6 ages before I pulled the power cable from the wall. 59, 63, 48, 71, 34, 8. They appeared without names, one beneath another, on paper that remained warm in my hand. Marlene did not wait for an explanation. She climbed into her truck, locked the door, and started the engine with both hands shaking on the key. I raised the barrier before she asked. She drove east while dawn spread thinly across the salt flats, her white hair visible through the rear window until the trailer vanished into the morning glare. I should have reported the incident. Instead, I removed the printer ribbon, deleted the diagnostic history, and placed the paper strips in the bottom drawer beneath 11 years of calibration certificates. Then I spent the day building rules. No vehicle would remain on a platform longer than 15 minutes. No driver would be detained without a conventional mechanical violation. Any unexplained excess weight would be recorded as environmental interference until maintenance could inspect the station. I wrote the rules on a yellow legal pad and aligned it with the edge of my desk. Rules had always calmed me. They turned choices into procedures and procedures into things no one person could be blamed for. By the beginning of my next night shift, Black Basin looked ordinary again. The sodium lamps hummed. Heat rose from the asphalt in faint waves. A moth battered itself against the inspection window until its wings dusted the glass. At a little after 1 in the morning, a flatbed truck hauling an empty livestock trailer entered Lane 1. The driver was a young man named Wesley Hart, 26, according to his license. He had an open, sunburned face and the restless courtesy of someone already behind schedule. "Picked it up outside Winnemucca," he said, taking it down to Cedar City for repairs. The trailer was a long aluminum box with ventilation slats along both sides. No animals. No feed. No bedding. The interior had been pressure washed so recently that water still gleamed in the grooves of the floor. The declared weight matched the first axle readings. Then the gross figure climbed. 5,000 pounds. 9,000. 14,000. It stopped at 18,206 pounds above the expected load. Wesley leaned from his window. "That can't be right." I looked at the clock above the monitor. 14 minutes remained before my new rule required me to release him. I directed him into the secondary inspection bay and activated the thermal camera. Black Basin used it to detect overheated wheel bearings, hidden engine compartments, and, on rare occasions, people concealed inside freight. The camera swept across the cab first. Wesley appeared on the screen in shades of orange and yellow, his face bright against the cooler glass. The empty livestock trailer followed. At first, the display showed only the residual warmth of the metal skin. Then figures began to appear. Not one or two. Dozens. They filled the trailer from floor to roof, seated on one another's shoulders and backs as though packed into a space too narrow for bodies. Arms crossed through chests. Knees protruded from necks. Heads tilted sideways beneath the pressure of feet. Every figure was blue. No body heat. No living temperature. Still, as the camera passed, all of their faces turned toward the lens. I stepped closer to the screen. The image flickered. For an instant, the stacked bodies disappeared, leaving the trailer empty. Then they returned in a denser arrangement. One figure near the rear lifted its hand. Its palm pressed against the inside wall, directly beneath the painted name of Wesley's company. Morro Valley Agricultural Transport. My radio cracked with static. Through it came a layered whisper, soft but distinct. Golconda. Another voice answered. Dunglen. Then others joined. Biowai. Argenta. Hunt. Wesley's voice broke through the intercom. Who's talking? I turned off the thermal display. The whispering continued. 11 minutes remained. I could hold the truck, call State Patrol, force the trailer open again, and keep Wesley beneath those lights until sunrise. I thought of Marlene's hands swollen around the mirror support. I thought of the printer assigning years, as though age were a charge that could be transferred. Scale malfunction, I told Wesley. You're cleared. He did not thank me. He only drove. As the trailer left the platform, the excess weight dropped to 0. The radio went silent. For 3 hours, nothing happened. Then dispatch called. A farmhouse had collapsed outside Golconda shortly before dawn. No storm. No explosion. No sinkhole. The roof had driven through both floors as though something massive had been placed directly on top of it. The elderly couple inside had died before rescuers reached them. Dispatch said the county engineer could not explain the damage. The foundation remained intact. Only the house had failed. I asked for the address. When the dispatcher read it aloud, the printer, unplugged without its ribbon, began striking letters into the empty air. The house stood less than half a mile from Wesley Hart's route. The printer kept striking after the dispatcher hung up. No ribbon. No power. No paper moving through the rollers. Just the dry impact of invisible letters, each blow spaced with the patience of someone entering a permanent record. I covered the machine and called the regional office. By noon, 2 technicians were at Black Basin. One tested the platform electronics while the other opened the printer housing and frowned at the unplugged cable. They found nothing. Lane 1 calibrated within 14 pounds. Lane 2 within 9. The thermal system showed no faults. The printer head was clean, the internal clock correct, the memory empty except for routine weight tickets. Desert static, the senior technician said. Static doesn't produce town names. He studied me. You have the printouts? I said no. That was the first lie I told that day. After they left, I took the strips from my drawer and laid them beside a highway atlas. Carson Sink, Halleck, Oasis, Death, Rendon. Mercy Flats, Golconda. Dunglen, Biowai, Argenta. Some still existed as signs beside empty exits. Others were clusters of roofs too small for modern maps. Mercy Flats no longer appeared anywhere. I spent the afternoon searching county records, planning documents, and old newspapers. The same phrase appeared repeatedly. Bypassed by the interstate. Before Interstate 80, each town had lived from the traffic passing through it. Fuel stations, repair shops, diners, boarding houses, produce depots, livestock yards. Then the new road had been drawn straighter, faster, and farther away. Businesses closed. Schools consolidated. Ambulances took longer. Properties lost value. Families left, and those who remained were described in government reports as unavoidable economic contraction. By dusk, I had matched each impossible shipment to the nearest bypass town along its route. Everyone aligned. The refrigerated truck had carried the weight of 6 towns. Wesley Hart's trailer had carried communities the interstate had reduced to names on green exit boards. I told myself correlation was not causation. Then a tanker arrived, carrying nothing but rinsing water. The driver was Orson Bell, 44, hauling the empty vessel west to a refinery outside Reno. He smiled through a copper-threaded beard and complained about his knees as he handed over the manifest. The scale showed an excess of 22,000 pounds. The thermal camera displayed bodies lying lengthwise inside the tanker, curved against its walls like spokes in a wheel. I turned off the monitor and lowered the barrier. You'll need to wait. For what? Secondary inspection. The first change occurred while I checked his brakes. A line appeared beside his left eye. Not a wrinkle settling under harsh light. A clean, deep crease that had not been there minutes earlier. 7 minutes had passed. Orson rubbed his face. You keep it this cold out here? The desert air still held the day's heat, but his breath showed white. I ordered him inside and called State Patrol. While the phone rang, gray spread through his beard. His shoulders sagged beneath his shirt. He lowered himself into the chair opposite my desk and stared at his hands. What's happening to me? The printer under its cloth began to hammer. Orson tore the fabric away. A strip of paper fed itself through the powerless machine. 45 years. Then 46. The number changed with each strike. Orson lunged toward the door. I caught his arm. The skin beneath my hand felt thin and loose, and he cried out as though I had bruised bone. Let me go. If I release you, something on your route may collapse. If you keep me, I do. Hair fell onto his shoulders. Outside, the tanker groaned on the platform. Through its steel walls came voices reciting towns I had never heard of. I raised the barrier. Orson climbed into his cab with an old man's movements and drove west. The instant his rear wheels left the scale, the impossible weight vanished. His aging stopped. The printer gave one final strike. This time it produced no town name and no number. Only a sentence. The weight has not disappeared. Then the station floor shifted beneath me, and somewhere below lane 2, something enormous began to breathe. The breathing beneath lane 2 continued after the tanker disappeared. It was not loud. I felt it more than heard it, a slow pressure rising through the soles of my boots, followed by a settling tremor that made the pens roll across my desk. The platform outside flexed downward, although nothing stood on it. I killed the lane lights, locked the office, and drove toward Winnemucca. I had decided that distance would clarify things. Black Basin was an old station, wired and rewired across 4 decades. Faults could migrate through buried cable. Sounds could travel through culverts. Fatigue could turn a vibrating compressor into breath. 8 miles west, I passed the same abandoned service sign twice. Black Basin, 9 miles. The first time, it stood on my right. The second time it appeared on my left, its reflective letters peppered by bullet holes in the same pattern. I slowed, checked the compass on the dashboard, and kept west. 10 minutes later, the way station lights appeared ahead. I had returned from the east. I stopped on the shoulder and watched my own office windows glowing beyond the barriers. No other road entered the property. No turnoff behind me could have looped through the desert. Yet, my odometer showed that I had driven 23 miles. The radio clicked on by itself. A woman's voice spoke through a wash of static. Valmy. Another voice followed. Mill City. Then a child said very clearly, Mercy Flats. I struck the power button. The display went dark, but the names continued through the speakers. Imlay. Unionville. 7 Trues. Each name was spoken once, then replaced by another. Some I knew. Most I did not. The voices were neither pleading nor angry. They sounded like passengers confirming their destinations to a driver who had already passed every exit. I turned the truck around and tried again. Every route returned me to Black Basin. The interstate curved where it had always been straight. Exit ramps ended at the inspection yard. Once, I followed a frontage road for nearly half an hour and watched the station remain beside me through the passenger window, its lights moving at the same speed as the truck. Near midnight, I gave up and went inside. Both platforms were empty. Lane 1 showed 12,000 pounds. Lane 2 showed 31,000. The readings changed every few seconds. Outside, the steel plates groaned under invisible axles. Dust compressed into long, rectangular impressions, as if tires were resting there, though no tread marks appeared. The barrier arms bowed toward the pavement. I opened the thermal feed. Figures filled both lanes. They were no longer confined to trailers. They stood directly on the scales, layered shoulder to shoulder, fading into one another. Behind them were dim shapes resembling storefronts, school desks, hospital beds, kitchen tables, and porches. Whole rooms seemed to have been stacked upright on the platforms. The camera detected no heat. Still, one figure turned toward the office. It was a man in a state inspector's uniform. His face was hidden behind the green numerals of the weight display. I shut off the screen. The printer began striking beneath its cloth. I did not uncover it. Instead, I checked every door and window, then sat with my back against the file cabinet. The station contracted around me. The fluorescent lights seemed lower. The corridor to the restroom stretched beyond its normal length, ending in darkness where the rear exit should have been. From below came the rhythm of breathing. In. Weight climbing. Out. Weight shifting elsewhere. At 2:15 in the morning, Lane 1 dropped to 0. Somewhere far to the west, sirens began moving along the highway. Lane 2 remained active. The display climbed slowly, 1 pound at a time, though the platform was empty. 183 pounds. My weight. A registration window opened on the monitor. Carrier name, Voss Caleb. Origin, Mercy Flats. Destination, Yoon declared. I tried to clear the entry. The keyboard did nothing. A final field appeared beneath the others. Cargo classification, benefit in transit. Then the barrier behind my truck lowered by itself, and the scale beneath the station recorded me as freight. The scale would not release me. I drove forward until my bumper nearly touched the lowered barrier. then reversed toward the rear gate. That arm dropped too. Each time my tires crossed a painted line, the office monitor chimed and added another entry beneath my name. In transit. In transit. In transit. The words followed me even after I shut off the engine. I returned to the office and opened the oldest maintenance cabinet. Black Basin had been built before electronic scales, when inspectors balanced freight against buried counterweights and corrected the readings by hand. The original plans showed a service cavity beneath Lane 2. A calibration chamber reached through a hatch in the drainage trench. The hatch did not appear on the modern diagrams. I found it beneath 3 inches of wind-blown sand. Its steel ring resisted until I wrapped both hands around it. When the seal finally broke, air rose from below with the smell of hot dust, machine oil, and paper left too long in a locked drawer. A ladder descended beside the weighbridge foundation. The breathing grew louder as I climbed down. The chamber was wider than the station above it. Concrete pillars supported the platforms, their surfaces dark with old grease. Between them stood rows of mechanical recorders, brass wheels, ink drums, punch tape readers, and relay cabinets marked with highway numbers I did not recognize. Some had been abandoned before I was born. All of them were running. Paper streamed from their housings and gathered across the floor in pale drifts. Every strip carried the same categories used by Black Basin's modern system: origin, destination, carrier, declared cargo, but the routes were wrong. Lincoln Highway, Victory Highway, California Trail Freight Corridor, Old Overland Road. Roads erased by interstates still sent traffic through the machinery below. A brass counter advanced with each distant groan of the platform. Beside it, a glass dial labeled displaced, load swung between towns instead of numbers. Golconda, Valmy, Mercy Flats. I followed a bundle of live wires through a gap in the foundation wall. They entered a narrower passage, where the concrete had been cut around something older, black stone blocks fitted without mortar. Names had been scratched into them in different hands. Some belonged to towns. Others were businesses. Motel, clinic, feed store, school, home. The passage ended at a steel cabinet sealed with a state transport emblem from the year the interstate opened. My master key fit. Inside were calibration weights wrapped in oilcloth, each stamped with an official value. 1 pound, 5 pounds, 50, 100. Beneath them sat a brown paper envelope. I recognized it before I touched it. The folded corner. The dark crescent where rain had soaked through the paper. The smear of blue ink from a leaking inspection pen. 11 years earlier, a driver named Hal Rusk had placed that envelope beneath my clipboard while his overloaded aggregate truck waited on Lane 2. He said the quarry could not afford another delay. He said the excess was less than the scale claimed. He said everyone along that route knew how to handle heavy freight. I had counted the money in the restroom. $6,000. 1,000 for each person who would die 3 hours later when Rusk's truck crossed the Mercy Flats overpass, broke through the weakened barrier, and crushed 2 vehicles below. The official report said brake failure. My report said the scale had malfunctioned. The envelope in the cabinet contained the same bills, not replacements. The same bills. I knew because I had marked one accidentally with my thumbnail while counting. A small half-moon cut remained beside the portrait. Another carried a reddish stain I had told myself was rust from the cash box. I had spent that money years ago. A new water heater. Medical bills for my father. 3 mortgage payments. A used fishing boat I sold after one season because the silence on the lake was unbearable. Yet every bill lay before me, crisp and damp as it had been that night. Behind the cabinet, a recorder clicked awake. A strip of paper emerged. Calibration payment sieved. Load sifted by inspector. Transfer incomplete. Then the obsolete machinery stopped recording the dead highways. Every wheel, drum, and needle turned toward a single route. Black Basin to Mercy Flats. From inside the envelope came the soft sound of 6 people breathing. The breathing inside the envelope stopped when I opened it. The money lay flat against the paper, but beneath the bills was something that had not been there 11 years earlier. A brass key no longer than my thumb, stamped with the words Moot Allocation. The nearest relay cabinet had no lock. The next 3 did not either. I found the keyhole behind a steel panel marked Calibration Wreckers, off-force personnel only. The key turned without resistance. Inside the wall was a drawer deep enough to hold a body. It slid out on corroded rails, carrying folders bound in gray transport board covers. Their dates began before construction of Interstate 80 and continued through its first 20 years. Every document bore the same black seal, Western Corridor, Lost Dispersion Program. I opened the earliest file. The first pages were ordinary planning studies, traffic volume, fuel consumption, projected freight growth, anticipated travel savings. Then the language changed. Communities bypassed by the proposed corridor were listed under a heading titled Songso Regions. Beside each town were columns for expected business closure, population departure, delayed emergency response, property depreciation, injury, premature death, and something called unrecovered human cost. The numbers were not estimates. They were loads. A handwritten note in the margin read, "Loss cannot be eliminated. It can only be assigned to movement." The program's authors had calculated that the interstate would enrich distant cities by cutting travel time while destroying the towns the highway no longer needed. To prevent those losses from slowing commerce, the system transferred them into freight. Not metaphorically. The plans described buried scale chambers, conductive roadbeds, axle pressure networks, and routing stations built where old roads had once entered forgotten towns. Commercial vehicles absorbed the accumulated burden as they passed. The loads remained dormant until a driver, company, inspector, or community received enough benefit from the new route to carry them forward. Most shipments completed the transfer gradually. A weakened roof. A failed bridge support. A driver's heart aging 10 years during a single dawn. The prosperous regions at the end of the highway received only produce, machinery, fuel, and profit. The suffering stayed in transit. I found Mercy Flats in a ledger dated 11 years earlier. Its page was marked in red. The town had lost its service station, grocery store, volunteer clinic, and nearly half its population after the interstate bypassed it. The remaining loss had been assigned to aggregate freight leaving the quarry east of Black Basin. Hal Rusk's truck number appeared at the bottom. So did mine. Inspector Vossoff 4's excess transfer. My legs weakened. I sat on the concrete floor and read the entry again. The truck had not been overloaded only with stone. It had been carrying 37 years of economic collapse, 14 untreated medical emergencies, 2 suicides, a school closure, and the projected deaths of 6 motorists. The scale had warned me. I had changed the reading. At the rear of the drawer, beneath the ledgers, I found a reel of security film in a metal case. The chamber still contained an obsolete projector, its power lamp glowing before I touched the switch. The footage began without sound. Black Basin appeared as it had 11 years earlier. Cleaner paint, brighter lamps, my old pickup parked beside the office. Hal Rusk's truck rolled onto lane 2. The scale display showed an excess of 26,000 pounds. In my memory, the figure had fluctuated. I had waited for it to settle. I had believed the platform sensor was unreliable. The film showed otherwise. The number remained steady. Then the younger version of me entered the office, accepted the envelope, and opened the calibration menu. I watched my own hands enter an override code. I watched the displayed weight fall. I watched myself print a legal certificate and sign it. The footage continued past the truck's departure. 3 hours later, state investigators arrived. One pointed toward the monitor while questioning me. I shook my head, opened the maintenance log, and wrote that Lane 2 had produced unstable readings throughout the night. I had not misremembered. I had edited the memory until it became survivable. The projector clicked. A second image appeared, recorded from inside the calibration chamber. It showed me standing there now, holding the ledger. Behind me, the 6 figures from the thermal camera were climbing out of the open envelope, one by one. I turned. The chamber was empty. On the film, however, they gathered around me and placed their hands against my back. The final frame froze as the transfer ledger stamped a new entry across the image. Load ale ready sipped. The words remained on the frozen image after the projector stopped. Load ale ready sipped. Then every machine in the calibration chamber began ringing at once. Not alarms. Arrival bells. The sound moved through the concrete in waves, and above me the weighbridge gave a long metallic cry. Dust fell from the ceiling. Somewhere in the office, the printer struck a single line again and again. I climbed the ladder with the ledger under my arm. A truck was entering Black Basin. It came from the eastern darkness without headlights, moving slowly enough that I could hear each tire crossing the seams in the pavement. The tractor was an old white Kenworth with no company markings. Rust covered the grille, but the engine ran with the low, even rhythm of a machine maintained for one final journey. No driver was visible behind the windshield. The trailer was the same aggregate hauler Hal Rusk had driven 11 years earlier. I recognized the dent above the rear axle and the faded quarry number beneath layers of dust. One side was still scarred where the truck had broken through the Mercy Flats overpass. The wreck had been cut apart and sold for scrap. Yet it rolled onto Lane 2 intact. The barrier lowered behind it. The scale began climbing. £600. 1,000. 3,000. I activated the thermal camera. 6 figures appeared inside the trailer. They were no longer stacked or distorted. They sat separately on the bed among the pale shapes of crushed stone, each rendered in deep blue against the warmer metal. I knew their names from the accident report. Gordon and Evelyn Price, returning from their daughter's house. Mateo Ruiz, who had been driving home after a hospital shift. Claire Donnelly and her son, Ben. And Hal Rusk, trapped inside his cab after the truck fell. 6 dead. The camera identified their estimated body mass and displayed the total beneath them. 987 pounds. The scale continued rising. 10,000. 50,000. 100,000. I opened the ledger. A new page formed beneath my fingers. Lines of black ink spread across it without a pen. Caleb Voss, commemorary beneficiary. Below my name appeared a list. 11 years of state wages. The scale added the weight. Health insurance. Another increase. Mortgage retention. Pension capundritions. Promotions received after hingranal review. Professional reputation preserved. Criminal prosecution avoid. Each advantage became pressure beneath the truck. The numbers rose too quickly to follow. I had thought the bribe was $6,000. That was only the first payment. The true benefit was every morning I had awakened in my own house instead of a cell. Every holiday my father believed his son was an honest man. Every inspection certificate bearing my name. Every younger employee I had corrected for incomplete paperwork. Every driver I had lectured about responsibility. The scale was weighing the life built from my silence. The thermal image changed. The 6 dead turned their faces toward the camera. Behind them appeared other figures. Store owners from Mercy Flats, children from its closed school, patients who had waited for ambulances coming from farther away, families packing trucks because the town no longer offered work. They filled the trailer until its walls expanded around them. Still the scale climbed. The monitor abandoned pounds and displayed a new unit. Beneficiary weight. I stepped onto the platform. The steel sank slightly beneath my boots. The figures inside the trailer did not move, but 6 voices came through the station speakers. Not accusations. Questions. Gordon Price asked what his final breath had paid for. Claire Donnelly asked whether I had ever learned her son's age. Mateo Ruiz asked how many times I had driven across the repaired bridge. Ben said nothing. He only pressed one cold hand against the trailer wall. A child's palm appeared in frost on the outer metal. The final total settled on the screen. It was greater than the weight of the truck, the station, and everything I owned combined. Beside it appeared a release authorization awaiting my signature. If I approved it, the load would continue west. If I detained it, the scale would begin collecting years from me. For the first time, both choices felt honest. Then the printer produced one final ticket. Destination. Everywhere Caleb Voss' life was like to continue. The destination line remained on the ticket while the truck idled over lane 2. Everywhere Caleb Voss' life was like to continue. I read it twice, then folded the paper and placed it in my shirt pocket. The release authorization still waited on the monitor. I did not sign it. Instead, I opened the emergency control cabinet and lowered every barrier Black Basin possessed. The westbound inspection gate dropped first, then the eastbound gate. I activated the old crash arms across both service lanes and switched the overhead signals from green to red. Outside, the first commercial truck braked hard enough to send air across the yard. Another stopped behind it. Then another. The radio filled with angry voices. What's the delay? Scale failure? I've got refrigerated freight. Open the lane. I answered none of them. I pulled the station's maintenance pickup sideways across the access road, locked it, and threw the keys into the drainage trench. Then I returned to the office and took the digital recorder from the evidence cabinet. For 11 years, I had imagined confession as a single sentence. I took the money. But the first words that came out were different. My name is Caleb Voss, and I knew the truck was unsafe. The confession took longer than I expected. I described Hal Rusk's envelope, the weight reading, the override code, the false maintenance entry. I named Gordon and Evelyn Price, Mateo Ruiz, Claire Donnelly, Ben Donnelly, and Hal himself. I admitted that I had spent the money and accepted every benefit that followed. Then I read from the transfer ledger. I recorded the source regions, projected deaths, buried scale chambers, and the sentence written in the margin. Loss cannot be eliminated. It can only be assigned to movement. By then, freight traffic stretched beyond the station lights. Engines idled in both directions, a mechanical thunder spreading into the desert. Drivers left their cabs and approached the barriers. Some shouted. Others held up phones, filming the unmanned truck on lane 2 and the weight figures climbing above it. The station radio changed frequency by itself. A woman's voice said, "Battle Mountain." A man answered, "Palermo." Then more voices entered. Miller's, Stonehouse, Ragtown. Each name came through a different truck radio. The drivers stopped shouting. A tanker operator near the front turned toward his cab as though someone inside had called him. Behind him, a woman in a produce truck pressed both hands over her ears. The names continued. Not only Nevada towns now, mining settlements without mines, farming towns without buyers, neighborhoods removed for interchanges, tribal roads cut off by fences, families displaced when warehouses, ramps, pipelines, and distribution centers were built so freight could move without slowing. The farther the line extended, the more voices joined. A driver began weeping beside his trailer. He said he could hear the name of an Ohio town where his father's factory had closed. Another man kept asking who Lucinda was. A young woman climbed from a parcel van and whispered that someone on her radio was describing a house demolished before she was born. The road was no longer carrying freight. It was reciting its cost. I copied my confession onto every channel the station could reach: state dispatch, highway maintenance, emergency services, commercial band radio. I attached photographs of the ledger and the security footage. The transmission indicator flashed red, then green. Sent. For the first time since the Mercy Flats crash, the truth existed somewhere outside me. It did not make the station lighter. The final truck remained on the platform. The 6 figures inside watched through the thermal screen while the beneficiary weight continued rising. Confession had added another category. Truth delayed for 11 years. The eastern horizon began to pale. A warning appeared across every monitor. Transfer window closing at dawn. Outside, drivers gathered along the barriers. They were no longer demanding release. They stood beside their vehicles, listening as unseen passengers spoke through dashboards and sleeping radios. I returned to lane 2 and placed my hand against the frost mark left by Ben Donnelly. "I'm closing the road," I said. The child's handprint widened beneath mine. All around Black Basin, trailer suspensions sank as invisible passengers settled into their seats. Then, beyond the line of stopped trucks, new red signals began appearing across the desert, one after another on highways where no way stations had ever stood. The red signals continued appearing beyond Black Basin until the desert looked lined with embers. They did not belong to any road system I knew. Some stood in the median. Others rose from dry lake beds, abandoned frontage roads, and empty stretches of sage where no pavement existed. Each had a narrow inspection booth, a steel platform, and an overhead display waiting at 0. At 3 minutes before dawn, every radio in the stopped convoy went silent. The names stopped. For one breath, the interstate became completely still. Then my confession began playing back through the trucks. My voice came from hundreds of speakers at once, flattened by static but unmistakable. "My name is Caleb Voss, and I knew the truck was unsafe." Drivers turned toward me. Some had already heard the transmission. Others were hearing it for the first time. No one crossed the barrier. Inside the office, the sending light remained green. State Dispatch had received the files. So had County Emergency Services, Highway Maintenance, 3 newsrooms, and every commercial channel the station could reach. I watched confirmation messages gather on the screen. Wreck received. File copied. Off Nacity pending. Supervisor review Rakeel. The machinery beneath the station answered with a low mechanical laugh. I understood then that exposure was not destruction. The transfer program had survived because it was useful. It had turned suffering into distance and distance into innocence. No single confession could dismantle a system built into roads, budgets, delivery schedules, property values, and the quiet expectation that prosperity should arrive without its full weight. The horizon brightened. The final truck's engine stopped. On the thermal monitor, Gordon, Evelyn, Mateo, Claire, Ben, and Hal stood inside the trailer. Behind them waited the towns, homes, businesses, and nameless lives carried forward by the highway. The release authorization disappeared. A new instruction replaced it. Last true load. I returned to the platform with the recorder still in my hand. "My wages," I said. The overhead number climbed. "My house. Higher. My pension. My reputation. My father's belief in me. Every night I slept without hearing what happened under that truck. The steel bowed beneath my boots. My freedom." The scale gave a single deep groan. And every lie I called procedure. The beneficiary weight stopped rising. Across the thermal image, the 6 dead turned toward the west. Not forgiving me. Not condemning me. Simply waiting for the measurement to finish. The eastern edge of the desert broke open with sunlight. At dawn, the new weighbridges activated. Calls flooded the station radio from across the country. A driver outside Pittsburgh reported a scale appearing beneath his wheels on an empty turnpike. A woman in Georgia said her dashboard had replaced her fuel reading with the names of families removed for a distribution center. A cattle hauler in Kansas saw children seated beneath the animals, though his trailer was clean. In California, freight traffic stopped beside towns buried under reservoirs and interchanges. In Louisiana, trucks displayed the weight of neighborhoods repeatedly flooded so goods could still reach higher ground. Along highways in Maine, Arizona, Michigan, Texas, and Oregon, barriers descended before anyone reached a station. The readings were different everywhere. Closed hospitals, poisoned wells, evicted tenants, unpaid bodies. Years taken from workers whose names had never appeared on manifests. No vehicle was empty. The drivers at Black Basin returned slowly to their cabs. Their dashboards showed figures no scale inspector had taught them to read. Some numbers were small enough to deny. Others exceeded the weight limits of bridges, roads, and cities. No one asked me to raise the barriers. The final truck rolled off lane 2 without my authorization. Its platform reading fell to 0, but the handprint on the trailer remained. As it passed me, I saw the 6 dead standing upright inside, no longer crushed together. Ben looked back through the metal wall. The truck entered the sunrise and vanished among the stopped freight. My own display did not clear. Carrier, Caleb Voss. Cargo, confession. Stepped in transit. I am recording this from Black Basin while the highway remains closed. They may arrest me before nightfall. They may call the documents fraudulent, the footage altered, the scales defective. They may open the road and order the trucks forward. But now, every driver can see the weight. And somewhere beneath every cargo bed in America, the forgotten dead are waiting to learn whether being measured will finally be enough. Some roads are praised for shortening distance, but distance is often only suffering moved beyond sight. Caleb believed his crime weighed $6,000 and 6 deaths. The scales revealed something harder to confess. Guilt also includes every ordinary comfort purchased by silence afterward. Perhaps accountability begins not when a hidden cost is exposed, but when the people who benefited from it refuse to send it farther down the road. If your life displayed its true beneficiary weight before dawn, whose names would appear beneath the number? And would you still choose to continue? Story 5. By the time Dr. Naomi Kerr unlocked the staff entrance of the Chesapeake Maritime Center, the tide had already begun pressing brown water against the pilings beneath the building. The aquarium had been closed for 11 months, but the door still resisted her as if someone were pulling from the other side. She put her shoulder into it, felt the swollen frame give, and stepped into a corridor smelling of mildew, disinfectant, and the faint metallic sweetness of old seawater. Nothing moved. That was what she noticed first. No filtration pumps trembled behind the walls. No school groups dragged their hands along the railings. No distant loudspeaker welcomed visitors to the Atlantic Gallery. The building had once been full of mechanical life. Motors, fans, pumps, valves, children. But now it held its silence so completely that Naomi could hear the fabric of her coat scrape when she breathed. She signed the entry log out of habit. There was no reason to. The power had been cut to every public system except emergency lighting, and the security contractor had stopped making rounds 3 weeks earlier. Still, she wrote her name, the date, and the purpose of her visit: final veterinary inventory. The pen left a wet black groove in the paper. Beneath her line, someone had written one word: returned. Naomi stared at it until the letters blurred. The handwriting was not fresh. The ink had bled into the damp paper, feathering at the edges. It could have been there for months. A joke from maintenance, perhaps. A note related to equipment. The center had been emptied in stages, with tanks drained, specimens transferred, records boxed, and anything too costly to move abandoned to rust. She closed the logbook. The Atlantic Gallery lay beyond 2 sets of glass doors. Her flashlight caught wall murals of whales, rays, and deep-sea vents rendered in cheerful blues that looked childish without daylight. The smaller exhibits stood dark and dry. Rock pools had cracked into pale basins. An artificial mangrove root curled over nothing. Only the ocean tank still contained water. It occupied the far end of the gallery, 3 stories high, a black rectangle behind laminated glass. During public hours, it had held sand tiger sharks, sea turtles, cow-nose rays, and thousands of schooling fish. Now every animal had been removed, the overhead lights shut down, and the tank left half-filled because draining it completely would have destabilized the old foundation. Naomi stopped beside the nearest railing. The water line was not halfway up. It was near the top. For several seconds, she simply watched it. Her mind supplied explanations before fear could form. Rainwater intrusion. A failed isolation gate. Tidal backflow from the harbor intake. The building's plumbing had always been temperamental, and no one had maintained the valve since the closure. She took out her phone to photograph the level. The glass moved. Not visibly. Not at first. She felt it through the railing. A slow vibration, deep enough to pass into her wrists. The water darkened from floor to ceiling, and somewhere inside the tank, a pressure rolled outward. The sound came next. A long inhalation. It was too low to be heard cleanly. The gallery seemed to hear it for her. Metal joints ticked. A hanging sign shivered. Dust trembled loose from the ceiling and drifted through her flashlight beam. Then came the exhalation. The curved viewing glass bowed outward by a fraction. Naomi stepped back. The sound stopped. Her heartbeat did not race. That was wrong. She knew what panic should feel like. Heat beneath the ribs, narrowed vision, the animal demand to run. She had felt it often enough in operating rooms, in rescue boats, and once, 6 years earlier, at the edge of this same tank while a diver failed to answer his radio. Now there was only a clean, level calm. She approached the glass again. The tank breathed in. Her reflection trembled on the black surface. Behind it, far beyond the reach of her light, something pale drifted upward and vanished. Naomi pressed 2 fingers to the glass. Cold traveled into her hand. For one instant, she saw a shape on the other side. Not a fish, not debris, but 5 enormous fingers spreading against the darkness exactly opposite her own. Then the hand tapped once. Twice. And a voice inside the tank, distorted by millions of gallons of water, said her name. The voice did not repeat itself. Naomi kept her fingers against the glass for several seconds, waiting for another vibration, another word, some mechanical explanation she could isolate and measure. Nothing came. The pale hand had vanished, leaving only her reflection suspended over the black water. She withdrew her hand. Fear returned so suddenly that her knees weakened. Her pulse struck hard beneath her jaw. The empty gallery seemed enormous now, every dark exhibit capable of concealing movement. She stepped back from the tank, breathing through her mouth, and watched the waterline for any disturbance. It remained perfectly still. Naomi took out her phone again. The photograph she had attempted showed only darkness and a white flare from the flashlight. No hand. No face. No visible displacement in the glass. She opened a new inspection file and dictated what she could defend professionally. Inspected rise in primary tank level. Possible harbor intake failure. Structural vibration observed near western viewing panel. Acoustic disturbance of unknown origin. She stopped before adding that the disturbance had spoken her name. The aquarium service stairs rose along the side of the tank behind a locked maintenance gate. Naomi still carried the master key, though she had not used it since the closure. The lock opened with a brittle crack, shedding orange rust across her glove. Beyond it, the air grew colder. The stairs led to a narrow steel ledge running halfway around the tank. Technicians had once used it to examine seals and access emergency valves. A yellow warning label advised the use of a safety harness, but the harness cabinet had been removed months ago. Naomi placed 1 foot on the ledge. The steel flexed. She should have stopped. The bolts were corroded, the railing loose, and the drop to the gallery floor high enough to break her spine. She understood those facts clearly. She simply did not care. The closer she moved to the tank, the quieter her body became. Her heartbeat slowed. The cold in her hands disappeared. Even the memory of the voice lost its urgency, becoming no more troubling than a faulty recording. She walked farther. Rust powdered beneath her shoes and drifted into the darkness below. The ledge gave a low metallic groan. Naomi looked down through the gaps in the grating and saw the gallery floor several stories beneath her. There was no vertigo, no caution. She leaned over the railing and brought her face within inches of the tank. The water was not empty. Shapes moved far below, too large and slow to be fish. At first, she thought they were shadows cast by the emergency lights. Then one rose along the inner wall, matching her position as she walked. Naomi took another step. The shape followed. A bolt snapped beneath her right foot. The ledge lurched downward. Her body responded without fear. She caught the railing, shifted her weight, and stepped calmly over the broken section. Only when she moved away from the glass did terror flood back into her limbs. She dropped to her knees. The broken bolt spun through the darkness and struck the gallery floor, several seconds later. Naomi stared at the gap beneath her shoe. Whatever stood on the other side of the glass was not only producing sound. It was altering her threat response. She retreated from the ledge, keeping one hand against the wall until she reached the stairs. Each step away from the tank sharpened her senses. By the time she returned to the gallery floor, she was shaking badly enough to fumble the gate key. She needed evidence from a living animal. Most of the aquarium had been emptied, but the quarantine wing still housed several fish that could not be transferred because of chronic infections. Their filtration system ran independently on a backup generator in the basement. The corridor to quarantine smelled of algae and warm plastic. Emergency strips glowed along the floor. Naomi heard water moving behind the sealed door and felt an absurd relief. The first tank held 6 Atlantic croakers. All 6 were pressed into one corner. When Naomi entered, they began striking their heads against the acrylic. Their bodies flashed silver as they turned, collided, and turned again. One fish tore scales from its flank, trying to force itself beneath a filter housing. Naomi switched on the overhead light. The panic worsened. The fish were not reacting to her. They were reacting to the shadows cast beneath them. Each time a croaker crossed its own shadow, it twisted violently away, as if something below had lunged upward. Naomi approached the second tank. A striped bass lay motionless against the bottom, its gills working too fast. Scratches covered the inside of the acrylic. Between the tank and the wall, something black protruded from beneath a cabinet. She crouched and pulled it free. It was a diver's slate, stained with mineral deposits, the plastic warped from long immersion. A broken grease pencil remained tied to one corner. Naomi knew the handwriting before she read the name etched across the top. Even Sloan. Her throat closed. The final line had been gouged so deeply into the slate that the pencil had split. It is not afraid of US yet. As Naomi read it, every fish in the quarantine wing turned toward the ocean tank at once. The fish remained turned toward the ocean tank. Not merely facing the corridor that led back to it, Naomi realized. Their bodies were angled downward. Noses pointed toward the concrete floor, as though the thing they sensed was not across the aquarium, but beneath it. For nearly a minute, none of them moved. Then the backup generator coughed. The quarantine lights dimmed, returned, and a small red indicator appeared above the observation window. Naomi looked up. A camera was mounted in the corner of the ceiling. She remembered the unit only vaguely. Behavioral cameras had been installed during the aquarium's final research expansion to record feeding patterns and stress responses. Most had been disconnected before the closure. This one should have been dead with the rest of the network. Its lens rotated toward her. Naomi stood slowly, still holding Evan's slate. The camera followed. A speaker built into the wall gave a soft electronic click. "Subject acquired," said a woman's recorded voice. Naomi froze. The tone was neutral, automated, and unmistakably old. She had heard similar prompts during veterinary trials, though never in this wing. Besson assessment resumed. The fish broke formation. All 6 croakers struck the walls at once. The striped base rolled onto its side, beating its tail against the gravel. Naomi moved instinctively toward the tanks, but the camera adjusted to keep her centered. A second red light appeared above the door. The lock engaged. Naomi pulled the handle. It did not move. "End assessment," she said. The system did not respond. A narrow monitor beside the observation window flickered awake. Static rolled over the screen, followed by a grayscale image of Naomi standing in the quarantine room. Across the bottom, a line traced the rhythm of her pulse. It barely moved. Naomi pressed 2 fingers against her neck. Her heart was beating hard enough to feel in her teeth, yet the monitor displayed a calm, almost mechanical pattern. 44 beats per minute. Another line appeared beneath it. Fear responds, negligible. That's impossible. The camera zoomed closer. Her face filled the monitor, pale, damp at the temples, eyes fixed too widely open. Beneath the image, the system began assigning measurements: pupil dilation, skin temperature, respiratory rate, muscular tension. Every value suggested rest. Naomi felt anything but rested. The fish continued injuring themselves around her. Their fear was visible in every frantic collision, while the machine insisted that hers did not exist. She crossed to the monitor and searched the casing for a manual power switch. There was none. A cable ran through the wall into the old research network. On the screen, a file directory opened by itself. Hundreds of archived sessions appeared, each marked with identification codes instead of names. Most were dated years before the aquarium's closure. Naomi touched the screen. The directory responded. She selected the oldest visible file. The recording showed the ocean tank during public hours. Families stood before the glass while sharks moved through blue water. A man laughed as his young son pressed both palms against the viewing panel. Biometric graphs lined the image. Fear levels rose when a shark approached, then dropped sharply as it passed. Another file opened. A maintenance worker stood alone on the upper ledge. Naomi recognized him as Luis Bennett, who had resigned after walking across a wet platform without attaching his safety line. He had told the investigators he felt strangely certain he could not fall. The archive labeled him Calibration Obeziver 12. Naomi opened another. A gift shop supervisor entered the tank tunnel during a power failure. Her pulse remained flat while stingrays scraped across the acrylic above her. Calibration Obeziver 19. The date stretched back farther than Naomi expected. Before the military grant, before the trench expedition, before anyone had officially acknowledged behavioral research involving visitors. A search field blinked in the corner. Naomi typed her surname. 37 results appeared. For a moment, she assumed they were veterinary records. Dive examinations. Sedation logs. Animal stress evaluations. Then the first file opened. Naomi saw herself 6 years younger, standing beside the ocean tank after closing. She wore her white laboratory coat and held a clipboard against her chest. Evan Sloan was visible behind her, checking the seals on his diving mask. The footage had been recorded 3 days before his disappearance. On the monitor, Naomi's younger self approached the glass. Her pulse fell. The label beneath her image read, Calibration Obeziver 1. Additional text appeared beside it. Repeated exposure approved. Subject to plus exceptional fear retention. Naomi stepped back from the screen. The recording continued. Evan looked toward the hidden camera, then leaned close to Naomi and said something the archive had preserved without sound. She watched his lips carefully. He was not discussing the dive. He was saying, "They started with you." Behind him, something enormous opened its eyes inside the tank. The eye in the archive recording vanished when the file ended. For several seconds, Naomi stood in the quarantine room with Evan's slate pressed against her ribs. The monitor returned to the directory. Its calm blue interface, listing 37 sessions in which she had been observed, measured, and classified without her consent. Or without the consent she remembered giving. She forced herself to breathe slowly. The camera's pulse reading had to be wrong. The sensors were old. The network had been dormant for months. Moisture could corrupt electrical signals, and low-frequency vibration from the harbor pumps could produce nausea, disorientation, even irrational certainty. Dissolved gases leaking from stagnant seawater might explain the headaches and the animal's agitation. These were mechanisms. Mechanisms could be measured. Naomi pulled the quarantine fire release. The door lock snapped open. She spent the next hour assembling instruments from the veterinary laboratory, a portable oxygen meter, a hydrophone, gas detection strips, a handheld spectrometer, and an old cardiac monitor whose adhesive leads had nearly dried out. She attached 2 leads beneath her collarbone and clipped the display to her belt. Away from the ocean tank, her pulse remained high. Near the gallery entrance, it began to fall. She stopped. The monitor showed 76 beats per minute. 3 steps closer to the glass reduced it to 68. At the railing, it settled at 49. Naomi stared at the numbers. Her breathing became smooth. The trembling in her hands ceased. The memory of the ledge no longer seemed reckless. Evan's slate no longer felt like evidence of a death she had helped conceal, only an object requiring documentation. She knew that indifference was not natural. Still, she wanted to remain beside the glass. She lowered the hydrophone into a maintenance sampling pipe. The headphones filled with a dense, granular hiss. Beneath it came the slow rhythm she had heard through the gallery walls. Inhale. Pause. Exhale. The sound was not generated by pumps. Its intervals varied slightly, as living respiration did. Naomi recorded a sample, then checked the water chemistry. Oxygen levels were too low to support the tank's former population, but not low enough to produce the effects she was experiencing. The gas strips showed no hydrogen sulfide, methane, or carbon monoxide. The spectrometer detected traces of old disinfectant, salt, protein, and suspended organic material. Nothing that could remove fear. A crash sounded from quarantine. Naomi ran back. One of the croakers floated near the surface, its jaw broken from repeated collisions. The others thrashed beneath it, fleeing the shadows cast by Naomi's moving flashlight. In the neighboring tank, the striped base had scraped its flank raw against the acrylic. She stepped toward them. Their panic intensified. When she retreated toward the ocean tank, they calmed slightly. Naomi repeated the movement. Each time she approached the glass, her own fear diminished and theirs increased. The relationship was too consistent to dismiss. Something was not suppressing fear. It was displacing it. She returned to the gallery and unplugged the nearest wall speaker from the emergency announcement circuit. She wanted silence while she documented the observation. The speaker clicked anyway. Static spilled into the empty room. Then a man began breathing. Naomi recognized the rhythm before the voice formed. Short inhalations controlled through a diving regulator, followed by the wet mechanical release of bubbles. Surface, this is Sloan. The recording was damaged. Each word arrived beneath layers of hiss and pressure. Naomi stepped away from the tank. The speaker cable lay disconnected at her feet. Visibility is gone. I can't locate the intake rail. Evan's voice was younger than she remembered. Frightened, but disciplined. It came from the night of his final dive, from a transmission Naomi had reported as unintelligible. She had signed the statement herself. Something is between me and the access hatch. A burst of static swallowed several words. Naomi closed her eyes. She remembered standing in the control room while alarms pulsed red across the panel. She remembered being told there was no safe recovery option. She remembered approving the emergency seal because opening the intake could have contaminated the entire system. She did not remember hearing this. Dr. Kerr is at the upper glass, Evan said. Naomi looked toward the corroded service stairs. The transmission continued. She's watching me. Her skin tightened. The night Evan disappeared, Naomi had remained in the control room. That was what she had told investigators. That was what the footage in the official file showed. She hasn't reached the ledge yet, Evan whispered. But I can see her standing above me. A metallic snap echoed high over the gallery. Naomi looked up. On the service ledge, beside the dark water, a woman in a white laboratory coat was waiting for her. The woman on the ledge did not move. Naomi stood beneath her, holding the disconnected speaker cable. The white coat above was the same cut she had worn 6 years earlier, before the Aquarium replaced its uniforms with navy scrubs. Its hem hung still, despite the draft moving through the gallery. "Who are you?" Naomi called. The figure turned its head. It had Naomi's face, but not as a reflection would. The features were slack with an exhaustion she recognized from photographs taken during the investigation. One sleeve was dark to the elbow, soaked as though the arm had been submerged. The emergency lights failed. For a breath, the gallery disappeared. When they returned, the ledge was empty. Water had begun gathering on the floor. It emerged along the seams between tiles, clear beads welling upward from dry concrete. Within minutes, they joined into thin silver lines running toward the closed exhibits. Naomi touched one. It was cold and sharply saline. Harbor water, she thought. But the tide lay below the building, and the floor drains should have carried seepage away. Instead, water was climbing through the aquarium from beneath. A heavy click sounded behind her. The doors to the Atlantic gallery sealed. Naomi crossed to them and pushed. Magnetic locks held the glass panels together. The emergency release remained dark. Beyond the doors, corridor lights came on one by one, extending a pale path toward quarantine. At the far end, something black crossed the wall. Naomi raised her flashlight. The beam found only the painted silhouette of a blue whale. Yet, As she approached, the whale's shadow recoiled before the light reached it, folding backward across the mural as if avoiding her. Naomi stopped. The shadow stopped. She stepped forward. It withdrew again. In the next exhibit, artificial reeds cast narrow bars over an empty pool. Those shadows bent away from her shoes. Even the shadows of railings leaned toward corners as she passed. The aquarium was not becoming darker. The darkness was trying to escape her. A crash came from quarantine, followed by another. Naomi found the surviving croakers smashing themselves against the rear wall of their tank. The injured fish floated near the filter intake. The striped base had forced half its body beneath a plastic shelter too small to hold it. She moved closer. Every fish fled to the opposite side. The cardiac monitor clipped to her belt showed a pulse of 46. She felt no dread, no pity sharp enough to change her breathing. She understood that the animals were suffering, yet the fact remained remote and clean, like a number in a report. Naomi looked toward the ocean tank. The fish were not afraid of shadows. They were afraid of whatever fear the shadows carried. She tested the idea by walking back toward the gallery. Her pulse dropped to 42. Behind her, the impacts grew louder. When she returned to quarantine, her heart climbed and the fish slowed. Fear removed from her was appearing somewhere else. Not vanishing, transferred. The conclusion opened something in her memory. Red alarm lights. Evan's regulator rasping over the radio. A hand pressed to the control room glass. Naomi gripped the tank edge. She had told investigators she never left the control room. She had repeated it until the sentence became memory. But now another image surfaced. Herself climbing the service stairs while Evan remained below, moving through black water toward the intake. She had stood on the ledge. She had watched his light circle beneath her. And she had felt calm. Not courage. Not professional control. An absence. In the memory, Evan struck the inside of the tank with a metal tool. He pointed toward the emergency drain. Naomi could have opened it. And after the procedure would have emptied contaminated water into the harbor and destroyed the research program. She remembered her hand resting on the release lever. She remembered feeling nothing when she stepped away. The quarantine speaker clicked on. This time, Evan's voice was not a recording. "You gave it yours first," he said. The fish stopped moving. Across every tank, wet wall, and darkened display, Naomi's shadow turned toward her. Then it raised one arm and pointed down. Naomi's shadow kept pointing after she lowered her arm. It stretched across the wet floor toward a maintenance hatch beneath the quarantine tanks, where a yellow stencil warned. Oft researched personnel only. She had passed it hundreds of times. She had never opened it. The hatch was secured by a wheel lock rather than a key. Rust resisted the first turn, then broke loose with a brittle shriek. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of brine, overheated wiring, and something faintly animal. The shadow withdrew into the opening before she descended. A steel ladder led beneath the public floor. Water dripped from the soles of Naomi's shoes onto concrete steps far below. With each rung, the aquarium's familiar structure disappeared. The pipes became thicker, the walls unfinished. the electrical conduits newer than the building above. This level had not appeared on any evacuation plan. At the bottom, emergency lights illuminated a corridor running beneath the ocean tank. The ceiling vibrated with each immense breath overhead. Condensation covered the walls, but the droplets were moving upward, trembling against gravity toward the tank. A biometric scanner beside the first door glowed green when Naomi approached. Calibration Observer 1 recognized. The lock released. Inside, 6 monitoring stations formed a crescent around a wall of dark screens. Plastic chairs faced a wide observation window, though the glass looked into concrete rather than water. Coffee cups had collapsed inward with age. Clipboards remained neatly stacked beneath keyboards. Naomi touched one monitor. The entire room activated. Graphs appeared across the screens: heart rates, respiration patterns, pupil responses, skin conductivity. Thousands of entries were organized by visitor date, exhibit location, and emotional intensity. Children lost in crowds. Adults startled by sharks. Veterans reacting to confined tunnels. Parents watching predators approach the glass behind their children. The aquarium had mapped fear with clinical precision. A file opened automatically. Visitor Effect Harvest, Pace 4. The project summary described the trench organism as a biological affective sink, capable of reducing acute fear responses within a limited radius. Public exposure had been justified as passive environmental observation. Naomi scrolled farther. Contracts filled the next directory. A defense research agency had purchased access to controlled trials. A private airline wanted panic-resistant pilots. A pharmaceutical company proposed non-chemical executive resilience. A logistics corporation requested testing on workers assigned to hazardous routes. The language was careful. No document used the word theft. Another folder contained military schedules. Training exercises were listed beside fear transfer quotas and acceptable behavioral degradation in nearby animal populations. Naomi found her own name in the approval chain. Not as a subject, as medical authorization. Her signature appeared beneath a statement confirming that no vertebrate distress had exceeded established welfare thresholds. She remembered signing forms after being told they concerned filtration noise. The lie rose easily, even now, she had not known. Then she found a handwritten amendment in the margin. Care informed verbally. No objection. Her initials followed. The corridor beyond the laboratory ended at a circular pressure door. Red paint marked it as Chamber 3. Unlike everything else below, its steel surface was wet. Something struck it softly from inside. 3 taps. Naomi entered the release code stored in the old veterinary emergency manual. The wheel turned too easily. The chamber beyond was narrow and cylindrical, built around a central restraint frame. Observation ports lined the walls, each fogged from within. Hoses descended from the ceiling into a shallow basin filled with black seawater. Suspended over the basin was a diving suit. Evan's suit. Naomi recognized the faded orange shoulder panels and the repaired seam above the left knee. His emergency knife remained strapped to the calf. The helmet hung forward, as though its wearer had fallen to sleep standing. But the suit was not empty. A translucent membrane had grown around it, thin as wet skin and threaded with dark vessels. It passed through torn fabric, filled the sleeves, and spread between the fingers of the gloves. Each slow contraction tightened the suit around a human shape before releasing it again. Inhale. Pause. Exhale. Naomi approached until her reflection appeared in the helmet visor. The membrane inside flexed. A hand lifted. Its proportions were human at first. Then the fingers lengthened against the glove, stretching the material until each digit reached nearly to Naomi's face. She raised Evan's slate. The hand struck the visor once. A speaker inside the helmet crackled. "I found the place they put the fear," Evan whispered. The membrane tightened around the suit. Behind Naomi, every observation port cleared at once. Faces were pressed against the glass from the other side. The faces behind the observation ports did not blink. Some belonged to children. Others to soldiers, divers, office workers, and people in business suits. Their mouths opened and closed against the glass without sound, each expression fixed at the instant fear had left them. Naomi turned toward the helmet. "Are they alive?" Evan's answer came through static. "Not the way you mean." The membrane around his suit contracted. Black vessels tightened beneath its translucent surface, carrying pulses of darkness from the basin into the walls. Naomi backed out of the chamber and sealed the pressure door. The faces remained visible until the steel closed between them. At the monitoring stations, a new directory had opened. Commercial applications. The earliest files described small public trials, disguised as wellness studies. Visitors exiting the Ocean Gallery reported reduced anxiety, improved decision speed, and greater willingness to take physical risks. The Aquarium called the effect borrowed courage. Later contracts used a different term: effective off-noting. Soldiers exposed before live-fire exercises demonstrated lower hesitation. Executives completed hostile acquisitions without measurable stress. Utility crews entered unstable tunnels after standing beside mobile tanks containing tissue cultured from the trench organism. The fear did not disappear. Every report contained a secondary column labeled Reynolds impact. Laboratory fish suffered fatal collisions. Dogs developed compulsive hiding behavior. Nearby, workers experienced night terrors, paranoia, and sudden aversion to their own reflections. One trial at a desert training site ended when a herd of antelope ran through a perimeter fence and continued until their legs failed. The project leaders had called these effects environmental displacement. Naomi opened the visitor archive. Each aquarium ticket had been linked to biometric cameras, microphone arrays, and thermal sensors. The public displays were not exhibits. They were funnels. Sharks, darkness, narrow tunnels, sudden movement, and deep water sounds generated predictable fear responses. The organism absorbed those responses through the tank and returned calm to selected subjects. The aquarium had manufactured terror in one population to create fearlessness in another. A corporate presentation filled the main screen. A smiling presenter stood before an image of the ocean tank. "Courage is no longer a character trait," the caption read. "It is a transferable resource." Naomi shut the file. Another began playing automatically. Security footage from the night Evan vanished appeared across every monitor. The control room looked smaller than she remembered. Red alarms flashed over the consoles. Evan's position marker moved beneath the ocean tank, while Naomi stood beside the emergency intake controls. The video had no sound, but the system displayed a transcript reconstructed from radio logs. Diver Sloan, I am trapped below the intake rail. Open the emergency drain. Naomi watched herself reach for the lever. A second man entered the frame. Dr. Martin Vale, research director and principal investigator for the Trench Project. He placed one hand over hers. The transcript continued. Valley, opening it releases the culture into the harbor. Care, he has less than 4 minutes of reserve gas. Vale, the program will be terminated. Every specimen will be destroyed. Naomi's recorded face turned toward the tank. Her pulse data appeared beside the footage. 72 beats per minute. Then 48. Exposure had already begun. She watched her younger self remove her hand from the lever. The footage jumped forward. Evan's signal remained active, but Naomi sat at a terminal modifying his dive record. She changed his remaining air supply. She replaced a warning about intake suction with an equipment failure notation. She marked his decompression interval as unsafe, making immediate recovery appear impossible. Naomi remembered each keystroke now. Not as fragments. Not as something done under Vale's direction. She had understood exactly what she was writing. The final sequence showed her issuing the command that sealed the intake. Evan was still moving beneath the tank. His gloved hand struck the interior glass. Once. Twice. Naomi did not look away. She watched until the position marker disappeared. A form appeared over the footage. Fatality classification, Diver Aaron. At the bottom was Naomi's signature. The disconnected speaker in the laboratory clicked on. You didn't lose me, Evan said. You filed me. The ocean tank inhaled above them. Every monitor changed to a live image of Naomi standing at the console. A red label formed beneath her face. Product Susco confirmed. Then the system began counting how much fear remained inside her. The counter did not measure Naomi's pulse. It measured memories. Numbers climbed beside a sequence of images drawn from the archive. Naomi as a child beneath dark water, Naomi opening her first animal during veterinary training, Naomi signing the non-disclosure agreement, Naomi watching Evan's signal vanish. Each image carried a classification. Predator. Prey. Witness. Abandonment. Naomi gripped the console. This is not fear retention. No, Evan said through the speaker. That was the first mistake. A research notebook opened on the central monitor. The earliest entries belonged to Dr. Vale and described the organism recovered from the Hadal Meridian Trench as neurologically primitive, without eyes, organs, or a stable body. It reacted to electrical fields and altered its tissue in response to nearby stress. Researchers assumed it consumed fear because the emotion diminished around it. Later entries showed growing uncertainty. The organism responded differently to different kinds of fear. Sudden panic produced rapid movement. Fear of pain made it withdraw. Fear for another person caused its tissue to divide and surround the perceived vulnerable body. Then it encountered human concealment. A technician injured during an early trial insisted he was unharmed because he feared losing his position. The organism remained wrapped around him for 3 days, reproducing the pattern of his lie in pulses across its surface. After that, it began distinguishing between fear and the reasons beneath fear. The files became less scientific. It does not absorb emotion. It extracts relationships. It identifies what creates the fear. It is learning danger through us. Naomi scrolled faster. Visitors had supplied millions of examples. Children feared being lost because adults could leave them. Employees feared supervisors because livelihood could be withheld. Soldiers feared hesitation because institutions punished vulnerability. Executives feared exposure because their authority depended on hidden actions. The organism had learned that teeth, claws, darkness, and drowning were not the most reliable signs of a predator. Predators smiled. Predators reassured. Predators changed records. The ocean tank exhaled. Across the monitors, the same image appeared. Naomi's face from the night Evan disappeared. Calm, attentive. Turned toward the glass while his hand struck from below. The system labeled her. Recognized threat. Naomi stepped away. A wet impact sounded from Chamber 3. Then another. The pressure door bowed inward. She opened it. The membrane around Evan's suit had expanded, filling most of the chamber. It no longer resembled skin. It had become a dark, translucent mass without fixed boundaries, folding through the restraint frame and along the walls. Shapes moved inside it. Faces, hands, open mouths. Evan's helmet remained near the center. Naomi entered the chamber. The black water in the basin rose around her shoes, but did not spill beyond its edge. The organism shifted toward her, then stopped as though waiting for instruction. The speaker inside Evan's helmet crackled. I taught it your name. His gloved hand lifted. The fingers stretched until they touched the nearest observation port. On the other side, one of the silent faces recoiled. You're alive, Naomi whispered. Some of me is. The membrane tightened, outlining the shape within the suit. Evan's shoulders were too broad now. His torso extended beyond the fabric, continuing into the organism, as though the tank had forgotten where his body ended. How long? I stopped counting when it stopped asking with words. He pressed one giant finger against the glass. Tap. A monitor outside the chamber displayed Naomi sealing the intake. Tap. It showed her altering the dive log. Tap. It showed Vale praising her judgment while Evan remained trapped below. With each strike, the organism changed. Dark folds gathered into the suggestion of an enormous hand. The fingers copied Evan's rhythm, tapping along pipes, walls, and glass throughout the aquarium. You're teaching it, Naomi said. It wanted to know what I feared. Another tap. So I showed it. The chamber walls trembled. Images formed in the membrane. A child abandoned in a crowd, an injured worker left inside a tunnel, an animal restrained for an unnecessary trial. Evan looking upward as Naomi chose the program over him. The organism, had not preserved his memories out of mercy. It had used him as a dictionary. Naomi's face appeared again and again within its body, always beside the same concept. The one Whiteout leaves. Above them, the ocean tank began breathing faster. Naomi understood then why it had spoken her name. It had not been calling her. It had been practicing a warning. Evan's fingers spread against the helmet visor. When they come to recover it, he said, it needs to know which side of the glass they belong on. From somewhere beyond the aquarium, engines approached along the waterfront. The organism turned every borrowed face toward the sound. And for the first time, the thing from the trench began to feel afraid. The engines stopped outside the aquarium. Doors opened in sequence. Heavy boots crossed the waterfront pavement, followed by the metallic clatter of equipment cases. Through the laboratory ceiling, Naomi heard the front entrance forced inward. The recovery team had not come to inspect the closure. They had come prepared to remove something alive. A secure terminal in the monitoring room displayed an external access request. Meriden Defense Systems, Biological Asset Recovery. Beneath it, the command attempted to isolate Chamber 3 and purge the local archive. Naomi pulled Evan's slate from her coat and wedged it beneath the terminal's emergency switch before the system could lock her out. The screen flickered, then returned to manual control. How many? She asked. The membrane surrounding Evan's suit pulsed toward the ceiling. Through it came a confusion of distant heartbeats, steady, controlled, almost identical. 8, Evan said. None of them brought fear inside. Of course they had not. The recovery personnel had been treated before arrival. Fearless workers for a dangerous retrieval. Human beings stripped of the instinct that might have told them to question an order, pity a trapped organism, or stop when something begged. Naomi opened the archive's transfer controls. Years of visitor records, military reports, contracts, medical waivers, and security footage waited in compressed directories. She selected every file and routed them to public research databases, federal investigators, newsrooms, and the families named in the trials. The upload began. Estimated completion, 9 minutes. A voice sounded through the corridor speakers. Dr. Kerr, step away from the terminal. The man spoke without anger or urgency. That frightened her more than shouting would have. We are authorized to secure proprietary biological material. Interference will expose the harbor to catastrophic contamination. Naomi looked through the chamber door at the organism. It gathered around Evan's body like a dark tide awaiting a moon. The warning was probably true. Breaking the tank might poison the harbor, flood the aquarium, or release something that had no natural limit outside pressure glass. She could confess, surrender the records, and allow the recovery team to take responsibility. That was how abandonment always introduced itself. As procedure, as caution, as someone else's authority. The laboratory door shuddered under a hydraulic ram. Naomi opened the ocean tank's pressure interface. The manual controls showed 3 containment layers: the public viewing glass, an internal pressure membrane, and the harbor intake seal she had ordered, closed 6 years earlier. All 3 could be overridden from below. The upload reached 12%. Evan, she said, if I release you, can you control it? His helmet turned slightly. No, The answer was so immediate that she almost laughed. What will it do? It will decide. The laboratory door bent inward. Naomi found the controls for the viewing panel. Warning windows covered the screen. Constructural falsure will resort in mass casualty risk. Biological dispersal cannot be reversed. Confirm asset loss. Her hand hovered above the final command. She wanted forgiveness. She recognized that now. The confession, the upload, even returning to the aquarium, some part of her had believed the correct sequence of actions could make Evan's suffering resolve into punishment and absolution. But Evan was not evidence waiting to forgive her. The organism was not a victim waiting to become harmless. Freedom did not guarantee mercy. The first recovery officer entered the laboratory wearing black pressure armor and a sealed helmet. 3 others followed. Their weapons were designed not for people, but for tissue. Cryogenic canisters, electrical nets, chemical injectors. Their pulse readings appeared on the monitors. 40 beats per minute. No fear. Behind them, the shadows along the corridor walls convulsed and fled. "Step away," the lead officer repeated. Naomi pressed the command. The internal pressure membrane disengaged. Somewhere above, the ocean tank gave a sound like a whale inhaling beneath ice. The officers raised their weapons. Naomi activated the harbor intake. For 6 years, the sealed gate had held back both the Patapsco River and the truth of what remained inside the tank. Metal screamed through the foundation as the mechanism began to open. The organism surged around Evan's suit. The upload reached 73%. "Abort the release," the officer said. "You do not know what it has become." Naomi looked at his calm faceplate. "No," she said, "but it knows what we became." She struck the final control. Above them, cracks raced across the viewing glass. The aquarium lights flared bright enough to reveal every empty exhibit, every fleeing shadow, and every enormous hand pressed from inside the ocean tank. The recovery team fired. The glass broke. But the water did not fall. Instead, every drop inside the tank pulled away from the rupture, retreating backward into the darkness as though terrified of touching the air. Then the harbor outside began to recede. The first sound was not the glass collapsing. It was the harbor emptying. Beyond the aquarium walls, a deep, dragging roar rolled through Baltimore, too large to belong to wind or machinery. The floor tilted beneath Naomi as water drew away from the pilings, seawall, shipping channels, and every submerged foundation along the waterfront. Inside the ocean gallery, broken sections of viewing glass hung in their frames. Not one drop crossed the threshold. Water clung to the far side of the tank in a vertical black mass, retreating from the rupture as if the air were venomous. Fish that should not have remained there flickered inside it, white bellies, blind eyes, bodies malformed by pressure, before being pulled backward into depths the tank could not contain. The recovery officers stopped firing. Their chemical rounds entered the water and vanished. One officer stepped toward the opening. The fearlessness stripped into him by the program kept his gait steady as the floor trembled. A hand emerged from the darkness. It was larger than the viewing panel, translucent and crowded with smaller hands moving beneath its skin. It did not seize the officer. It hovered before him, studying. His pulse monitor remained flat. The hand recoiled. Naomi understood what the organism found unbearable. Not violence. Not weapons. Not hunger. The absence of warning. The officer raised his injector again. Evan's diving suit surfaced inside the vertical water. The membrane held him upright while his helmet turned toward Naomi. "Go," he said through every speaker in the aquarium. The upload reached 100%. Across the monitors, the archive divided into thousands of outgoing copies. Contracts, recordings, biometric records, and Naomi's altered dive report escaped into networks no company could contain. Then the power failed. Through the broken gallery wall, dawn revealed the harbor floor. Mud stretched between stranded vessels. Shopping carts, anchors, tires, bones, and the rotted ribs of forgotten boats lay exposed beneath the gray sky. Farther out, the Patapsco had narrowed into a black thread racing away from the city. Sirens began throughout Baltimore. Naomi climbed the service stairs. The corroded ledge no longer frightened her, but now she knew the calm was not courage. She moved carefully, testing every step, accepting the return of trembling as proof that some honest part of her remained. From the upper windows, she watched the water withdraw beyond Fort McHenry, beyond the bridge, beyond sight. Cargo ships settled onto the channel floor. Buoys toppled into mud. People emerged from buildings and walked toward the exposed harbor, despite evacuation alarms, compelled by the belief that anything retreating must be pursued. Phones began sounding below. The remaining monitors had switched to live broadcasts. Along the Atlantic coast, bays emptied in minutes. Water fled from beaches in Delaware, Virginia, the Carolinas, and Florida. News helicopters showed the continental shelf appearing beneath a widening band of wet darkness. Then came reports from Europe, Africa, South America. Every connected ocean was drawing away from inhabited land. Not as a wave gathering strength, as an animal increasing distance from a predator. Naomi returned to Chamber 3. The pressure room was empty, except for Evan's slate in the dry basin. New words had been carved beneath his final warning. Now it is. She carried the slate outside. Thousands stood along the waterfront, staring toward the vanished horizon. Some wept. Others laughed from shock. Behind them, the city's shadows had returned to their proper shapes. Naomi expected the sea to come back. Hours passed. It did not. By evening, the exposed seabed extended beyond every light. The air smelled of salt, decay, and places never meant to open beneath the sun. Governments warned citizens not to cross the former shoreline, but crowds were already walking into the mud. Naomi remained beside the ruined aquarium. Far below, something moved through the uncovered channel, not toward the city, but away from it. Then a sound traveled through the seabed. Tap. People fell silent. A second tap answered from somewhere farther south. Another came from across the empty Atlantic. The pattern spread beneath continents and along every abandoned coast, enormous fingers passing a warning through the bones of the world. Naomi looked down at her own hand. For 6 years, she had believed the worst thing she had done was leave one man behind glass. Now the ocean had learned the shape of that choice. and beneath humanity's feet, it was teaching the rest of the planet our name. Perhaps fear was never weakness. Perhaps it was the oldest form of honesty, the body recognizing danger before the mind found language to excuse it. Naomi helped turn that warning into a commodity, believing courage could be separated from consequence. But a creature from the deepest water learned what humanity refused to admit, that the most dangerous predators are often those who feel nothing while choosing who may be abandoned. If the natural world could study us as carefully as we study it, would it see intelligence, cruelty, or simply something from which it should retreat? Story 6. The first complaint described footsteps over a flat that had no floor above it. Owen Marsh read the sentence twice in the council van while rain glazed the windscreen and turned Bracken Court into a gray smear between two cranes. The block stood on the eastern edge of Manchester, 23 stories of stained concrete, rusting balconies, and satellite dishes angled toward a sky the color of wet plaster. Half the windows were boarded. The others showed curtains, potted herbs, drying school uniforms, and the stubborn evidence of people with nowhere better to go. He had inspected buildings like it for 31 years. They all made noises. Pipes knocked. Lift cables shuddered. Pigeons nested in ventilation shafts. Old concrete expanded by day and complained after dark. Tenants heard intention in every sound because intention was easier to fear than neglect. The complaint came from flat 2304, the penthouse in name only. Its tenant, Selma Voss, claimed the footsteps began above her bedroom each night. 12 steps toward the outer wall, a pause, then 7 back. Sometimes furniture dragged. Once, a child ran. Owen folded the page into his coat. Inside, Bracken Court smelled of boiled cabbage, damp carpet, and an overheated lift motor. The lobby lights hummed in alternating strips. Someone had taped a notice beside the lift. Please stop taking space from the budgie room. Beneath it, another tenant had written, "What space?" The caretaker did not find it funny. Gareth Pike was perhaps 40, narrow-faced, with a fluorescent jacket zipped to his throat. He carried 3 key rings and kept looking toward the lift doors as if they might open without being called. "You're here about Selma," he said. "I'm here about reported structural noise." That's what I said. "No, it isn't." Gareth rubbed a brass key with his thumb. "You'll see." The lift climbed slowly. On the 17th floor, Owen felt pressure in his ears. On the 19th, something struck the lift roof once. Gareth looked up. "Counterweight," Owen said. "There's nothing above the car. There's always something above the car." Flat 2304 occupied the end of a corridor, narrowed by fire doors, abandoned prams, and a wall swollen by rain. Selma opened before Gareth knocked. She was in her late 60s, compact and upright, with silver hair cut close to the scalp. Her flat was cleaner than the corridor and much smaller than Owen expected from the plans. The original drawings showed a sitting room 6 meters across. Selma's was barely 4. The windows were narrow, set deep into recesses like defensive slits. "Alterations?" Owen asked. "Not by me." "Previous tenant?" "I've been here since the building opened." Selma pointed upward. They walk after midnight. The ceiling was low enough for Owen to touch. Hairline cracks ran between patches of newer plaster. He aimed his laser measure from wall to wall. 4.1 meters. He measured again. 4.1. The plans are inaccurate, he said. They weren't when I moved in. Rain ticked against the windows. A pipe gave a hollow knock. Then came a footstep. It sounded directly above Owen's hand. A second followed, then another, crossing the ceiling with the unhurried weight of an adult walking over bare boards. Gareth whispered, 12. They counted without agreeing to. 12 steps moved toward the outer wall. Silence held. Then 7 steps returned. Owen watched the pendant light for vibration. There was none. No dust fell. Instead, a thin gray line lifted from the wardrobe and drifted upward, vanishing into the plaster. Selma studied his face. You heard them. I heard movement. There's no roof access, Gareth said. No plant room, no maintenance void. Owen stared at the ceiling until habit returned. Document, measure, explain. He asked for a ladder. The trapdoor was hidden beneath a square of plaster, whose edges appeared only when the light struck sideways. Owen pressed one corner. It opened inward without resistance. Cold air poured down. It smelled of carpet, cooking oil, warm milk, and occupied rooms. Owen raised his torch into the opening. A ceiling hung above him. Beyond it, upside down, a little girl stood barefoot on the other side of the plaster, looking up at him from a flat that could not exist. Owen lowered the hatch before anyone could ask what he had seen. The panel settled back into the ceiling with a soft, padded click. For several seconds he remained on the ladder, one hand pressed flat against the plaster, feeling no vibration at all. The cold air had gone. So had the smell of cooking oil and warm milk. What was up there? Gareth asked. Insulation void? Selma did not blink. Did the insulation have a child? Owen climbed down, folded the ladder, and said the opening would require a formal access assessment. He used phrases that sounded procedural enough to end conversations. Undocumented modification, potential compartment breach, restricted liability. By the time he left Bracken Court, Gareth was carrying the ladder back to storage, and Selma was standing beneath the concealed hatch with her arms folded, watching the ceiling as if she expected it to open from the other side. Owen did not mention the girl in his report. He wrote that sound transmission was likely caused by structural movement within the roof assembly. He recommended further observation and attached photographs that showed only cracked plaster. The image in which 2 small bare feet appeared beyond the opening failed to save. He told himself the file had corrupted. For the next 4 days, Owen returned to routine inspections. A converted terrace in Longsight had a bedroom window too narrow for escape. Owen called the deviation marginal and approved it subject to future alteration. In home, a landlord had built a partition through the center of a living room to create another rentable bedroom. The remaining corridor measured 6 centimeters below the council standard. 6 centimeters isn't a person, the landlord said. Owen signed the tolerance form. He had always preferred dimensions to occupants. Dimensions could be reduced, revised, averaged, or explained. Occupants brought photographs of mold on children's mattresses. They spoke about asthma, cold meals, and doors that would not open far enough for wheelchairs. They expected him to decide which discomfort mattered. The regulations were kinder. Regulations allowed variation. At home, Owen ate soup over the sink in a flat where every room remained exactly the size stated on the lease. He checked twice. The kitchen was 3.8 meters long. The sitting room was 4.6. His bedroom wall had not moved. Still, he woke after midnight to footsteps passing above him. 12 in one direction. 7 returning. Owen lived on the top floor. He waited until morning before checking the ceiling and found nothing except a faint dusting of gray powder on his pillow. When he brushed it away, several grains rose rather than fell. Bracken Court called again that afternoon. This time the complaint came from the 17th floor. The tenant, Amina Shah, met him beside an open bedroom door. She was holding a tape measure and trying not to cry. Behind her, a narrow space contained a single mattress turned upright against the wall. "This was my son's room," she said. Owen consulted the building plan. The bedroom should have measured 3 meters by 2.7. It measured 84 centimeters across. The wallpaper continued uninterrupted into the gap. Glow-in-the-dark stars crowded the ceiling, compressed so closely that they overlapped. A child's desk had become trapped halfway inside the right-hand wall. Only one drawer remained visible. "My son slept here on Monday," Amina said. Tuesday morning, he couldn't get the door open. Walls don't move overnight. "I know that." Owen measured the adjoining sitting room. It had gained no space. Neither had the corridor, bathroom, or neighboring flat. The missing volume had not shifted anywhere that architecture permitted. Amina showed him a photograph taken the previous week. Her son stood in the bedroom with both arms stretched outward, touching neither wall. Owen looked away from the boy's face and studied the skirting boards instead. Above them, footsteps crossed the ceiling. 12. A pause. 7 back. Then they continued. The sound passed through the wall, beyond Amina's flat, and across the ceiling of the corridor. Doors opened one after another as tenants stepped out to listen. The footsteps moved toward the lift shaft, climbed vertically inside it, and carried on above floors that did not exist. When they finally stopped, every lift indicator in Bracken Court displayed the same word: up high. The word remained on every lift display for 11 minutes. No button answered. No doors opened. Tenants gathered beneath the moving footsteps, listening as they crossed an invisible floor above the roof. Owen stood with Amina's photograph in one hand and his laser measure in the other, aware that everyone expected him to translate the impossible into a maintenance category. He switched off the lift at the service panel. The displays went black. The footsteps continued. By late afternoon, Owen was back in Selma Voss's flat with Gareth and a ladder. Selma had placed a chair beneath the concealed hatch and was drinking tea, as though expecting workmen rather than an opening into nowhere. "You closed it quickly last time," she said. "I was assessing the risk." "You were frightened." Owen pushed the panel upward. Cold air descended, carrying the smell of frying onions, laundry powder, and rain on warm pavement. Gray dust lifted from Selma's carpet and vanished through the opening. The little girl was gone. The ceiling above the ceiling remained. Its yellowed plaster held a light fixture that seemed to hang upward into its own room. Owen touched the surface, solid. He pulled himself through. For one disorienting second, his body turned without moving. His stomach lurched. The ladder rotated beneath him. Then gravity chose the other surface. Owen landed on his knees in a narrow hallway and looked down through the hatch at Selma, apparently standing upside down below. Gareth's face appeared beside hers. "Can you hear me?" Owen could, though the words seemed to rise through floorboards. The hallway belonged to an ordinary flat. Coats hung from hooks. A child's red boot lay on its side. Family photographs lined the wall, but every window in them reflected darkness instead of sky. An open kitchen glowed at the far end. Beyond the flat's outer windows was not Manchester. There was no city, earth, or horizon. The building continued in scattered rectangles of brick and concrete, suspended beneath a black sky without stars or depth. Hundreds of lit windows faced one another across the emptiness. Laundry stirred where there was no wind. Television light flickered in rooms without visible supports. Far below or above, Brackencourt's roof hung like the underside of a ship. A woman entered the hallway holding a wooden spoon. She was perhaps 35, with tired eyes and flour on her jumper. Behind her stood a bearded man carrying a toddler, while the barefoot girl watched from the kitchen doorway. "You're the inspector," the woman said. Owen gripped his laser measure. "Who are you?" "Leila Fenton. This is Aaron. You've taken your time. This property is not registered." Aaron laughed without humor. "That's what the last one said." Leila produced a folded tenancy agreement. The paper bore the Manchester City Council crest, a letting agent's stamp, and a valid reference number. Owen examined the watermark and embossed date. Nothing appeared forged. The address read, Flat 86, Northlight Gardens, Regent Road, Manchester. Owen knew the development. Northlight Gardens had been proposed 9 years earlier as 4 residential towers above a converted warehouse. The 4th tower existed only on amended drawings. Its stairwell ended against a structural column. Its smoke system had never been installed, and 6 upper floors lacked legal access to the street. Owen had certified them anyway. The developer's representative had called the defects temporary. Owen had accepted a sealed envelope in a parked car and signed the completion certificate the following morning. The flats were sold before the council discovered that Tower 4 could never receive an occupancy license. It was demolished, unfinished. "No one ever lived at this address," Owen said. Leila's expression hardened. "We have lived here for 7 years. That building never opened. Our daughter was born there." The barefoot girl stepped closer, holding a sheet of paper covered in colored pencil boxes. Owen recognized Brackencourt at the bottom. Above it, stacked impossibly into the black sky, she had drawn hundreds of apartments. In every window stood a family. Leila took the agreement from Owen and turned it over. On the reverse was the completion certificate for Northlight Gardens. Beneath the council stamp, in faded blue ink, was Owen's signature. Beside it, written in his own handwriting, were 4 words he had never seen before. Space recovered from below. The words remained in Owen's head long after he climbed back through the hatch. Space recovered from below. He repeated them in the lift, in the council van, and at his desk beneath the white strip lights of the Housing Compliance Office. Each repetition made them sound less supernatural and more administrative. Administrative language could hide almost anything. He opened the archived plans for Northlight Gardens and Bracken Court on separate screens. If the inverted flat existed, then someone had built it. Hidden prefabrication, false structural drawings, a concealed transfer deck above the roof. Absurd, but not impossible. Buildings contained voids and undocumented service bases. Owen had seen entire rooms omitted from plans to avoid fire inspections. The black sky was harder. He attributed that to vertigo. The shift in gravity became an inner ear event. The suspended buildings became disorientation, aggravated by low oxygen or chemical exposure. Lila Fenton's tenancy agreement could be a sophisticated forgery assembled from council templates. The handwriting on the completion certificate could have been copied. By the end of the afternoon, Owen had produced 7 explanations, none of which he fully believed. He began with measurement. Bracken Court's approved drawings listed Selma's sitting room as 6.2 meters across. Owen opened the inspection record from the building's completion year. The original survey sheet, scanned from paper, showed the same figure in black ink beside an initialed correction. He printed it. 6.2 meters. He left the sheet on his desk, locked the archive cabinet, and went home. The footsteps returned above his bedroom shortly after midnight. 12 toward the wall. 7 back. Then more joined them. A child's quick patter, the scrape of a chair, several adults crossing paths in rooms, spread wider than the roof of his building. Owen placed both palms against the ceiling. The plaster felt warm. In the morning, the printed survey sheet read 4.1 meters. He stared until the numbers blurred. The line had not been overwritten. The ink fibers sat naturally inside the paper, as though the figure had always been there. On his computer, the archived scan had changed as well. Every historic measurement for Selma's flat now matched its reduced dimensions. Owen checked the metadata. No amendment. No new upload. No user access overnight. He opened Amina Shah's original floor plan. Her son's bedroom was listed as 84 centimeters wide. A note beneath the drawing read, "Acceptable variation due to spatial recovery." Owen closed the file so quickly that his chair struck a cabinet. At Bracken Court, Gareth was waiting in the lobby. "Selma says her window's gone wrong." Windows don't go wrong. That one has. The lift indicator no longer displayed floor numbers above the 20th story. It showed illuminated dashes that lengthened as the car rose, as though measuring a distance with no agreed unit. Selma's flat smelled of somebody else's dinner. Garlic. Burnt butter. Tomato sauce. The smell came from the sitting room window. From the corridor, the glass still reflected Selma's curtains in the rain-dark afternoon behind Owen. But when he stepped closer, the city vanished. Beyond the pane lay another kitchen. A family sat around a table no more than a meter away. They were not reflections. Their movements did not match Owen's. A teenage boy ate from a chipped blue bowl while a woman poured water into 4 glasses. A younger child turned toward Owen and raised one hand to the glass. Selma stood beside him. That was Manchester yesterday. Owen touched the pane. It was warm on his side and misted from cooking on theirs. The woman in the kitchen noticed him. Her face tightened with recognition. She crossed the room and wiped condensation from the opposite surface. Their hands aligned through the glass. "Can you hear me?" "Bye," Owen asked. Her reply came faintly, as if through several walls. "You took the bedroom first." Owen stepped back. The kitchen expanded. Cupboards lengthened. The table moved farther from its walls, while Selma's sitting room contracted. The sofa pressed against Owen's legs. The window recess thickened, swallowing part of the radiator. He raised the laser measure. 4 meters. Then 3.8. Then 3.6. The numbers kept falling, while the kitchen beyond the glass grew wider. Inside it, the family began setting an additional place at the table. The empty chair faced Owen. On the plate lay a brass inspection badge bearing his name. The brass badge disappeared when Owen touched the glass. It did not fall from the plate or slide beneath it. The metal darkened under his fingertips, became the color of the kitchen table, and was absorbed into the wood as though it had never been separate. Behind him, Selma's sofa struck the opposite wall. The room had lost another 30 centimeters. Gareth forced the sitting room door open before the contracting walls could jam it. Owen followed Selma into the corridor, where voices were rising from every floor below them. Doors slammed. Children cried. Somewhere inside the building, plaster broke with a sequence of dry, muffled cracks. The fire alarm began ringing, though no smoke appeared. They descended by the stairs because the lift doors had narrowed until they could no longer open wide enough for a person. On the 21st floor, the corridor had shortened by half. Its far end now terminated in a blank wall that cut through 2 flats. A man hammered at the plaster, shouting that his wife was trapped on the other side. On the 19th, windows no longer faced the rain. Each one looked into a different apartment. Owen saw a family eating breakfast beneath yellow sunlight, although evening had settled over Manchester. Another window opened onto a nursery where paper birds turned slowly above an empty cot. Through a third, an elderly couple sat beside a fireplace in a room wider than the entire floor of Bracken Court. None of them appeared surprised to be watched. Some looked ashamed. Others stared back with the exhausted resentment of people who had been waiting years for someone to acknowledge them. The lower Owen went, the worse the building became. Bathrooms compressed around their occupants. Kitchen counters folded into walls. Hallways narrowed until residents had to turn sideways to move through them. On the 14th floor, 2 families had broken through the partition between their flats because both front doors had been swallowed by expanding plaster. Owen measured everything. He measured because numbers still obeyed long enough to be recorded. A bedroom lost 11 centimeters while he stood inside it. A stair landing contracted by 7. A window recess deepened until the glass lay beyond the reach of his arm. Each reading appeared automatically on his tablet, not under Brackencourt's inspection file, but beneath project names he recognized. Northlight Gardens, Red Bank Quays, Marlowe Exchange, Crown Foundry Lofts. Every development had passed through Owen's office. Everyone had contained serious defects. He remembered the language used to approve them: temporary deviation, managed risk, remedial works pending, acceptable variation. He remembered envelopes left inside folders, consultancy payments routed through a company registered to his cousin, weekend stays arranged by developers who called him reasonable. He had not thought of the occupants. He had thought in units. At the 8th floor landing, his tablet displayed a new entry. Space transfer, Red Bank Quays. Red Bank Quays had been built beside the river on land that flooded every winter. Owen had approved the residential foundations, despite reports showing subsidence beneath the eastern block. 3 years later, the council evacuated 42 families. The structure was demolished before anyone could return. The door beside him creaked inward. The flat beyond belonged to Mrs. Kavanagh, an 80-year-old woman Gareth knew by name. Her sitting room had become a passage scarcely wider than Owen's shoulders. At its far end, her outer window looked into a bright apartment where a young couple were unpacking boxes. A label on one box read Red Bank Quays. Mrs. Kavanagh stood against the wall, clutching a framed photograph to her chest. "It took my husband's side first," she said. Owen looked at the photograph. Half the image had vanished. Mrs. Kavanagh remained beside a white strip, where a man should have been. "He lived here 44 years, she whispered. Now there was never room for him. The young couple beyond the window carried a crib into their expanding bedroom. Owen checked his tablet. Every affected Brackencourt flat corresponded to a project he had fraudulently certified. The more space the hidden families received, the more the residents below lost. Not only walls and floors, but evidence that their lives had ever occupied them. Then Owen saw the final entry. It was not assigned to Brackencourt. It listed his own address. Beneath it, the transfer status read, "Occupant space recovery already in progress." Owen left Brackencourt only long enough to confirm that his own flat had begun to contract. The kitchen wall had moved inward by nearly half a meter. One cupboard could no longer open because the opposite counter blocked it. His bedroom window showed not Manchester, but a softly lit dining room where 2 children were laying out plates beneath a family photograph. At the head of the table sat a man with Owen's face. He closed the curtains. When he returned to Brackencourt, the evacuation had failed. Several stairwells ended against new walls, and the front doors no longer connected reliably to the lobby. Residents gathered in shrinking central spaces, while Gareth marked occupied flats with fluorescent tape. Owen carried the ladder to Selma's flat. The hatch stood open. Footsteps moved above it in overlapping patterns. Adults walking, children running, chairs shifting, doors closing. The noise traveled upward through levels with no foundations to receive their weight. Owen climbed. Gravity turned him into the first hallway. Layla Fenton's family had moved their furniture from walls that were expanding with soft internal groans. Beyond the windows, other apartments floated beneath the black sky, linked by staircases and fragments of corridor ending in open darkness. "Where do the steps go?" Owen asked. Layla pointed toward a hatch above the cooker. Aaron helped him reach it. Beyond lay another inverted home, larger and brighter, belonging to a nurse and her 2 sons. Their tenancy agreement named Crown Foundry Lofts, which Owen had approved after the fire engineer refused to sign its evacuation plan. The next apartment belonged to a retired machinist from Marlowe Exchange. Above that lived 3 students from a tower whose sealed windows Owen had certified as compliant. Each level reversed him again. Floor became ceiling, ceiling became floor. His body adjusted, but his sense of direction dissolved. Bracken Court receded beneath him until it resembled a dark root hanging from an endless settlement. He passed dozens of homes. Some were newly occupied, filled with unopened boxes and the nervous cleanliness of people expecting removal. Others had been lived in for years. Children's heights were penciled along door frames. Wallpaper faded around photographs. Kitchens smelled of meals cooked in lives that had never entered the city below. No column supported them. No foundations descended into the blackness. Owen aimed his laser measure at a nearby structure. The red point crossed the open sky and appeared on a wall several streets away. The display returned no distance, only a project reference number and the word "withheld." The footsteps continued. He followed them through a school caretaker's flat, a widow's narrow terrace, and a crowded home where every bedroom contained a sleeping child. The residents watched him pass. Some recognized his badge. No one tried to stop him. At last, the domestic rooms opened into a concrete stairwell. Its steps climbed normally, the first architecture that did not invert beneath Owen's weight. Fluorescent tubes flickered overhead. Dust moved upward along the walls. At the top stood a fire door bearing the scratched crest of Manchester City Council. The footsteps stopped behind it. Owen pushed through. Rows of empty desks extended farther than the room's exterior dimensions allowed. Damp ceiling tiles sagged beneath strip lights. Filing cabinets stood open, their papers drifting upward. At the center was Owen's desk. His cracked mug sat beside the keyboard. His old laser measure lay aligned with a spirit level and steel ruler. A council coat bearing his name hung from the chair, clean and empty-pocketed. A stack of completed inspection reports waited on the desk. Northlight Gardens had been refused occupancy approval. Red Bank Quays had been condemned before construction. Crown Foundry Lofts had been redesigned with larger rooms, opening windows, and protected stairwells. Every decision was signed Owen Marsh. The signatures were unquestionably his, yet he had never written them. He reached the final report. It concerned Bracken Court. Under recommended action, the other Owen had written, "Do not remove the supporting lie." A door opened at the far end of the office. From the darkness beyond it, footsteps approached in Owen's exact rhythm. The footsteps stopped before Owen reached the doorway. A man stood beyond it, wearing the same brown shoes, council trousers, and rain-darkened coat Owen had put on that morning. His face remained hidden by the unlit corridor, but the posture was unmistakable. Shoulders slightly forward, left hand held away from the body because of an old wrist injury. Owen raised his torch. The corridor was empty. Only a filing trolley stood where the man had been. Its shelves carried black binders labeled "U-Built, Reader." Owen wheeled the trolley beneath the nearest fluorescent light. The first binder contained planning applications he remembered refusing in dreams but approving in life. Northlight Gardens. The file began with the same defective plans Owen had received 9 years earlier. Incomplete stairwells, sealed corridors, missing smoke extraction. Then the record divided. On one side was the history he knew. Owen accepted the developer's envelope. The certificate was issued. Apartments were advertised, sold, condemned, and demolished before occupancy. On the other side, Owen rejected the payment. The refusal delayed construction for 18 months. The developer purchased a second site near Salford Crescent and redesigned the scheme under public scrutiny. 4 lawful towers were completed with wider rooms, protected exits, and a courtyard where children played between raised garden beds. The file contained photographs. Layla Fenton stood on a balcony, holding her newborn daughter. Aaron assembled a cot beside an open window. The barefoot girl from the inverted flat appeared in a school uniform, smiling through a gap where one of her front teeth had fallen out. Owen turned the page. The photographs ended. A notation in the margin read, "Continuity withdrawn at certification." He opened the Red Bank Quays binder. In the alternate record, Owen refused to approve the unstable foundations. The project collapsed financially before construction began. Compensation funds were redirected to a cooperative housing scheme on higher ground. Mrs. Kavanaugh's husband appeared in one photograph, older than Owen had imagined him, carrying groceries through a bright communal entrance. The couple occupied a 2-bedroom flat with enough space for their grandchildren to stay. They celebrated their 50th anniversary there. The final photograph showed both of them alive. Owen's hands shook. These people existed somewhere. His voice traveled across the abandoned office and returned from distant rows of desks. "No," said a voice behind him. "They would have." Owen turned, but the office remained empty. The Crown Foundry file documented a family saved by a fire escape he had never forced the developer to build. Marlowe Exchange contained children who grew up without chronic lung damage because an honest inspection prevented mold-ridden units from opening. Other binders traced marriages, births, friendships, and ordinary recoveries that depended upon safe rooms existing at the correct moment. A woman met her future husband in a laundry room wide enough for both of them to wait. A child survived an asthma attack because an ambulance stretcher could pass through the corridor. A care worker slept between shifts because her bedroom window opened onto clean air instead of a ventilation shaft. Small dimensions became entire lives. Owen had always treated his signatures as permissions attached to buildings. The register showed something else. Each approval had closed another route through the future. The unlawful buildings had not merely displaced residents. They had occupied the possibility of lawful ones. Every family in the Black Sky belonged to a future denied space in the world Owen had helped construct. He reached the final cabinet. Its drawers contained no project names, only dates and monetary amounts. Each matched a payment Owen had accepted. Behind every amount lay a bundle of photographs bound with gray thread. Hundreds of faces. Some were infants. some elderly. Some resembled residents of Bracken Court, with different partners, healthier bodies, children who had never been born below. At the back of the lowest drawer, Owen found a narrow file bearing his home address. Inside was a marriage certificate naming Owen Marsh and Caroline Vey. Caroline had ended their engagement 26 years earlier, after discovering the first envelope in his coat. Owen had told himself she left because she was self-righteous, because she wanted a cleaner man than the world permitted. The file held photographs of 2 daughters, then a son, then grandchildren. In every image, another Owen stood among them. His face carried lines Owen did not recognize because they had formed around laughter rather than avoidance. A final report rested beneath the photographs. It was signed by the other Owen. At the bottom, under the heading Persons Withdrawn, someone had listed every family in the register. The final name was Owen Marsh. From behind the sealed office wall came the sound of children setting a dinner table. Then a man with Owen's voice said softly, "You did not survive your choices. You replaced the man who would have." The sealed wall opened along a seam Owen had mistaken for a shadow. Warm light entered the inspection office, carrying the color of table lamps, oven heat, and rooms occupied long enough for their surfaces to remember hands. Beyond the opening was a hallway wider than Selma Voss's entire flat. Framed photographs climbed one wall. Shoes of several sizes stood beneath a bench. A wool coat Owen recognized as Caroline's hung beside a child's rain jacket, though Caroline had stopped wearing that color before their engagement ended. The man waiting at the far end had Owen's face. He was not younger. His hair had thinned in the same places, and the left side of his mouth pulled downward when he was anxious. But his shoulders did not curve around an invisible accusation. "You took your time," the other Owen said. Behind him, Caroline carried dishes into a dining room. She was older, silver-haired, and alive, in a way that made Owen understand how completely he had preserved her as the woman who left him. 2 grown daughters argued over a serving bowl. A younger man helped a little girl into a chair. No one stared with wonder. They looked at Owen as families looked at a difficult relative whose arrival had been expected. "This is not real," he said. The other man glanced around the apartment. That sentence built half of this place. The rooms extended farther than any lawful floor plate. A kitchen opened into a garden beneath the black sky. Children's height marks covered a doorframe. Nothing was luxurious. The sofa had been repaired along one arm. A damp stain marked the hall ceiling. Its ordinariness wounded him more than perfection would have. "You think you're the better version," Owen said. "No." The answer came immediately. The other Owen led him into a small study. On the desk lay the first envelope Owen had accepted. Cream paper containing 500 pounds from a developer converting a mill into flats without adequate exits. Owen remembered the rain, Caroline waiting at a cafe, and the missing fire door he had promised himself would be installed before anyone moved in. In this study, the envelope had been opened. The money remained inside. "I wanted it," the other Owen said. "I had already decided where to hide it." "Then why refuse?" "Caroline called while I was sitting in the car." Owen remembered ignoring that call. "She asked whether I wanted soup or pasta." Nothing important. I heard her voice, looked at the envelope, and understood I would have to lie to her before I could spend it. That was all? That was enough that day. The words stripped the distance between them. There had been no superior nature, no courage granted to one and denied the other. Only a ringing telephone. A small refusal. A sequence that remained open because one man answered and the other did not. From the dining room, Caroline called that the food was getting cold. The other Owen closed his eyes briefly. "You believe we are here to punish you," he said. "We are here because your world used our space. I can put it back. You cannot restore a future after living through the years that replaced it. Then what do you want?" Outside the black windows, hundreds of suspended homes illuminated at once. Families stood behind the glass, facing the apartment. Not accusing, waiting. "The building is failing because the lie separating us is failing," the other Owen said. "Soon, every denied life will need somewhere to exist." Owen thought of Bracken Court compressing around its residents. "You're taking their rooms. We are entering the only space your decisions left available." A tremor passed through the apartment. The walls expanded. Somewhere far below, concrete cracked and people screamed. The other Owen took a steel hammer from beneath the desk and placed it in Owen's hands. On its handle, beneath the council crest, were 4 words. "Remove the supporting lie." "Where is it?" Owen asked. The other Owen opened a door onto a stairway descending through the black sky. At its bottom stood a single concrete column, running through every inverted home and down toward Bracken Court. From inside the column came the muffled sound of Owen signing his own name. The stairway had no rail. Owen descended with the hammer held against his chest while the black sky opened on both sides. The steps passed through kitchens, bedrooms, nurseries, and narrow halls, yet touched none of them. Families watched from doorways as he moved downward through their homes. The concrete column remained always ahead. It was wider than a lift shaft and dark with damp, though no rain fell in the inverted levels. Owen could hear his own signature traveling inside it. The scratch of pen across paper, the pause before each surname, the soft tap as documents were stacked and passed away. Below, Bracken Court groaned. Through gaps between the suspended apartments, Owen saw rooms contracting across the tower. Residents crowded into stairwells that had become too narrow for shoulders. Windows turned inward upon expanding homes above. On one floor, a mother pushed her child through a doorway, moments before the frame sealed behind him. The column was consuming them. That was the only explanation Owen could bear. He reached a square maintenance platform built around its base. The concrete continued downward through the roof of Bracken Court and upward through every unbuilt home, vanishing in both directions. The other Owen descended after him. "Stand back," Owen said. "You misunderstand what you are looking at. It's transferring their space. The transfers began with you." Owen placed the hammerhead against the column. Beneath the concrete, voices murmured in hundreds of rooms. "The building is using them to keep you alive." "No," said the other Owen. "It is keeping them separate from you." Another violent shudder passed through the structure. A suspended apartment widened suddenly, its balcony extending into the blackness. Somewhere below, Several residents cried out as a corridor closed. Owen raised the hammer. The other man caught his wrist. The grip felt exactly like his own. "This does not support our homes," he said. "It contains them." Owen stared at him. "The column is the boundary between what happened and what you prevented. Every report you signed sealed another future inside it. Every payment added another layer." From within the concrete came the sound of a baby taking its first breath. Then wedding music. A kettle boiling. A woman laughing in a room that had never been built. The noises overlapped until the column seemed filled not with ghosts, but with entire households compressed into the thickness of its walls. "If you break it," the other Owen said, "they will not vanish. Then they'll have space. They will enter." "Good. You don't understand how many." Owen pulled his arm free. For decades, he had treated consequences as distances. 6 centimeters below standard. 2 exits instead of 3. 1 year of delayed repairs. 42 displaced tenants. Every harm had arrived, reduced to a figure small enough to approve. Now the black sky was crowded with the total. He looked down at Bracken Court. Selma stood at her inward-facing window. Gareth was guiding residents through a gap in the stairwell. Amina held her son against her, while the walls of their flat pressed closer. Owen had already chosen which lives received space. The hammer was merely the first time he would admit it. "What happens to the people below?" he asked. The other Owen did not answer quickly enough. Owen understood. They're being erased either way. They are being displaced by possibilities that should have existed. They exist now. So do we. The sentence struck harder than accusation. Owen lowered the hammer. For one moment, he imagined returning to the office, preserving the column and allowing Bracken Court to surrender room by room until the denied families were housed. It would be another calculation, another tolerable loss assigned to people without power. He could not call it acceptable variation again. He stepped close to the column. The concrete was warm. Beneath his palm, thousands of lives pressed outward, each one waiting behind the surface with nowhere left to go. "I'm sorry," Owen said. The voices did not quiet. He swung. The hammer opened a narrow crack. Light appeared inside, not white, but domestic. Morning through curtains, television glow, candles on birthday cakes, lamps left burning for someone expected home. The other Owen backed away. "Owen," he said, and for the first time there was fear in his voice. The column was never a prison. The crack widened by itself. It was the last wall. All across the black sky, doors began opening. From within the column came the sound of countless families stepping forward at once. The column did not collapse. It unfolded. Concrete peeled away in long vertical sheets, revealing not steel reinforcement, but illuminated rooms packed one behind another. Kitchens, stairwells, bathrooms, bedrooms, hospital wards, classrooms, all compressed into a depth that should not have fitted inside the column. Then the rooms moved outward. The maintenance platform stretched beneath Owen's feet. Bracken Court's roof rose to meet him, paused, and continued climbing. Stories multiplied between existing floors with the smooth, silent motion of cards being inserted into a deck. The building expanded upward through the black sky. Owen fell. He passed open windows where families stepped into homes that had waited decades for walls. He saw Leah and Aaron standing in the kitchen at Northlight Gardens, while their daughter pressed both hands to the glass. He saw Mrs. Kavanaugh beside her husband in a bright sitting room, both of them younger and older at once. He fell past hundreds of lives. Each window contained an ordinary moment denied below. A child asleep beneath clean blankets, a couple arguing over rent, a nurse eating toast after a night shift, an old man watering herbs on a balcony. Nothing about them was perfect. That was what made their return unbearable. They had not been waiting for paradise. They had been waiting for enough. Owen struck a wall without pain. Plaster closed around his shoulders, ribs, and legs. He tried to pull free, but his hands no longer ended at his wrists. His fingers lengthened into joists. His spine hardened into a stairwell. Breath traveled through ventilation ducts and emerged from grills across the tower. He opened his mouth. Every door in Bracken Court opened with him. The building burst through its original roofline. Across Manchester, people stopped in streets and looked upward as story after story appeared above Bracken Court. The tower passed the cranes, the office blocks, and the low ceiling of rain. New wings extended over neighboring streets without casting shadows. Then other buildings began to change. A condemned mill produced 6 lawful floors it had never possessed. A luxury development widened until smaller flats appeared between its penthouses. Blank walls split open into windows. Rooftops rose into apartment blocks hanging beneath the clouds. Every recovered home belonged to someone removed by a decision that had once seemed administrative. Owen felt them enter through his bones. The other Owens family moved into the largest apartment. Caroline set the table while their daughters opened windows onto a city transformed beyond recognition. The other Owen stood at the glass, looking neither triumphant nor forgiving. Owen tried to speak to him through the pipes. Only footsteps came out. 12 across the ceiling. A pause. 7 returning. The pattern spread through every highest floor. Below, Bracken Court's original residents discovered that their rooms had stopped contracting, but the stolen space did not return. Amina Sun's bedroom remained a cupboard. Selma's sitting room stayed narrowed around the inward-facing window. Mrs. Kavanaugh still held a photograph from which half a marriage had vanished. Manchester had made room for the prevented futures without repairing the lives that had paid for them. There was no measurement for that. By dawn, the impossible towers had pierced the cloud cover. Their upper floors opened beneath a black sky, visible even in daylight. New roads climbed vertically between suspended blocks. Lift indicators abandoned numbers and displayed names of developments never completed, communities never funded, homes rejected as unprofitable. Every window was occupied. People gathered below. People gathered, searching the faces above for relatives, children, partners, and versions of themselves they could almost recognize. Some windows revealed families who had been displaced. Others revealed families who had never been born. And in the highest rooms, where no roof remained above them, residents heard footsteps crossing the ceiling. Owen moved from building to building, no longer a man, but an inspection passing through plaster, beams, and unfinished corridors. He measured every missing room. He recorded every narrowed doorway. He felt each signature that had traded safety for convenience. He could not stop. Whenever a developer removed a bedroom from a plan, Owen's footsteps began overhead. Whenever an inspector called a dangerous space acceptable, dust rose toward the ceiling. Whenever someone said there was not enough room for everyone, a new window opened in the sky. Behind its glass, a family looked down upon the life that had excluded them. And above that window, Owen kept walking. Some buildings are shaped by concrete, steel, and money. Others are shaped by decisions small enough to fit beneath a signature. Owen believed that reduced rooms, missing exits, and unsafe plans were only professional compromises. The horror revealed that every measurement contained a human future. The families above the sky were not asking for perfect lives. They were asking for the ordinary space in which a life might begin. Perhaps the most frightening thing about an unjust system is not that it destroys people openly, but that it makes their absence look practical. How many empty windows exist because someone once called a loss acceptable? Story 7. On the first Monday of December, Sarah Holt drove the school bus through a whiteout so complete that the world ended 6 feet beyond the windshield. The wipers moved without effect. Snow gathered in the rubber seams, froze there, and made the glass shudder each time they crossed. Sarah leaned over the wheel, shoulders tight beneath her county-issued coat, following the row of orange guide poles that marked the switchback above Coldwater. There should have been mountains beyond them, black pines, power lines, the yellow roofs of maintenance sheds. Instead, there was only white, pressed close and luminous in the headlights. The children were quieter than usual. Even the third graders understood that sound changed in a storm like this. Their voices seemed to fall at their shoes. The heater blew lukewarm air that smelled of dust and wet wool, and somewhere behind Sarah, a metal lunchbox clicked softly against a seat frame with every turn. She counted the heads in the mirror. 22. She counted again at the next bend. 22. She had been doing that for 15 winters. She never trusted the paper attendance sheet until she had seen every face twice, and she never allowed a child to change seats after the bus entered the mountain road. The district called it vigilance. Her husband called it punishment. "Road's dry," said Owen Pike from the front seat. Sarah glanced down. He was right. The asphalt beneath the bus was black, bare, and perfectly clean. Snow struck the windshield in thick horizontal sheets, but none of it touched the road. The whiteout seemed to occupy only the air, a furious weather with no weight. Tires hissed over dry pavement. Owen pressed his forehead to the glass. How can it snow without landing? Wind's carrying it, Sarah said. It was the answer. Adults in Coldwater gave children because adults had been given the same answer when they were young. At the lower junction, the storm stopped. Not thinned, stopped. The bus passed between 2 leaning cottonwoods and came out beneath a pale blue sky. Sunlight flashed across the hood. Behind them, the whiteout stood over the mountain road like a wall. Coldwater's roofs were dry. The church steps were dry. Brown grass showed through every yard, stiff with frost but untouched by snow. People moved along Main Street in open jackets, carrying coffee, scraping no windshields. A dog slept in a square of sunlight outside the hardware store. Only one house was white. It stood 3 blocks uphill from the depot, on Alder Street, wrapped in snow from chimney to foundation. The drifts rose above the porch rail. Ice sheeted the windows. The maple in the front yard bent beneath a burden no other tree in town carried. Sarah knew the house. It was hers. The children crowded the right side of the bus. "Sit down," Sarah said too sharply. They obeyed. Smoke lifted from Sarah's chimney. Cole's truck waited in the drive beneath a smooth white mound, though it had been bare when she left before dawn. Through the frozen living room window, something moved. Not a person exactly, but a warmer shape, crossing a warm room. For 1 second the glass cleared. Sarah saw yellow summer light. She saw green curtains lifting in a breeze, although the windows were closed. Cole stood in shirt sleeves beside the sofa, laughing at something she could not hear. Their daughter, June, crossed the room barefoot with a bowl of strawberries. Then June stopped. She turned toward the road and flattened one hand against the inside of the glass. The bus rolled on, and the window became opaque with ice. At the depot, Sarah walked the aisle with her clipboard, checking beneath every seat. She found mittens, a broken pencil, 2 candy wrappers, and the metal lunchbox that had been knocking behind her. It was old, painted blue, with silver stars faded across the lid. Her fingers went numb before she touched it. She had last seen that lunchbox 15 years earlier, beside a boy named Eli Wren on the worst afternoon of her life. She remembered him climbing aboard that morning. She remembered his red scarf. After that memory became a corridor she had spent years refusing to enter. The latch lifted by itself. Inside, on a bed of fresh snow, lay a house key tagged with Sarah's address. The key was colder than the snow beneath it. Sarah pinched it between 2 fingers and almost dropped it. The brass tag tied to the ring was old, its edges worn smooth. Her address had been stamped into it with crooked metal letters, 14 Alder Street. She closed the lunchbox, put the key in her pocket, and drove home. From the end of Alder Street, she could see that the snow did not spread beyond her property. It stopped at the boundary lines, rising in clean vertical banks as though invisible walls contained it. Mrs. Vale's lawn next door was brown and dry. Her plastic Christmas deer stood upright in the grass. Sarah parked at the curb. 6 neighbors were already outside. None approached. They watched from porches and sidewalks with the solemn stillness of people waiting beside a grave. Old Grant Loader removed his cap when she stepped from the car. Across the street, Bess Kettering held both hands around an empty coffee mug. "What happened?" Sarah called. No one answered immediately. Then, Mrs. Vale said, "You shouldn't go through the front." Why? The drift's too deep. It was not. Sarah had crossed worse snowbanks in parking lots. She climbed the curb and stepped onto her lawn. Her boot sank to the ankle. The second step took her to the knee. By the third, the snow had reached her hips. Sarah stopped. The porch was less than 20 feet away, yet the white surface seemed to lengthen as she looked at it. Fine crystals moved over the drifts without wind, whispering together like dry paper. "Cole!" she shouted. A figure passed behind the living room window. The ice cleared in an oval. Inside, Cole stood near the kitchen doorway, wearing the faded gray shirt he used for yard work. Sunlight warmed one side of his face. Behind him, the room was green with reflected leaves. The ceiling fan turned slowly. June sat cross-legged on the floor, sorting strawberries into a blue bowl. Sarah waved both arms. Neither looked up. She shouted again until pain tightened her throat. Cole walked within a few feet of the window, lifted a glass of iced tea, and turned away. Condensation shone on the glass. There had been no strawberries in Coldwater since October. Sarah forced herself forward. The snow compressed around her thighs, gripping rather than yielding. When she tried to lift one leg, something beneath the surface shifted against her boot. 5 narrow pressures closed around her ankle. Sarah tore herself backward and fell onto the dry sidewalk. Grant Loader took one step toward her, then stopped as though reminded of a rule. "You knew," Sarah said. Grant lowered his eyes. "We knew it would be someone." You were waiting." "No," Bess said. "We came when we saw which roof." "Which roof?" The phrase moved through Sarah more coldly than the snow had. She called Cole. His number rang until voicemail. June's did the same. Inside the house, husband and daughter moved through summer. Sarah spent the afternoon circling the property. Snow blocked every approach. At the back fence, it stood taller than her head, though the vegetable beds beyond it were bare. The garage door was sealed beneath blue-white ice. Whenever Sarah knocked on a window, the sounds inside did not pause. Near sunset, the neighbors went home without saying goodbye. No one offered Sarah a bed. She returned to her car and parked across from the house. Darkness settled over Coldwater. Porch lights came on one by one. Her own house remained bright with summer gold. A little after 9 that evening, her phone rang. June. Sarah answered so quickly the phone struck her cheek. "Mom," June whispered. "I'm here. Where are you?" "In the living room." "Can you see the snow?" A pause. "What snow?" Sarah looked through the windshield. June stood behind the frozen glass with the phone against her ear. "June, listen to me. Don't open any doors." "I wasn't going to." "Where's Dad?" "In the kitchen." Her voice lowered. "Mom, who's outside with you?" Sarah turned toward the empty passenger seat, then toward the dry road behind her. "No one." June began to cry. "Yes, there is," she said. "There's a boy standing beside you." Sarah could hear her daughter breathing. "He has a red scarf." Sarah turned so quickly that her shoulder struck the car door. The sidewalk was empty. Across Alder Street, porch lights burned above dry steps. No boy waited beside the car. No footprints marked the brown grass. "What does he look like?" Sarah asked. June's breath trembled through the phone. "He's older than me." "How old?" "I don't know. He keeps changing." Sarah looked back at the window. June remained visible behind the ice, one hand cupped against the glass. "He looks little when I look at his face," she whispered. "But his hands look like Dad's." the line filled with static. Then a boy's voice, faint and close to the receiver, counted 19, 20, 21. The call ended before he reached 22. By morning, Coldwater had begun bringing offerings. The first was Grant Loader. He crossed the dry street carrying a framed photograph against his chest. Sarah recognized his late wife beside him at the county fair, both of them young enough to believe age happened elsewhere. Grant stopped at the edge of Sarah's yard. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Keeping the clinic warm." He set the photograph against the snowbank. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the surface opened without collapsing. The frame slid inward as if drawn through deep water, leaving no hole behind. A moment later, the clinic's rooftop furnace coughed to life 3 blocks away. Sarah stared at him. "You knew that would happen." "We hoped." "You gave it your wife." "Only the picture." He did not sound certain. Others followed. Mrs. Vale brought a silver bracelet that had belonged to her mother. The hardware store owner left a splitting maul with his initials burned into the handle. A young couple placed their sleeping son's wooden train at the boundary of the yard. Each object vanished. Each disappearance repaired something. Water returned to the elementary school after the bracelet sank beneath the snow. The grocery store's freezers restarted when the mall disappeared. Streetlights along the eastern road flickered on after the train was taken. Sarah watched from the sidewalk, refusing every explanation. "It carries the burden," Bess Kettering told her. "What burden?" "Whatever winter would take if it had the whole town." Bess held a velvet box containing a wedding ring. She wore no ring on either hand. "You speak as if this has happened before." Bess looked toward the White House. "Every winter takes something. Not like this." "No," Bess said. "Not always where you can see it." Sarah blocked her path. No more. Behind them, the church bell gave a dull half-stroke and stopped. Somewhere downtown, people began shouting. Frost appeared along the power lines above Main Street. Bess opened the box. If the house refuses enough gifts, it begins choosing for itself. She placed the ring on the snow. The surface folded over it like a closing mouth. The church bell rang cleanly. By noon, Sarah's porch was crowded with offerings that had somehow crossed the impassable yard. Photographs leaned against the door. Tools lay stacked beside dolls, army medals, baby shoes, recipe books, and jars containing locks of hair. Snow swallowed them one by one. Inside, coal-grilled hamburgers in the summer kitchen. June sat at the table without eating. Once, she looked directly towards Sarah and raised both hands as if pressing against an invisible wall. Sarah tried the key from Eli's lunchbox on the gate, the mailbox, and her car. It fit none of them. The metal remained painfully cold in her pocket. Near dusk, she noticed a sheet of paper pinned beneath a toy rabbit on the porch steps. Unlike the other offerings, it did not disappear. The snow allowed Sarah to reach it. A narrow path held firm beneath her boots. The page was yellowed and creased into quarters. At the top was the route number she had driven 15 years ago. Beneath it ran the names of the children scheduled for pickup on the day Eli vanished. Sarah read them twice. Her own signature appeared at the bottom. Beside Eli Wren's name, a dark line had been drawn through the ink. Sarah remembered marking him absent after the storm. But the attendance sheet had been completed before the bus ever left the depot. The ink crossing out Eli Wren's name had soaked through the paper. Sarah held the attendance sheet against the porch light, studying the dark stroke from both sides. It had not been added in haste. Someone had drawn the line twice, pressing hard enough to score the fibers. Before the route began, she found Bess Kettering unlocking the town hall the next morning. The streets remained dry, but a low white ceiling had settled over Coldwater. Beyond the last buildings, the permanent storm turned slowly around the valley like something sleeping with one eye open. Sarah pushed the sheet against Bess's chest. Who marked him absent? Bess did not look at it. You need to stay near your house. My house isn't the question. It is now. Sarah followed her inside. Town hall smelled of floor wax, overheated radiators, and paper kept too long in metal drawers. Behind the clerk's counter hung a framed painting of Coldwater's founders standing beside a wagon half buried in snow. Bess set down her keys. The first winter killed 31 people, she said. Food froze in cellars. Chimneys collapsed. Families burned furniture to stay alive. The weather home began as an emergency custom. You expect me to believe people fed photographs to a snowbank? I expect you to understand that towns survive by deciding what they can afford to lose. Sarah placed one hand on the counter. Was Eli affordable? For the first time, Bess looked at her. That boy is not the reason your house was chosen. You crossed out his name. I was 23. But you were here. We were all here. Bess reached for the attendance sheet. Sarah pulled it away. What happens to Cole and June? If the custom is observed, winter passes. That isn't an answer. It is the only one anyone ever gets. Bess called the ritual superstition when Sarah demanded records, then claimed privacy law when Sarah asked for names. Finally, she said the old files had been damaged by damp. Each explanation contradicted the last. Sarah went behind the counter herself. Property records filled 6 rolling shelves in the basement. She began with Alder Street and worked backward. Her house had belonged to the Holts for 9 years. Before them came the Vickers family. Before the Vickers, nothing. The legal description remained, but the owner's line was blank for the winter 19 years earlier. The same blank appeared on a house on Birch Lane 37 years earlier, and another near the quarry 54 years earlier. Every gap covered one winter. At the school district office, old enrollment books showed similar wounds. Entire households vanished between autumn and spring. Children appeared in September class lists, then disappeared from the yearbooks without transfer notices. In several photographs, empty spaces remained between students, wide enough for bodies no one had bothered to move closer together. Sarah copied the names that survived in tax receipts, library cards, and water bills. Dawson, Pruitt, Bell, Vickers. At the cemetery office, the grounds map showed no burial plots for any of them. That section was never developed, the caretaker told her, pointing toward a rectangular patch beyond the western fence. The earth there looked wrong. Winter grass covered most of the cemetery, but the blank section held a shallow skin of snow. It did not fall from the sky. It seemed to breathe upward through the ground. Sarah crossed the fence with a borrowed shovel. The soil beneath the snow was soft despite the cold. 6 inches down, the blade struck stone. She cleared the surface with her gloves. It was the back of a headstone. No name. No dates. Only rough gray granite lying face down. Sarah dug beside it and found another. Then another. They had been arranged in rows beneath the blank earth, dozens of stones overturned so their inscriptions faced the dark. She wedged her fingers beneath the nearest edge and pulled until the frozen ground released it. The stone rolled over. Eli Wren was carved across its face. Below his name, where the dates should have been, someone had cut a single sentence. He was given before he was lost. Sarah remained kneeling beside the overturned headstone until the cold stopped feeling like weather and became something inside her bones. Eli's name filled the stone. Beneath the carved sentence, a shallow groove curved across the granite like the mark, left by a child dragging one fingernail. Behind her, the cemetery gate creaked. Bess stood beyond the fence. "You should put it back," she said. Sarah rose with mud on her knees. "You buried a child who was never found. We buried what the town could remember. That doesn't mean anything. It will." Sarah left the stone uncovered. By the time she reached Alder Street, the snow had crossed Mrs. Vale's property line. It covered half the neighbor's lawn in a smooth, white sheet, yet the air remained warm enough for water to drip from the hardware store awning. Children rode bicycles on Main Street. A man outside the diner ate with his coat open. Above Sarah's house, snow descended in a silent column from a cloudless patch of sky. The offerings continued. A woman left her father's pocket watch. The snow took it, and the fire station's frozen pipes cleared. Grant brought a box of letters tied with twine. When they vanished, the road to the clinic opened through the mountain whiteout. Sarah tried to stop him. He held her wrists with surprising strength. "You don't get to decide what the rest of us keep. It's my house. For this winter," he said. The words followed her to the bus depot. She had not intended to go there. One moment, she was standing beside her car, watching the snow creep across the street. The next, she was in the driver's seat of Bus 12 with both hands resting at 10 and 2. The depot was dark. Her watch said nearly midnight. She remembered nothing between sunset and then. A wet stripe crossed the aisle behind her. Not melted snow. The floor around it was dry. The stripe began at the rear emergency door and ended beside the third seat on the left, the place Eli had occupied 15 years earlier. Sarah stared into the mirror. The seats were empty. A boy's voice said, "1." It came from the back of the bus. Sarah did not turn. 2, 3, 4. The voice was younger than the one she had heard through June's phone, breathless, careful. The voice of a child performing a task correctly because an adult had told him it mattered. 5, 6, 7. Sarah gripped the wheel. Memory surfaced in fragments. Eli standing in the aisle while the storm hammered the bus, his red scarf crusted with ice, her own hand forcing the folding door shut. 8, 9, 10. She remembered telling him she would come back. Or perhaps she remembered wanting to have told him. 11, 12, 13. Sarah twisted around. No one sat in the seats, but each vinyl cushion bore a shallow depression. 21 places pressed downward as though invisible children waited to be delivered home. 14, 15, 16. The bus heater switched on by itself. Air rushed from the vents, carrying the smell of wet wool and strawberries. 17, 18, 19. The red stoplights began flashing against the depot walls. 20, 21. Silence. Sarah waited for the final number. It did not come. The depressions lifted from the seats one after another. On the fogged interior of the windshield, a small hand drew a line through the condensation. When Sarah opened her eyes again, morning sunlight filled the bus. She was lying across the front seats. Her coat was buttoned wrong. The key from Eli's lunchbox had been pressed into her palm so hard that its teeth had cut the skin. Outside, snow covered half of Coldwater. Not falling snow. A connected white corridor ran through the dry town, ignoring streets and fences. It began beyond the depot, climbed the mountain road, and disappeared into the permanent whiteout. Sarah followed it in the bus. The corridor remained beneath her tires, leading to the abandoned stop where Eli had been left. The old shelter stood crooked among the pines, its bench buried under 15 years of ice. Then, Sarah saw that the path did not end there. It turned back toward town. A single line of footprints, one child's, one man's, then a child's again, ran beside it. The snow crossed every mile Sarah had driven without him and ended at the front door of her house. The line of footprints ended at Sarah's front door, but the key still would not turn in the lock. She tried until the skin split across her knuckles. Behind the frozen glass, Cole carried plates from the summer kitchen while June stood at the window, watching someone Sarah could not see. Then June raised one finger and pointed downhill, toward Town Hall. Sarah reached the building after dark. Its front doors were chained, and every window except Bess Kettering's office had gone black. Through the glass, Sarah saw Bess feeding papers into a metal wastebasket and striking a match. Sarah broke the side window with a tire iron. Bess met her in the records room, holding a fire extinguisher like a weapon. "You cannot save them by reading," she said. "Then why are you burning it?" The flames in the wastebasket bent toward the basement stairs. Sarah pushed past her. At the bottom, behind the rolling property shelves, she found a section of concrete newer than the stone foundation. 4 iron bolts secured a narrow steel door. The brass key from Eli's lunchbox slid into the central lock as if it had been cut that morning. Bess caught Sarah's sleeve. "That room is not an archive." Sarah turned the key. "What is it?" "A promise. Promise." Cold air struck them when the seal opened. The chamber beyond had no electric lights. Glass lanterns burned along the walls with small blue flames. Shelves held books bound in cracked white leather, each cover marked with a year and the outline of a house. The oldest ledger began during Coldwater's founding winter. Sarah read by lantern light. The settlers had not discovered a blessing. They had built a boundary. After weeks of starvation, The founders selected the Gable family's cabin and dug trenches around it while the family slept. They placed objects at the door, spoke the names of every other household, and asked the storm to remain where grief would be smallest. By morning, Coldwater's roads were clear. The Gable cabin had vanished beneath 30 feet of snow. The ledger called it the first weather home. Later entries refined the practice. One household was selected whenever the mountain winter grew strong enough to threaten the town. Its suffering was concentrated, observed, and maintained through offerings. When spring came, surviving relatives were relocated or absorbed into other families. Records were altered. Photographs were cut. Headstones were buried face down. The founders believed memory weakened the boundary. Grief made people cross lines. Love opened doors. Therefore, the sacrificed family had to become socially unreal before the weather could release the rest of Coldwater. Sarah turned page after page. The gaps were regular, but not annual. 12 years, 1719. Whenever businesses expanded, when new roads were cut, when the mine reopened, another house appeared in the ledger soon afterward. The town had not been surviving winter. It had been purchasing growth with someone else's winter. Bess stood in the doorway, crying without sound. My grandmother said forgetting was mercy. For whom? Bess did not answer. The final ledger rested alone on a stone table. Its white cover was damp, although the chamber was dry. Sarah opened it. The first page bore her address. The next listed Cole and June Holt beneath the heading Designated Occupants. Sarah's own name appeared below them, written in a different hand. Boundary Witness. A fresh photograph had been fixed to the opposite page. It showed the inside of Sarah's living room that morning. June sat beside the blue bowl of strawberries. Cole stood near the kitchen doorway. The summer light was bright enough to cast clean shadows. Between them stood a man Sarah had never seen. He was thin and barefoot, with frost whitening his hair. His face looked about 30, but his expression belonged to a frightened child. Around his neck was Eli Wren's red scarf. On the wall behind him, written in melted snow, were 5 words. She left me outside first. The photograph trembled in Sarah's hands. She recognized the room, the curtains, the blue bowl on the table. She recognized Eli's scarf more clearly than the man wearing it. The red wool had been knitted by his mother, with one end slightly longer than the other, because she had counted the rows wrong. Bess tried to close the ledger. Sarah caught her wrist. What happened after I left him? You know what happened. I know what you told me happened. Bess's face tightened. The storm took him. No, you did. On a shelf beneath the stone table, Sarah found 6 metal cases labeled with winter dates. The newest held cassette tapes, dispatch forms, and a county radio transceiver wrapped in oilcloth. She carried it upstairs. The emergency office still had an old tape deck. When Sarah pushed the first cassette inside, static filled the room, followed by wind so violent it sounded like gravel striking metal. Then came her own younger voice. Bus 12 to dispatch. I have 21 students aboard. Wren is off the bus. A man answered, confirm the remaining children are secure. They're freezing. I can't turn around on this grade. proceed downhill. Sarah remembered that instruction. She had built her life around it. The recording continued. Another voice broke through 12 minutes later. Search leader Tom Arley reported that he had reached the abandoned stop. He had seen a child inside the shelter, moving and responsive. Sarah stopped breathing. Repeat, dispatch said. Ren is alive. Severe exposure, but he's standing. I can reach him if the plow clears the north bend. There was a long silence. Then Bess's father, who had been mayor, spoke in the background. How long does Margaret Pruitt have? Someone answered, not until morning. The mayor came onto the radio. Arley, withdraw your team. Sir, the boy is alive. The slope is unstable. I can see him. Withdraw. That is an order. The tape clicked, but did not end. Beneath the static, a child's voice could be heard counting. 1 through 21. Never 22. Sarah tore the cassette free. Bess stood in the doorway. The previous keeper was dying. If Eli had been brought down, the storm would have entered town before another boundary could be prepared. So you left him there. We kept everyone else alive. The sentence was Sarah's sentence. She had spoken versions of it for 15 years. In the second case, she found the official report. It stated that Sarah had watched Eli step beyond the shelter during the whiteout and disappear beneath wind-driven snow before rescue became possible. At the bottom was her signature. She remembered signing forms at the clinic after the route. She had been sedated, shivering, unable to keep the pen steady. Bess's father had covered each page, except the signature line. But the handwriting above her name was not hers. The lie was. Sarah had accepted the story because it converted abandonment into witness. She had allowed the town to give her a memory she could survive. Outside, the snow around Alder Street had risen above the first-floor windows. Sarah walked home, carrying the key, the radio tape, and the false statement. Residents stood along the dry edge of the storm. Some begged her not to approach. Others held new offerings against their chests. The path to the front door remained open. At the porch, the snow rose on either side of her like white walls. Beneath it came whispering, not one voice, but many families repeating names that no longer existed in Coldwater. Sarah inserted the key. This time, it turned. The door opened onto summer heat. Fresh-cut grass scented the air. Cole stood in the kitchen, frozen with a plate in his hands. June sat motionless at the table. Neither blinked. The living room wall had vanished. In its place stood the interior of Bus 12. Its aisle stretched through Sarah's house beneath rows of yellow lights. Snow covered the seats. At the rear, a barefoot man in a red scarf waited beside the emergency door. He looked at Sarah with Eli's 9-year-old eyes. Then he pointed to the driver's seat. Someone was already sitting there. It was Sarah, 15 years younger, holding the folding door closed while a child pounded on the glass from outside. The younger Sarah did not look at the child outside the bus. She watched the road instead. Snow struck the folding door in pale bursts. Beyond the glass, a small mitten slapped twice, then slid down. The memory Sarah kept both hands locked around the handle, while the children behind her cried for heat. The adult Eli stood beside Sarah in the impossible aisle. "You told me to wait," he said. His voice shifted as he spoke. One word belonged to a man. The next was thin and high, spoken through chattering teeth. Sarah could not deny the scene. "I thought I could come back." "No." Eli looked toward the younger woman at the wheel. "You thought someone else would." The bus lights dimmed. Around them, Sarah's living room folded into the mountain road. The sofa became adrift. Cole and June remained motionless in the kitchen, preserved inside golden light. Sarah stepped toward Eli. He flinched. That hurt more than accusation. "What did they do to you?" Eli turned toward the rear emergency door. Beyond its glass lay the abandoned shelter, but it appeared new. His blue lunchbox rested on the bench. A red scarf hung from a nail. "They came after you left," he said. "Men with radios. I saw their lights." The snow outside thickened. "I shouted until one of them looked at me. Then the radio told him not to cross the road." His face changed as Sarah watched. For an instant, he was 9 years old. Then his cheeks hollowed, stubble darkened his jaw, and adult hands emerged from the sleeves of a child's coat. "They made circles around the shelter," he continued. "They put names in the snow. They said the old woman was almost finished and someone had to keep the line closed." "The keeper," Sarah said. Eli nodded. Sarah remembered the ledgers. "The storm chose you?" At that, Eli smiled. "The storm never chose anyone." The bus disappeared. They stood inside Sarah's living room, though snow covered the floor and summer pressed against the windows. Eli knelt and drew a square around them with one finger. "The first people were afraid of winter," he said. "So they gave their fear a shape, a house, a family, a line no one was allowed to cross." Outside the square, frost spread across the floorboards. "They kept repeating it," he said. "Winter learned where they expected it to stop. It learned that fear could be a wall. The offerings, reminders. Every object says, 'Not me, not my house. Take this instead.'" "They weren't feeding the storm," Sarah said. "They were teaching it obedience." Eli looked toward Cole and June. "When the old keeper died, they put me in the last hours of that day. They made the storm move through me instead of through cold water." "How long were you there?" His expression emptied. It was always the same afternoon. He had aged, but time had not carried him forward. His body had counted the years that his mind could not leave. 15 winters had passed through his lungs, blood, and bones, while somewhere inside him, a child still waited for a bus driver to return. Sarah touched the false statement in her coat. "I signed their lie. You lived inside it." "I'm sorry." Eli studied her as if the words were an object he had forgotten how to use. Then the front door began to shake. Outside, voices gathered. Bess called Sarah's name. Grant shouted that the boundary must remain closed. Heavy objects struck the porch as townspeople piled offerings against the entrance. Eli removed the red scarf. Beneath it, a dark band circled his throat, not bruised flesh, but moving cloud. Snow whispered inside his chest when he breathed. "There is one way out," he said. Sarah looked at the door. "If I take you outside, what happens?" All the winters they put into me go where they were meant to go. Into cold water. Into every road, every roof, every room. The house groaned. In the kitchen, June's eyes moved for the first time. Eli held out his hand. It was the hand of a grown man, trembling with the patience of a child. "You left me outside," he said. "Now take me there." Eli's hand remained between them. Beyond the front door, the townspeople continued piling objects against the porch. Furniture struck the boards. Glass shattered. Someone dragged a piano through the snow, its strings moaning whenever it caught on the steps. Then Bess's voice came through the wood. "Sarah, listen before you decide." A strip of frost opened across the door like an eye. Through it, Sarah saw Bess, Grant Loader, the mayor, and 3 church elders standing at the edge of the path. Each held a lantern burning with the same blue flame as those in the founder's cellar. "Leave him inside," Bess called. "At dawn, the house will release Cole and June. They will remember this as a fever. You can begin again somewhere else." "And Eli?" The elders lowered their eyes. "He remains the boundary," Bess said. The answer was gentle. That made it worse. The mayor stepped forward. "Open the door with him beside you, and every winter held since the founding will return at once. Roofs will collapse. Roads will vanish. People will die." "You mean people you know," Sarah said. "We mean everyone." Eli's fingers began to withdraw from hers. Sarah closed her hand around them. Behind her, summer resumed. The ceiling fan turned. A knife struck a cutting board. Cole blinked and looked down at the plate in his hands as if waking in an unfamiliar room. June gasped beside the table. "Sarah," Cole said. She crossed to them with Eli following at a distance. Frost formed beneath each of his bare steps. Cole saw the man in the scarf and moved in front of June. "Don't," Sarah said. "He isn't here to hurt us." "Who is he?" For 15 years, Sarah had told the story in careful pieces. The stalled bus, the failing heater, the children turning blue around their mouths, the decision to drive downhill. She had described Eli as lost to the storm because the phrase contained no human hand. Now she told them everything. She told June that Eli had been alive when she closed the door. She told Cole that she had promised to return, but kept driving after reaching safety. She told them about the rescuers, the false report, and the signature she had allowed to become her memory. "I saved 21 children," Sarah said, "and I used them to excuse leaving one." Cole's face changed, but he did not look away. June began to cry. She looked at Eli and asked, "Were you alone?" Eli answered in a child's voice, "Yes." Something heavy struck the wall. The summer windows darkened as objects accumulated outside. Photograph frames pressed against the glass. Chairs, cribs, hunting rifles, wedding dresses, work boots, trophies, and boxes of letters rose through the snow. Cold water was burying the house beneath everything its people claimed to value. "They think the storm will take the things instead of them," Eli said. June wiped her face. "Will it?" "No." Cole set down the plate. "What happens to us when you open the door?" "I don't know," Sarah said. It was the first honest answer she had given him. Cole took June's hand. Then he stepped aside. Sarah led Eli toward the entrance. The mound outside had sealed the door beneath the town's offerings. Sarah pushed. Cole joined her. June braced both hands against the wood. Residents shouted for them to stop. The door opened 1 inch. Winter entered like breath drawn after 15 years underwater. Summer vanished. The curtains stiffened. Strawberries blackened in their bowl. The floor split beneath racing ice. Sarah forced the door wider. Eli stood on the threshold, shaking so violently that his teeth struck together. For a moment, his body became small inside the adult clothes. Sarah saw the 9-year-old boy at the mountain stop, waiting for her headlights to return. "I'm here now," she said. "That doesn't make it then." "I know." She stepped outside with him. Snow rose from Eli's skin in a white column. It crossed the yard, climbed the houses, and spread above Coldwater in a sky-wide wave. For the first time anyone living could remember, snow landed on Main Street. It settled on the church, the clinic, the school, and every dry roof that had survived by pointing winter elsewhere. Then, from beneath the town, came the sound of dozens of buried headstones turning face up. The first roof collapsed before midnight. It belonged to the church. Snow gathered over the steeple in layers too heavy for timber, bending the cross until it pointed toward the cemetery. When the beams gave way, the bell fell through the sanctuary floor and continued ringing beneath the snow. Coldwater lost power soon afterward. Pipes burst inside the clinic. Grocery store windows broke under ice. Cars disappeared along Main Street until only antennas remained above the drifts. Families who had spent generations offering objects to the weather now burned furniture, doors, and heirlooms to remain alive. No single house carried the burden. That was the difference. Sarah, Cole, and June sheltered in the bus depot with 40 other people. Sarah drove Bus 12 between buildings until the snow rose too high, collecting those who could no longer reach shelter on foot. She counted every passenger aloud and refused to move until someone answered for each name. Eli rode beside her. Sometimes he appeared as a grown man, knees pressed against the dashboard. Sometimes Sarah glanced over and saw a 9-year-old boy clutching the blue lunchbox. The red scarf remained around his neck in every shape. By the second night, the mountain road had vanished. Coldwater became an island beneath moving white. People died, but not in the numbers the elders predicted. They shared generators, broke into sealed municipal stores, and carried blankets into strangers' homes. Suffering, Sarah realized, became different when everyone could see who was carrying it. Near dawn on the third day, the storm stopped. Snow hung in the air for a moment, each flake motionless. Then it fell. Not violently. Not with judgment. It settled over the town as ordinary snow, soft enough to gather on eyelashes. Eli stood outside the depot. Sarah followed him into the pale morning. Coldwater lay broken but visible. Smoke rose from dozens of chimneys. People moved through the streets with shovels and ropes. "You're leaving," she said. Eli looked toward the mountain. "I already left." His adult face had become almost transparent. Behind it, Sarah could see the child waiting at the shelter, and every year that had passed without reaching him. "I should have come back," Yes, there was no forgiveness in the word. There was also no cruelty. Sarah held out the blue lunchbox. Eli touched the handle but did not take it. "Count them properly," he said. Then the wind passed through him. The red scarf fell onto the snow. By spring, the cemetery map contained a new western section. Headstones rose from thawing earth, all facing upward. The names of the Gables, Dawsons, Pruitts, Bells, Vickers, and dozens more returned to property deeds, school registers, church books, and family photographs. No one could explain how the records had changed. No one tried to change them back. The winter ledgers remained beneath Town Hall, but the pages after Sarah's winter stayed blank. The blue lanterns extinguished. Offerings placed at her property line no longer disappeared. The town rebuilt slowly. Some families left. Others stayed because leaving felt like another form of forgetting. The first snow room appeared in Grant Loder's house that autumn. It had been a linen closet. When he opened it, snow stood waist-deep inside, although the walls remained dry. Beneath the surface, his wife's photograph waited in its frame. When Grant locked the door, a woman began asking why he had given away the last picture in which she remembered being loved. Soon every house in Coldwater had such a room. Some were closets. Some were bedrooms. One occupied the space beneath a staircase that had never been hollow. Each remained filled with snow through every season. Whenever the doors were open, the rooms were silent. Whenever they were locked, voices spoke from inside. They recited names. They described abandoned houses, altered records, and the moment someone decided another family's suffering was easier to survive. Sarah's snow room appeared where the living room wall had once opened into bus 12. She never locked it. At night, cold air moved through the house. Cole left blankets beside the doorway. June placed a bowl of strawberries on the floor each December. Sometimes, just before dawn, Sarah heard Eli counting from within the snow. 1 through 21. Then he waited. Sarah always rose, opened the door wider, and said the final number aloud. Coldwater survived only after it lost the power to hide winter inside one chosen home. The snow rooms are not merely punishment. They are memory made physical, a reminder that suffering becomes easiest to tolerate when it belongs to someone whose name can be removed. Sarah cannot undo the moment she left Eli behind, and bringing him outside does not earn forgiveness. Her small redemption is simpler. She refuses to close the door again. Perhaps guilt becomes monstrous only when we use it to erase the person we harmed. What would you keep open, even if the cold never left? And now, my dear friends, the last of tonight's stories has come to a close. Before we say goodbye, I would love to know whether this collection felt right for you. Did you enjoy the atmosphere, the pacing, and the kind of fear these stories explored? Your thoughts will help me understand what you would like to hear during our future nights together. And if you know a friend, a relative, or someone close to you who might enjoy these tales, would you consider sharing this audio with them? Perhaps the stories could keep them company on a sleepless night, or give you something mysterious to talk about together. Thank you for listening and for remaining with me until the very end. Now, leave the shadows of these stories behind, settle comfortably, and allow yourself to rest. Good night, my dear friends. May sleep find you easily. May your dreams remain gentle, and may tomorrow greet you with a calm and rested heart.